for crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, good afternoon.
Hey,
What's going on?
hello.
How
Just
we
doing
doing?
the show. Just getting ready.
Yeah.
Thinking about
Talking about sports.
You're
thinking
doing
about
things?
sports.
Oh,
See, you did that, though.
I know.
What'd you do?
The most powerful
Oh.
remote in the world.
It really is powerful
I mean, it is so powerful because you
Mhm.
can shoot it
It changes everything.
and it goes it's 180 degrees and it just bounces off one TV and it goes to the other. It's insane. It's crazy.
Oh, so this must not be on this input.
John, I have some news for you.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Is it another Texas A&M player in the portal?
No, I wish it was. So I was listening to John's favorite podcast this morning, the Bill Simmons podcast.
Oh, good.
And
I can't believe the Schlossnagle did that. It's just like that time that Larry Bird did that thing for the Boston Celtics.
he did. This will surprise you. He did not talk about college baseball on his podcast.
But notice how you didn't say he didn't not talk about something.
Actually, you know what?
Boston.
I don't. Well, that's
He
why
definitely talked about the Celtics.
That's why I wanted to bring up this topic for John Bishop. Topic
Alert.
alert. So they talked about the draft mainly today on the episode because famously
very normal.
they didn't. I don't recall if they talked about Bronny, but he goes, "I have my pick for who I want the Celtics to draft." With
Oh, no, I've heard this.
have you seen this? Have you heard about
Yeah,
this?
he wants to.
He
go ahead.
wants John Bishop to shake his. I want to shake your hand. He wants them to draft Baylor Shireman.
Oh, no, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, he says, I want Baylor Shireman.
Interesting
on
that
the-
Bill wants the white guy on the Celtics.
Classic Bill Simmons. So he wants Baylor. John, your thoughts?
Well, see,
He says, I like his 3-point shot and that he has experience.
Is John now a Celtics fan?
Hmm.
John,
Is John now a Bill Simmons fan?
no,
John,
no.
you would fit in Boston with your red hair.
No.
It's a lot of red hair in
No,
Boston.
I
A
would
lot of
You're gonna have
red
to
hair.
No,
go-
I would not fit in with Boston because Boston's streets are just all screwed up to hell.
You're
They
gonna have to
are.
get a little more racist.
And yeah,
Just a little, though. Just kidding, John.
They are. That's a screwed
guess I
up
would-
town.
Yeah.
but yeah,
Lobster rolls, though,
no.
pretty good.
Sam tweets
I don't
in,
hate the Celtics.
Bill has watched a Creighton highlight. Let's go. There you go. Bill
Creighton
Simmons has
gets mentioned on the pod.
What if he stumbled upon a video that John was announcing, like it was like the radio version of the game? He maybe has heard your voice.
Yeah.
Jason
There was this guy yelling about
Wow,
5 points, bank 3-pointers. It was so weird.
That would be awesome if Bill opined about the 5 points bank.
I can't believe that was their 3-point sponsor. It's so confusing.
That would be awesome.
What if the one thing he heard was just
Evan Burrows, you suck.
Oh,
Pretty funny.
That would be pretty good. Be pretty good. So there you go, John.
My reaction to that would be the same as it is now. I don't care.
I don't care.
I care about what happens with Baylor. I hope Baylor goes to a good franchise.
Oh,
I
interesting,
hope
but you don't care.
What about the Knicks?
but I don't care about Bill Simmons.
bing bong?
Oh,
What
yeah.
if he plays with all those Villanova players on the Knicks?
That
I
would
saw a
be-
mock draft that had him go to the Knicks today.
Nah,
Big East
he never
boys.
played any of those guys.
He
so
did not.
I mean, they would just
Mhm.
they would just be able to have
But what if they went and got a Creighton guy just to like
offset all the Villanova guys?
correct? Creighton was the last team to beat him that
Yeah.
year. You know, you need a little bit of that Creighton magic on that team.
Odson points out in the, like Darren Ravel, do the valuation of Creighton being name dropped on the Bill Simmons pod. Yeah, what does this
That
mean for their
combined with
value?
Kavaris Tears banging into the Creighton logo against the wall. It's been a huge week for Creighton.
Yeah, did you
Yes,
see
it
this,
has.
John? Guy caught the ball and the Creighton logo
I mean,
was
I
right there.
I called the play. Yeah,
Oh, interesting.
Creighton social media did the SpongeBob meme where you saw the top of SpongeBob's head in a commercial and then they pointed because it was like you could kind of see the Creighton logo behind Kavaris.
I've never seen this meme.
No,
I don't think I know what you're talking about either, but
there's an
I
episode
support
of
it.
SpongeBob where there's a commercial and SpongeBob is kind of in it where it's like his hat and then like a top part of his head.
So if I search SpongeBob commercial meme, you think I'll find it?
Hope so.
There, sure enough, commercial meme. Here it is.
So Creighton tweeted that. Like that's like us.
Oh, I don't recognize this meme.
there you
I'm not
go.
familiar with this meme's work.
Wow.
Hmm.
The
Wasn't
one
familiar with
I'm
your work.
familiar with multiple SpongeBob memes. The breathing against the tree,
Uh-huh.
that one,
The
and
one
then
where he looks like he's on drugs. and
Which
he's
one?
like exhausted.
oh, there's that one
He's
too. I
got
guess
red
so. There's a
eyes.
few others, but one. This could be a fun meme for us. It is John and I as Squidward, and outside it's July 5th. Watching everybody run around and have fun.
Yeah.
And there's John and I as Squidward. I think that's what it'll feel like. So what?
I will not be here that day.
Famously. Yeah, half of the people in the room right now will be here that day.
Yeah, they will.
Wow.
Just I had something I had to do. I have to go to.
Interesting.
I have to go to a wedding.
I also have a thing I need to do.
Who else is here? Is Josh here?
Josh
Otson is here. I have no idea what's up with the morning show that day, but yeah, Otson is here.
Well, someone's got to be here for the morning show.
At least 2 people, I believe, is the
Does-
rule.
It's
Oh,
like
is it
the
like
Sith.
like a Sith?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
The
that it
rule
would
of
have been
2.
like okay if like I would have left it. No, wait, I think it might just be 1 person per show is needed, but it has to be 1 on-air person. So I don't think that Gary and Nick could have said, "See you later."
So 1 on-air person has to be here from every show,
Except for yours.
except for my show.
Except for yours.
Special rules for my show.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Special rules.
Fascinating stuff for Connor Happer.
It's a special show.
I'd
Deserve
consider
to be treated
Josh-
differently.
I'd consider Josh an on-air person.
He basically is. He's your co-host.
He is,
Yes.
as long as Josh is here. Although there was a day recently where we were both gone,
Oh, interesting.
but I think that was frowned upon.
Oh, frowned upon, like doing
Thanks a
something
lot,
on an
Bin
airplane.
Laden.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
Nice. Not at the table, Carlos.
Not at the table, Carlos.
Oh,
I
that's
hear
a
that you watched
grand
Hangover 2.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
I've never seen it. I've never seen Hangover 3. I've
Very
never
bad.
seen them. I probably never will.
Hangover 3 was okay.
Yeah, the hangovers are like the Ocean's 11. The first and the third were the first was great.
I liked third.
Agreed,
the
season.
third
actually.
was good. The middle one was could have done
Absolutely.
The
without.
middle one was so weird because
Whenever they
Bruce Willis, remember, and wasn't that too?
I don't
Bruce Willis
remember
showed up
anything about
with
this.
Julia
12.
Roberts, and the character played by Julia Roberts was pretending to be Julia Roberts.
So
It
weird.
was really strange.
Oh,
Was
yeah.
3 the one where they went to Thailand?
No, that was the
That-
second one.
that was
the
Hangover
only,
2.
That's the
Oh,
only one thing
I've
I
never seen
remember.
the
That's the
third
only
one.
plot point I remember of Hangover 2. was
Correct.
that they went to Thailand.
But that was like when they decide to take these things into other countries, it always ends up bad.
Mm-hmm.
Season 2 of Prison Break, season 1 of Prison Break, guess what happens at the end of season 1?
They
of Prison
broke
Break?
out.
They broke out of
Spoiler
prison.
alert.
Season 2 of Prison Break, they have to find a way to get them back into prison.
They break into
and they
prison.
break out of prison
it feels
again.
easier to get into a prison than breaking into a prison. Like, just do a crime,
Poll
and
question.
then boom, you're in prison.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a great point, Nick. Yeah,
Just
if you
do a
just do
crime.
the crime, you'll get into prison.
What's
Yeah.
not a guarantee that you get sent back to the
To the
same
same
prison?
prison.
Yeah, but they
Sometimes
don't.
they sent you to a different
In
prison.
season 2 of Prison Break, they go into a different prison in another country. And
Mm.
the whole point of season 1 is he had to get into a specific prison to
Mm.
break out his brother who was in that prison.
There's so many times that you're saying prison.
I know.
A lot
I'm
of
just
prison.
telling you the plot of Prison Break.
Prison
Interesting.
boy.
Yeah,
Hmm.
fascinating.
No, but just do a crime. The easiest way into
I heard
prison.
people liked season 1 of Prison
Season 1 of
Break.
Prison Break is really good.
You ever watch 24?
There's a lot of shows that have a really solid season 1, and then it's just a steep drop.
It's like albums, Nick. You're of music. You'll know this reference.
the sophomore slump.
The band throws all of their work into the first album, and then it's like, all right, can you turn around and do it again? And then they suck.
It's very rare where a sophomore album is very good. The
It's
same
very
level as the
rare.
first one.
Weezer fans think Pinkerton is better than the Blue album.
Pinkerton is great.
I like the Blue album more, though. John, you're of that era. You have to have opinions
Give
on
me some
I
Weezer.
have zero opinions.
Zero
on
opinions
Weezer.
on Weezer.
There are some
Oh, I
songs
have
from
zero
those
opinions.
albums.
From
Pinkerton.
Undone, the sweater song.
Bring
That's
it,
from the Blue
Pinkerton.
album.
Buddy Holly.
Buddy Holly. My Name is Jonas.
In the Garage.
Okay.
It's that album.
Okay, what are some
slaps.
songs on the other one?
Pinkerton.
No, I haven't thought
El
about.
Scorcho.
That's a great song.
Pink Triangle.
Yeah.
It's a very good song. There's another. I don't remember the.
Okay, the
Tired
other
of
one-
Sex.
The other
Tired
one
of
sounds
Sex.
better.
Yeah, Blue album is better in my
Well,
opinion. You know, it's an underrated Weezer album.
The Green Album?
Maladroit.
Oh,
yeah,
Maladroit.
that one is their 4th
You
album.
always
What
say
happens on that?
Maladroit.
Maladroit rocks.
Is that the one that has Beverly
No, that's
Hills?
Make
That
Believe.
song
That's Make-
sucks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that song sucks, but that album
But
is okay.
yes, what's the song on that had Alicia Cuthbert in the music video? That was a good
Was that
song.
Perfect Situation?
Yes, great
Or
song.
the
love that
theme
song.
song of Girl Next Door.
Oh, we talked about this recently. I think John was gone. John, it stuns me that you never got into Weezer.
No.
That doesn't stun
It doesn't
me.
stun me. John and people around John's age hate 90s grunge.
Which is
music.
crazy. John was in his 20s.
Exactly. They should have loved it.
Yeah, John was a young millennial. That's
no.
not even grunge, though. It's just rock.
Well, just rock alternative, like
If
90s
you
alternative
want-
music.
to destroy my sweater.
Whoa.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Only in Dreams. That's the last song on Blue album. It's like 8 minutes long. Great song.
Don't recognize it.
it.
What if we did that on July 5th? What if we listened to
sang
the
songs?
Blue album
Ooh.
on the air?
Did you mention Say It Ain't So?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, wait. I just think
Also
I
the
did.
Blue album.
Hey, so
I know it so well. and I
whoa,
just
whoa,
sing it
whoa.
every song.
Yeah, there's a lot
The
of whoa,
Blue
whoa.
album had a lot of great songs.
Sam writes, all Weezer is good.
Yes.
All Weezer.
I did like the Red album.
The Red
Pork
album.
and Beans.
The Red album was my first Weezer album.
That's the first one that I bought
Why
too.
do they name all their albums after colors?
They did have
They
a
don't-
lot of.
It's every other.
Yeah.
Every other album's a color album, and then
So what's next? Green?
No, they
no,
already did
Green was before
Green.
Red.
You recognize some songs from Green. They played it at Interstate 680 back in the day.
Oh, I love that place.
Island in the Sun. That's the
Island
big
in
one
the
from
Sun is the
Green
one that
album.
everybody knows.
Hash Pipe. I can say that, right? That's the name of a song.
Why
Definitely.
can't you say hash
You
pipe?
could say that.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to say hash on the radio, Nick?
I don't know.
Or
I don't know
pipe?
rules.
There you go. And that's Weezer. John,
love
that'd be a
Weezer.
You say
great
various
segment.
drugs. all
Let's
the time.
listen to the Blue album.
should
Well, that
listen
would
to the
literally
Blue
take
album.
more than a segment because the average album
It's
length
about
is what, a half
40
hour?
That's 45 minutes.
Half hour.
No, they're half hour now.
Plus,
Albums
it's
are too
on
short now.
AM radio.
We're allowed to listen to music on AM radio.
I understand that, but
Might have to
you know.
change our video component that day.
Albums are way.
What if we did a
way too
thing where
short.
we played us like 4 songs in a row and then talked for like 30 seconds and then played like 6 more songs and then came back and talked for like 10
We
seconds?
could call it a 6-pack of
Yeah.
songs.
That would be a
Oh.
good show, right?
Great show.
Would it?
That
I mean,
sounds
do
like a
people,
thing for July
do
5th.
people just? I mean, do people just want to listen to music with intermittent insertions of brief
It
talk?
is odd. It is odd.
Sounds
I
wild.
mean,
Can you
what
imagine
would- what
loving
would-
a show,
what
like
would-
loving the host on that show and you only hear them for
what,
a minute every half hour?
what would these people say during the 15 to 30 seconds of intermittent interspersed talk? What kinds of things might they say?
They can talk about whatever they want. What's going on with their day, how their life
Aren't
is.
there websites that can help us
what
out
their-
with some of these topics?
what their
If you're
favorite
lazy, yes.
kind of food is.
Mm.
you know?
You could talk about any upcoming tour dates of the band, any news that's come out that's a little weird or
That
crazy.
sounds like a show to me.
Mm.
4
Sounds like-
hours.
Sounds like a great July show.
July 5th.
Oh, interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with this concept. I think you may have just invented something.
It sounds kind
You
of fun.
probably shouldn't have said that over the airwaves. Now someone's going to take
Someone's
this
going to
idea
steal it.
and run with it.
Yep.
Yeah,
Somebody local,
probably right.
maybe.
The good as a one-off, maybe, but not an everyday.
Every day. That'd be.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, to imagine going through that every day, that'd
Yeah.
be just like.
Wouldn't you look in the mirror and say, what is the point of this?
And what happens?
What's the point of my life?
What happens if some of the interspersed talk was played over the front end of a song?
Yeah.
Before the
Oh,
lyrics.
like a
start?
Boston song that has like a minute and a half lead up.
Yeah.
And you're just talking over the
Yeah.
whole thing.
Yeah. I
Man,
mean,
I love that first album. Great first
that
album.
whole album is amazing.
Yeah.
Did you know it took them 3 years to find a publisher for it?
You know, they're from MIT.
Yes.
They were a bunch of nerds. I remember my dad
Nerds.
told me about Boss. He's like, Josh, these guys were nerds. And then they knew how to do instruments.
And so were the cars.
It's like-
John, remember that one day we played
Like to
Huey Lewis
play.
and the News and you hit the post perfectly?
That was
that
awesome.
was awesome.
Good
you should
stuff.
do that all day on July 5th.
that sounds like a
That's
good
a
idea.
show.
That sounds like a good idea. I
John
got
hits
plenty
the
of
post
that.
on every song.
By the way, mark
like a-
this down. I have marked it, but if you're keeping the master list
Topic alert?
for January 6th in July,
Yes. Oh, I have the page open. What do you want me to write down? This
someone just did from AL.com.
Oh, hell yes, John. I just saved this article.
Is it a hot
Would
board?
weather have impacted the past 12 team CFP first round game? So he went back to the beginning
oh
of
my
the
God.
playoff
Topic
era
alert!
to see if home field advantage and weather would have impacted any of the first round playoff games.
Amazing.
That is a segment. if
That
not
is an
two.
absolute topical.
So one of my favorite things happened yesterday. So we have the prompt out, hashtag topic alert. Send us what you want us to talk about on July 5th. That's what we'll do all show long. It's going to be kind of dealer's choice. We're not going to do anything current that day. I
Okay.
think is kind of the goal, right? Nothing's happening. It's July 5th.
By the way, I'll give you a real brief tease.
Okay.
Because one of these playoffs, wow, Nebraska is involved in 2 of these in terms of extreme weather.
Oh, which one?
The coldest possible game time low temperature. I mean, he literally went through. First of all, he formatted the field the way
Yep.
it would be done.
And
right?
how far back is he going?
He's going back to 1998.
So the
when
first year of the
BCS
BCS.
started.
Wow.
Nebraska
BCS.
would have possibly played in the coldest kickoff temperature
What was that?
in year 2000, Nebraska versus Kansas State.
A rematch
Yeah, wow.
in the year 2000.
It would have been 3 degrees in Lincoln that day.
Oh, awesome.
And
Man, Kansas State would have been triggered.
think about what this isn't. How does this make most 2021?
Nebraska? That's impossible. They were 3-9 that year. I don't think they'll get in as a wild
Hold
card.
on, I got to double check this. I got to double
Is
check.
he just
this.
looking at weather
2021.
random?
2021. Hey, if they would have played that Akron game in 2018, then they would have been in the playoff in 2020.
Oh, okay.
That's probably what he's doing.
It's a mistype. It should be Oklahoma State, not Nebraska.
Okay, that makes more sense.
It should be Oklahoma State. So
That makes a lot.
But anyway, Nebraska could have played in the coldest home field playoff game had the playoff been 12 teams starting in 1998.
Hell yeah.
More of this to come
On-
on January 6th in July.
Can we get Cutler to record that? It's January 6th in July.
Well, what we need is the singers for Schaefer's TV and Appliance in Lincoln,
yeah.
who is famous and had been doing this
Did they
for
go
20 years.
Christmas in July?
They always do a Christmas in July special, and there's
Christmas in so
Schaefer,
Jan 6th in July. So can we go
Christmas in July?
Jan 6th in July.
No, that works.
All right. I love it. So we put out that prompt. Now, one of my dearest of friends, Aaron, he sent one about you can have a 3-week all expenses paid trip involving sports, but it has to be outside of the country.
Yes.
And so he says this, and then he texts me, he goes, man, I think I just gave you like 3 segments. And I go, John doesn't want to leave his house, let alone America. John will hate this segment. He's like, no, that's not true. He can't. And then he was like, what about this? What about this? And I was like, John doesn't want to leave. So then during a commercial yesterday, I told him, and John goes, I don't want to leave. So sorry to my friend Aaron. I don't think we'll be using this topic
It
alert.
does sound like a topic alert for a regular person.
Sure.
You know
yeah.
what? I'll just cheat and say the next time the Cubs play the Blue Jays in Toronto.
Boom.
John
there you
wants to
go.
go to Toronto.
Yeah.
I've been to Montreal, beautiful city.
Wow, Lib John wants to go to a Lib country.
Classic
with a Lib
John.
baseball
Well,
team.
aren't they all Lib countries outside of this one?
Well,
What are they like in Australia?
there's
Are they
some
live?
really
Except for Saudi.
except I was going to say, except for where the WWE goes.
Yeah.
They are the
I-
antithesis
Or
of
live golf.
live.
But
don't
they
think-
do get a lot of
or-
money.
Or they do get a lot of money.
That's what I would do. I would like to go to a live golf event
Oh, that'd be funny.
and
For
be-
the bit, that
and-
would be great.
and be the gallery.
Boom roasted, live.
Nice.
That would be the gallery.
Mm-hmm.
You could fly the drone and make John Rahm angry.
Do you think they have special Liv ponchos? So if you're in the splash zone,
Splash zone.
blood.
Oh wow, Nick.
Nice,
Jeez,
Nick.
that got a little dark.
It's the whole beheading thing.
Did they
John
do
liked
the golf
it.
courses?
I knew exactly where he was going.
That's what this season of. I don't think anyone in here, except for Nick, but nobody watches The Boys, right? You don't watch The Boys.
Never
Have you
heard
ever
of
watched
it.
The Boys?
John, I bet John would like. The
We've
Boys.
talked about it. Stibbs got me into that show. It's
I do love the boys.
So it's about superheroes if they were like, how do we describe them, Nick? It's-
realistic.
Yeah, so it's like if there were actual superheroes in America, but they were like a brand. And so it's like a company, a publicly traded company. But it is the most violent show. John, the show begins with one of the superheroes. His power is just he can run really, really fast so he can get places. And he runs through somebody and she explodes and dies.
Yes.
That is how the show, and it happens in slow motion. So the blood is just spreading. Well, anyway,
Where is this show?
It's on
Amazon.
Amazon.
Sounds kind of funny.
It's very funny. It is the
Why
most.
have I never heard of
They
it?
like
I've
to
heard of
beat
it.
up
We've told you about it.
Nazis.
Yeah.
I don't remember it.
Yeah, it's very violent. This season, so you're not caught up, right?
I'm not caught up.
Oh my gosh. It is
Sorry.
so deranged this year. What happened I watched the newest episode last night, and it is some of the most deranged stuff. One minimal spoiler. He puts this person in this however temperature oven and just burns him alive in the span of like 10 seconds.
Oh my God.
It's like, go in there. You put me in there when I was a kid, because he's going through he's reliving a lot of his trauma right now, this character is, and he's just torturing a lot of people. It's a
What?
great show.
What movie was
Yeah,
that where they
that's
put
good to
somebody
know.
in a big lumber microwave? I thought we did that for Movie Club.
What's a lumber microwave?
It's like a
microwave?
big oven they put lumber in to help dry it.
I don't remember this.
I remember they're
No, I don't
people
remember
putting
this.
somebody in that microwave and then they're arguing about it and then the person just explodes and they're like, whoops.
Somebody in a wood chipper is always classic.
Great movie.
It's funny.
Otson. Wow. Otson has another comment that I will not read. But he says, Josh, I am on season 2. Oh, there you go. So he's on
Josh
season
is of television
Yeah.
and movies.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
forgot to ask Josh if he got back to the movies last night. He was going to go see
Mm.
his first movie in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
I think he was going to go see Bad Boys.
I was wondering why he was breaking out in hives.
Yeah.
It's been 2 whole weeks since he's seen a movie.
I think Bad Boys is a movie that's out right now. Right?
Yep, it just came out recently.
Oh, is that the remake of or the
It has to be.
like?
No,
I
it's the
don't know.
fourth one.
Or like it's
Is
like a
it
deep,
1999? I don't know.
a
I didn't
deep
know we were
sequel.
doing another one.
By the way, Josh has said he did not go to the movies because he's too hooked on The Boys.
Wow.
So there you go.
How long has this show been on?
Since 2019, season 4.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
Never once
Okay.
heard of
well,
So I watched it during
I've been
COVID.
looking for something else to watch.
John, again, super, super violent. And as someone who doesn't like superhero stuff, I think you'll dig it
Yeah.
because it makes fun of.
It also kind of paints a realistic picture of like
'Cause
what
again, it's
most
like a-
people would be like. if
Yeah,
they
it's like
had
a
powers.
publicly traded company.
Well, these don't actually sound like superheroes, considering they're running through innocent people.
See, and that's the rub. Yeah,
That's
the
they
rub.
are,
funny.
They are monsters.
the
So they're
Bears-
really not.
The Bears
superheroes.
back tonight.
The Bear is back tonight. That
I'm
is
excited
true.
for
I
that.
will watch one episode.
Same.
Yeah,
Thank
That's
you.
what we are going to do. We are going to space this out.
I don't know if we're
I
gonna
hate
binge
that
it
they
or not.
don't.
Do
oh.
not binge it.
I don't want to binge it, but I don't
Yeah.
know if we're gonna binge it.
You haven't watched The Bear yet, right, John?
No.
Oh, John, the Bear's great.
Bear is really good. Bear is one of my. Oh man, there's a lot of text. Sorry, I just missed all.
One of the
texts.
guys from our movie is in. He stars in the Bear.
Oh yeah, he is the main guy in The
Okay,
Bear.
I watched that last
Who's
night,
the
by
Bear?
the way.
Nice and uplifting, huh?
Oh my god.
I'm watching it tomorrow. I still haven't seen it yet.
Whew.
I'm avoiding the debate.
Oh, yeah. You guys are watching Iron Claw.
We
Yeah.
sure are.
I've actually seen that.
Wow, look at you.
So I understood all the references that you guys just made. Wow. That was
Woo.
cool.
It's very interesting. You have a smile on your face as you mentioned.
Yeah,
I've seen Iron
weird.
Claw.
I actually didn't really
Iron
like the
Claw.
movie that much.
Wow.
Spoiler alert.
Text from the 402. The new Bad Boys is very good. Saw it last week. There you go.
So they've done Bad Boys, Bad Boys 2, Bad Boys for Life, and now this Bad Boys.
What is this one
Why
called?
wouldn't Bad Boys for Life be the name of the fourth movie? Because then they could do a 4.
Maybe they didn't plan on doing a
Oh,
Bad
it's like
Boys.
a
I'm
Too
guessing
Fast
they
Ride or
didn't,
Die.
considering it's been what 30 years since they did the last one. Has it been? It's
No, there was one within the last 10.
No, then Ride or Die could have been the name of the third one.
2020.
Because the E could have been
There
a
was
3.
the last 4.
Bad Boys for Life came out in 2020. Well, I think wasn't
Oh.
this one because they wanted to, make Will Smith seem normal again after the whole Oscars thing a couple of years
Oh.
ago.
I think there's more than
Was
just
that
that
after
makes
that?
him not necessarily.
The Oscars thing was only
Normal.
2 years
That was
ago,
two-
right?
No, I'm saying this one is like, hey, let's
Oh.
look, Will Smith, he's cool. Remember
See?
Bad Boys?
Remember when you used to like this guy?
Yep, I think that's why they did this one.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know that. It's the first time I'm hearing about this. Wow.
James
is-
writes,
is-
wood
it-
microwave. It's called a kiln,
Oh,
and then a
the
slanty
kiln.
face emoji.
See, I
James is very out on Nick for that.
I didn't
one.
know if that would still be a kiln because I know a kiln is also the thing for pottery,
Yes.
Mm.
but I didn't know if it was also a kiln for wood.
Odds
Is Will Smith's sometimes wife in the new Bad Boys?
Sometimes wife.
I don't know. I've never seen a Bad Boys. Not one time.
Me neither.
Neither have I.
Wow.
I don't know what Jada is up to.
Yeah, same.
His daughter's releasing bangers.
Probably the
Willow.
neighbor.
Nice.
Asian
Yeah,
Joe says
nice.
Bad Boys Ride or Die was not good, no matter what the texter says.
I believe.
Well,
I
now
believe
I
Joe.
stand with Asian Joe.
I'm hearing conflicting information now.
Uh-oh. This might not be good.
We need a tiebreaker.
Well, Josh will be the tiebreaker. He is of movies.
Mhm.
He's going to see this.
I definitely trust Josh for sure. Even though he's told me to watch a whole bunch of movies that I didn't really care for.
Aaron says you've never seen Bad Boys. It's a great guilty pleasure series. Love them all. Yeah, see, like I think that in every young person's life, there's like these movies that if they don't see them at like that prime teenage age,
Mhm.
like I don't
It's
want to
just
watch
over.
a guilty pleasure movie now.
I
you know? But if I
have-
would have watched as a teenager, I probably would have loved it.
I'll tell you one guilty
like
pleasure
I'm too
movie that
old.
I've developed over the last couple of years.
Okay.
Catch Me If You Can. I love
Really?
that movie.
Great
I
movie.
watched it for the first time probably less than 2 years ago, and now I watch it every time it's on.
That's an awesome movie.
I
Great
was-
movie.
That was the first movie when I remember thinking, oh, Leo's not just for like teenage girls all the time. That was when people
Even
were
though
like,
he played a teenager.
Leo's a good actor. That was the beginning of people respecting Leo.
I think I've only got the capacity for one guilty pleasure series, and that's Fast and the Furious.
Yeah.
Horrible movies. I love them.
Last one
I
I
love
saw
them
was
so much.
2. I've only seen the first
Too
2.
Fast, Too Furious.
Not
Yeah.
seen any
Too
of them.
fast for
Tokyo
y'all.
Tokyo Drift is great.
I
and
heard
a
that
lot of
one
people hate
sucked.
it. A lot of people hate Tokyo Drift, but I love Tokyo
I
Drift.
heard
It's
that one
awesome.
sucked.
And then in
Yeah,
7, they kind of tie it all and bring it all together, and it doesn't
it
necessarily
takes
make
it
sense.
takes 7 movies
Yeah.
to bring it all
That's what
together.
I'm saying. They're not good movies. I love them.
Okay.
It's about family, right, Nick?
It's about family, mi familia.
Yeah.
What about Transformers? Aren't you a Transformers
I
guy?
Yeah,
love
remember
the
we talked
first-
about Megan Fox.
The first two
That's
movies
right.
are good. Transformers 3 is bad. Bumblebee is good.
I've never seen a Transformer. I've
Seen
never seen a Fast and
3 of 'em.
Furious.
I saw
Bumblebee is
one
really solid.
Transformer.
The
I
first
think
one?
I've seen one Mission Impossible.
Autobots. Oh, we watched the most recent one from Movie Club. It's fun.
It's not bad.
I'm excited for the last one. I'll see it in theaters.
Have you heard that Tom Cruise does his own stunts?
What?
Yeah, I know.
I
Interesting.
do like the Mission Impossible movies. They're good.
Yeah.
I think they're awesome though. Like Fast and Furious, they're bad movies.
Yeah.
But they have awesome parts. But I think the Mission Impossible
They're
movies
yeah,
are
like I really enjoyed.
genuinely good.
I think the first Mission Impossible is very, very good, and I really enjoyed the most recent one. I don't remember the one that we watched in 2020. I know we watched one during COVID. I vaguely remember it.
Was
I remember
that-
there being snow at one point in time.
I've seen all of them.
Like Fallout, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I like Rogue Nation. Rogue Nation was really
Seeing that, you know what, Nick? I don't even know if I've seen Rogue Nation.
Hmm.
Yeah, we need to go back
Sounds
and-
cool. Rogue Nation. A
Mhm.
whole nation. Rogue.
They got really good. So Mission Impossible 2 is the worst one.
Yes.
And then Simon Pegg got brought in and they got
He's
infinitely
funny.
better. Simon Pegg is amazing. He makes everything good.
I don't know who that is.
He's
He's-
an actor.
Yeah, he was in. You ever see Shaun of the Dead?
No.
All right. I guess yeah. You're not of movies. He's in Shaun of the Dead.
Star
Cool.
Trek. Did you see the
No.
Abrams Star Trek?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Well,
I'll look him up.
All right. Cool.
awesome.
Fun.
Good talk.
Shopping.
Shopping.
Sports action.
And then Aaron adds, for real, first Bad Boys would be a good movie club movie. Is
Ooh.
it streaming anywhere?
Would it?
I don't know. That's what he
Yeah,
says.
that-
He
I-
just said
I
it was
think-
guilty pleasure. Now he
I
said it'd
think
be
part
good.
of the reason why I never wanted to see these was because I just thought, oh, we're just trying to redo,
Lethal Weapon.
Lethal Weapon.
But for a new era. But for the 90s, it's Lethal Weapon for a new generation.
How do you spell Sean?
Considering
Penn?
that Lethal Weapon literally happened like 10 years before that, it's not even really for a new generation.
For a slightly younger generation.
Yeah, for your younger
This
brother.
isn't your older brother's movie.
Yeah.
It's Lethal Weapon, but with hip hop.
Kind of what it was.
Instead of
The
just
kids like
random
rap.
sax notes.
Mm.
That was the thing about the
Hell yeah.
They loved hot sax in the 80s.
yeah.
The 80s
No, it
loved
wasn't. It
sax.
wasn't all 80s stuff. It was just Lethal Weapon. I really loved the sax.
A lot of music like
Yeah,
the
whatever
sax,
happened to
too.
sax behind scenes or like guitar riffs in between scenes?
James Bond still does it, right?
Music in movies in general just doesn't. It feels like it doesn't happen anymore.
Have you heard about Interstellar?
All these directors are just trying to say something about something instead of actually making a good movie.
Oh.
Disappointing.
Why don't we do like swooshes? Like they, how, how like you see
in cartoons.
you see transitions in sporting events where they
Uh-huh.
show the logo whoosh
Agreed.
between scenes, just whoosh. Just be real annoying about it.
More transitions.
Just another logo of the movie, whoosh, and it spins out of it.
Let's
Oh,
just
good
do
one.
the Star Wars transition, the circle transition that happens a billion times in all the movies.
Oh, that's a fun one. It's a fun little transition.
Yeah, that's fine.
Are you guys watching the new Star Wars show?
No, we got rid of
Acolyte.
Disney.
Oh, you did?
We don't watch it.
Yeah, the only reason we have Disney now is because it came in a bundle with ESPN Plus and Hulu.
Is
I
it
recent-
true that
Same.
that the people are out on the Acolyte?
I haven't watched it.
A lot of people don't like Acolyte.
I've heard from some people that loves all the Star Wars, even all the new stuff that I think is kind of mid, that they're like some episodes are good and some are not so good.
Yeah, the general consensus is people don't like it because of woke.
Mm.
That's why a lot of people don't like new Star Wars stuff. It's because woke.
I don't like
What do
new
you
Star
mean?
Wars stuff.
I
They don't. I don't know because they don't know
Like
what
the
they
new
mean.
Star Wars is too woke, or it's like the people watching it are woke, so they don't like watching it.
Probably.
It's the first one.
Nobody
Okay.
ever has an answer for the people are just like it's.
I
too
don't
woke.
like the
But
new
no
Star
one knows
Wars
what
stuff
woke
because
is.
it's mostly the same stories over and over again. I'm
Yeah.
so tired
It's the hero's journey
of
Josh.
the Skywalker.
well, it's
I
but
do.
none of the new ones really are.
But it's always like the new
About it.
Obi-Wan. It was about a little girl and him trying to protect her. That was what the Mandalorian season 1 was about. So it was this little character and then Mandalorian trying
There's
to
going to be a
protect it.
Rey movie.
I just
or something.
want something new. I just want something different. That's why I loved Andor. Andor was awesome.
Well,
Totally
yeah.
new, totally different.
Totally.
Too bad you're out on video games because there's a new Star Wars
Correct.
video game coming out.
Won't do that.
It's about bounty hunter.
Sorry. I will not play.
What's
It's okay.
What's an area you'd like to see explored in the Star Wars universe,
Just
Josh?
I like the griminess of Andor. Just tell some stories that don't have to deal with Jedi. Jedi suck. That's my take.
That's what I've always said.
Jedi are always they're a bunch of idiots.
No,
Totally.
only one was.
Well, a
Well,
lot of them.
I
were
mean,
And
Joe.
they chopped and
one was
and,
a
and he had a chance to
particular
end the
moron.
whole thing and decided to get into a debate with someone he ignored. for
Debate
10
me.
years.
That was also the whole point of the prequels was Jedi are idiots because
Yeah, exactly.
they lost their way. That was the whole point.
Chance says Andor is the only good Star Wars show. Wow. See, I did like season 1 of Mandalorian a lot.
Season 1 was pretty good of
Yeah,
Mando.
and I like it. I like Andor, and I think I liked season 2 of Mando. I didn't really like the most recent season.
I
very
didn't
much.
like that episode with Bill Burr that much. A lot of people loved that episode.
Yeah.
They're like, he's such a good actor. I'm like, he isn't.
I liked him in Breaking Bad.
Me too.
He was good in Breaking Bad.
There you go.
Pretty funny.
Mm-hmm.
Then
Skyler was just telling him stuff in his ear about the chemicals in the water from that guy with the eyebrows.
Good stuff.
Jesse Plemons is still my favorite character from Breaking Bad.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow,
really?
Todd.
Wow.
that yuck.
Actor.
He was-
not
Todd was
character.
horrible.
Todd
He
was
was
horrible.
horrible. I mean, just the
How do you mix up the word actor and character?
I don't
that
know,
bad?
but I did it.
Yeah.
Oh,
so you're
you
thinking
meant
so he's your favorite
Jesse
actor who has
Plemons is
been
my
on
favorite
Breaking
actor who's
Bad.
been on Breaking Bad. Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
That is a much different statement.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is.
Wow.
After
Todd was like the worst guy.
after those words came out of my mouth, I'm like, oh no.
Yeah. Who was worse, him or his uncle? Right. It was his uncle that was the king Nazi.
The Nazi.
yeah,
Yeah.
King Nazi.
He was Todd was horrible, especially
Yeah,
like
but-
when they did the
Todd had less of a conscience than him.
when they did the movie and like some of the ways that he tortured.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah. Oh,
man.
the El
See, the
Camino.
King
Yeah.
Nazi was worse, but you didn't get as much of him.
That's true.
The thing about Jesse was not Jesse, but
Todd.
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 You got a lot of him, and you kept waiting. There was an element there of good, but he really wasn't.
You wanted to believe it
Yes,
because
you
of
wanted
like
to
how he
believe it.
was.
Yes,
He just seemed like such a sweet boy,
but
he
he
was a
was
Nazi.
just awful.
Yeah.
Just
The
He
awful.
first
killed-
time-
he killed that kid.
That was the first sign of him being a really bad person, right? Had he
it
done
was a
something
pretty
horrible
big
yet?
red flag.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
He-
But
well,
he
that
hadn't
was-
done anything yet
yeah.
before that,
That was
right?
his first thing because he wanted to prove himself, right? Is
Yeah,
that
he
why he killed the kid?
Kills a kid.
On a motorcycle.
Yeah. But then when he killed Jesse's girlfriend, oh man, that's a show I need to rewatch. I've not rewatched that
Ooh, I'd
show
go for a Breaking Bad
in a
rewatch.
long time. It's been probably 6-7 years for me.
Wow.
I think it's
Yeah.
all still on Netflix. I do own the Blu-rays though.
You know what? I
Mm.
don't think have you watched Better Call Saul again?
Yes.
Oh, you have already?
I haven't.
Well,
Or in the lead up to the last season?
in the lead up to the last season. I
okay.
did. So I've not done a complete rewatch.
I'm gonna be down for a rewatch on that.
Someday. I'm not there yet.
Okay.
Now I've learned about, marathon runners blowing people up by running through them.
Yeah, you got a lot of shows to watch.
I
There's
do.
just a lot of shows.
there are.
Well,
there's the bear.
Well, there's that one.
There's
Mhm.
the people running and blowing people up.
Yep.
Many
Good
others.
Good show. Oh, many others, but those are some good shows.
And Hot D is currently going.
And
on.
Hot D
Hot
is
D.
currently rocking and rolling.
My wife asked me if I wanted to watch the first episode of Hot D the other night.
The new one?
Yeah, and I said no.
Why? Watch some hot. You get some hot D in your life.
I hadn't seen any of the other D's.
I can tell it's
Yeah, you need to see the other
incest and
Ds.
murder. You're caught up.
I could hear her from the other room saying, "Oh no," a whole bunch.
Oh, that was probably when the spoiler alert infant was
Oh,
decapitated.
yeah.
Not good.
Mhm.
Yeah. I guess not infant, just child.
Toddler.
Toddler.
Not
Toddler.
Todd.
A toddler.
Yeah.
Toddler.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Because you heard noises.
You did. They made it
Oh
really.
no!
They made it really grindy and squelchy.
dude. What are you guys watching?
Hot
It's not
D.
TV, it's HBO.
Yeah. You didn't see
It's
it.
Max.
You just heard it.
Yeah, you heard it.
Yeah, you didn't see it. But then you saw the baseball stitching on the neck in the
Yes.
next episode.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Watching that scene.
And then you
with-
thought,
Throw a
about,
knuckleball.
gee, I wonder if you're going to throw a 2 or a 4 seamer.
watching that scene with subtitles on, by the way, is a trip.
What did it say? Like saw noises?
Something like that. Yeah.
Yes.
Why were you watching it with subtitles?
People love watching
I
shows
like
with
watching things
subtitles.
subtitles.
People are weird.
I was house sitting, and the people that I house at, they watch their shows with subtitles. I didn't
That
turn
is
them off.
bizarre.
Sometimes it helps.
There's too many TikTokers in this world who have to read everything.
Well, it's
They
not a
can't
TikTok.
listen.
It's
Great take,
sometimes
John.
the mixing, like on our movie last night, it was either the mixing of the movie or
If
just
you don't
the
have
TV I
a
was
good
watching it on.
sound bar,
You should get a sound bar. That's yeah.
Oh,
the
remember-
the mixing is bad, and it sometimes
Mark.
it's just easier to have that.
Or
have the
maybe
subtitles.
just there's many different settings, even if you don't have a sound bar, cinema mode, sports mode, where it cleans up some of that audio. You just got to go through your audio settings.
Right.
clean
Audio.
it up.
Audio.
I shouldn't have
Audio.
to.
Yeah.
That never used to be a problem.
I'm a little concerned that the Royals may never score a run again. They are so bad right now.
They used to
Okay,
be good.
okay.
The Rockies also lost to the Marlins. It's okay.
Get in line behind the real suck, okay?
They're playing the Marlins. The Marlins are poop.
Sometimes they're good. Sometimes they sweep teams.
Yeah, it is pretty bad to lose to the Marlins.
Sometimes
that
they
But at least it's
yesterday.
not the White Sox. Well, if it were the White Sox, the Royals would be in first place like they were when they were playing the White Sox every
That's
day.
true.
Sometimes
Things
they
have changed, John.
trade
Yes,
one
they
of their
have
best
changed.
players to the Padres at the early part of the season. for no
I'm
reason.
waiting to hear the Mitch Holtis of the Royals complain about the scheduling.
We should hire Mitch. He's too busy acting in that Hallmark movie. I'm sure he'll be in it.
By the way, I just got 2 text messages before we go to break, and I'm going to play a game of guess who this is from.
Oh boy.
Soundbars are dumb. # team subtitles.
That's our boss.
Yep.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
no.
John, there was one point in time within the last 5-ish years
Mhm.
where people raised money
We crowdsourced a
to
sound
buy Mark a sound bar, and he didn't like it because wasn't the quote like, I don't want the good sound for shows like The Office, which is just the wildest thing that
When
anyone...
he watches TV, he like doesn't even watch TV. It's
Yeah.
just there, and then he falls asleep.
Yeah.
For the record,
Yeah.
I'm not anti-soundbar. I would love a soundbar.
Soundbars are awesome. It's a game
Soundbar would
changer.
be great. Mark, I'll take your soundbar.
But like that was Mark's thing. It was like, I don't want the sound bar. And then we said, Mark, yes, you do. You want the sound bar. So we created a sound bar for him out of thin air.
It was like a $150 soundbar.
And then he did not like it.
Yeah. It was the sound was too good.
One of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Yeah. Can you imagine that? This sounds way too good, guys. I don't want
I
this.
can't watch this TV.
Yeah.
The picture is too good.
By the way, Odson is also team subtitles.
Subtitles are great.
No.
'Cause
John
I-
hates reading.
I'm not just
anything.
reading
No,
time,
I don't. I
John.
don't need it. I understand if people are speaking a language I don't
What if they're
understand.
hard? What if someone's hard of hearing, John, and they want to watch the movie?
Well,
and they're hard of
but
hearing?
that's the thing. I'm not hard of hearing. I'm not
Interesting.
talking about it. I'm just talking about if you can hear normally and you understand the language that's being spoken.
What if they're all British and you can't understand them?
No, that's a great. Yeah, like
You
Shaun
want
of the
some
Dead or
crumpets?
Hot Fuzz. I remember I watched Hot Fuzz and I was like, I don't understand a word you're saying.
Mhm.
In that case, I would be like,
Oi!
you apparently don't want me watching this show. I will watch another show.
Oh wow! Instead of turning subtitles on,
Yes.
even though you're enjoying the plot, you're like, this seems like a really cool.
well, my
plot.
guess is
Just
I'm
wish
not
I could
gonna-
understand
My
the
guess is I
words.
won't be enjoying the plot if the entire show is filled with people that I can't
Oh
understand.
man, I really love Parasite. Remember that movie, Parasite?
Great movie.
Great movie.
Squid Game.
Subtitles. It won an Oscar.
Yeah.
Squid Game is way better when it's subbed than it is with the dub. The
Oh, of
Squid
course.
Game dub is horrible.
Subs, not dubs.
Subs, not dubs.
Subs,
I'm in
not
on that.
dubs.
Yeah. But I don't. I prefer to not have the subs on.
Yeah,
But
but
if
if
I
you're
can't
watching a
understand
movie from South Korea, you're going to put
Doesn't bother
subtitles
me.
on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
you're
doesn't
not going to
bother
be like, oh, I'm going to see if I can
Yeah, I'll
figure
try to
this
figure
out.
this out. That'd be funny.
Great movie.
It'd be a great bit.
That would be. Oh, that'd be. Fun.
What do you think this movie was about?
Yeah, what do you think the conversations were? I bet you could probably figure it out. That actually is a really excellent bit idea.
Hmm.
July 5th. Oh, along those lines, before we say goodbye, Dan texts in insurrection in July. I think there was an extra syllable in there, but
Yeah,
Jan 6th in July.
Yeah, we get Schaefer to send us
You can
over
call
the
it the
instrumental.
Surrection.
The surrection?
Surrection in July.
Yeah, but it's an insurrection.
Right, but if you just want to make it work.
What's a surrection?
It's just a short term for insurrection.
Oh, is it?
Are you sure about that, Nick?
I mean, no, it's not really. I'm saying this is how you
Why are
can
you
make it
getting
work.
louder? Let's go.
Because the subtitles. Turn on my subtitles.
My favorite character was Todd.
No, surrection isn't a real word, but it's just like if you put like a little apostrophe,
Ah,
you know, you just shorten.
It's like the
insurrection.
skurs.
Yeah.
Like the skurs.
skurs.
The dumbest thing ever. Yes.
That's the dumbest thing ever.
It's close.
Wow.
It's right up there with advance the ball rule.
Wow. Fancy ball rule, skurs.
Yep.
The top 2 for John Bishop.
When the Skurs advance the ball,
Jan 6th in July.
that's
Save
when
this
the
topic
rapture
for
hits.
next Friday, John.
All right.
Okay.
Bye, Happer.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everybody.
Good to see you.
Great
Yep.
to see you.
And we'll start the Grum next on 1620 the Zone.
Previously on the crossover.
It's a very
Drop the
baseball-y
thumb.
name. It's
Yeah.
like
Drop
naming
the
your
E.
kid Mickey.
True.
Yeah,
Freddie,
you,
Freddie,
your
Freddie.
name Mickey Mantle, like you're destined to be a great baseball player.
What was his full name? Michelob?
Michelob
What
Mantle.
was Mickey Mantle's real name?
His name was Mickey Charles Mantle.
I think it was
Michelob.
Michelob Mantle.
And he-
Wow. Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620 the Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
After a very stormy Tuesday night, today looking a lot better. A high temperature in the mid to low 80s, lots of sunshine, but a bit of a breeze. Tomorrow we have clouds increase throughout the day. Through the afternoon, we have shower chances, but a high temperature near 80 degrees. I'm meteorologist Luke Viggery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
A Nebraska craft beers and ciders important to you? Whether you just love Nebraska brewed beers and ciders or you're a full-fledged craft brewery, there are benefits to membership for anyone with the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Their sole mission is to foster and help grow the Nebraska-centric brewing community. Become a member today at nebraska.beer and help advance the craft beer and cider industry in the state of Nebraska. Find out more about the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild at nebraska.beer.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
Tune in to 1290 Coil all season long for your Omaha Storm Chasers baseball as they take on the International League. It's Storm Chasers baseball on 1290 Coil.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-893-2288, 800-893-2288, 800-893-2288.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's sea to shining sea and water damage as far as the eye can see. It's America. It's freshly mowed grass and a fence that was freshly vandalized by a pack of unruly teens. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at HIMS, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
How do you celebrate the expansion of Lindley Clothing with the addition of Well Suited? Well, you have a BOGO 50% off sale. Right now, Lindley Clothing, buy one, get one 50% off sale on suits and sports coats. Buy one suit or sports coat at regular price and get a suit or sport coat of equal or lesser value at 50% off. Now, the sale is going on now, but it ends with a bang on July 3rd. If you haven't been to Lindley Clothing, get there now and check out Well Suited as well. More sizes, more styles, more selection. In the Linden Market at 132nd and West Dodge, you'll enjoy easy access to Lindley Clothing.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, it's nice to have live sports on.
Oh man, it's a preview of the Olympics.
Baseball.
No, there's
Olympics.
No one cares.
Nick,
about
we
that.
need an Olympics drop for the Olympics.
Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Will you get as equally excited by me just randomly, just playing weird yard games in my backyard? Because that's basically
No, because
what
you're
the
not an
Olympics-
elite. You're not elite at doing it. You're average.
How do
as
you
hell.
know?
John.
You've never seen me do anything in my backyard. I'm elite at mowing lawns.
If the
And
Olympics
You may-
brings back baseball when they come to LA, would you be in on the Olympics?
The answer to that question is no.
Probably.
Wow, not even Olympic baseball.
I mean,
He liked
I'm
the
watching-
dumb World Baseball Classic,
The
but
World
not the
Baseball Classic.
Olympics.
I didn't really watch. I didn't really watch the World
Oh,
Baseball
okay.
Classic.
Yeah, he was too scared.
I
to
watched
see
the-
Shohei
I
be
wa-
a winner.
Well, I didn't want the rapture to happen.
Sorry,
I mean, I believe that's in the Bible when Shohei actually wins
Book
something.
of Revelations, baby, the best book of the Bible. July 5th topic: your favorite books of the Bible.
Revelations.
Yeah, easy
That-
number
that's
one.
the answer.
John, what's on your Mount Rushmore?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are basically the same
Washington,
story.
Lincoln,
Nick,
Jefferson.
they are. It's like the
Roosevelt.
same story told from a slightly different angle every
It's so
time.
derivative.
It's like if you had multiple camera angles. It's like, let's take a look at the replay. It's what they are. It's okay.
Mark, Luke, and John are the replay of Matthew.
Nice. John, your thoughts?
I
No thoughts. I'm excited for the Olympics. John makes me talk about college basketball, so I'm going to make him talk about the Olympics.
I'll watch some of the
Why
running.
not?
Ba, 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 ba.
Nobody cares. La 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 la.
That's not true, John. I care because I like rooting for America.
I do too.
Oh, interesting. And except for this time
When it
of year.
matters.
You love it when they lose in this thing. You
Josh
love it
says America first.
in the Olympics. I love rooting for my countrymen and countrywomen in the Olympics.
But you don't love your country.
I just want it to be better, John. Don't you want everything to be better as well? Wouldn't you like things to improve?
Well,
Yeah,
I
don't
You
would.
think things are perfect right now, John?
Want
I,
things to
I
be great
would.
again.
I would. But unfortunately, people have different opinions on what makes better.
That's true. So are you
Like
saying we
thanks
should?
Bidenflation for jacking up the gas prices another 30 cents.
But did
today.
you see that McDonald's is cheap again?
No,
Maybe they took some of the gas money and they poured it into Mickey D's.
Well,
There's
they-
like a $5 value thingy.
Well, they got rid of AI.
Yeah, I know. We were going to do that at dinner yesterday.
That's for
Spoiler
dinner.
alert.
Yeah.
Guys, spoiler- I didn't know.
I guess, yeah, Nick wasn't a part of that email.
You never let me in on these things.
Well, you're not around.
That's true, Nick. Yeah. You're not at my apartment complex in the morning when I'm doing show prep.
I can
Yeah.
change that.
Yeah, I guess you probably could. Open up the door. Oh!
Hello.
What's happening?
Mm-hmm. What's for dinner?
What's
Find out in
for
a few
dinner?
hours.
I just realized something.
Did you forget to do it or did you forget to upload it?
No, both.
Nice. All right. Well, let's just do it off the top of our heads then.
Well, it's getting there.
Grum
It
down.
just takes
Grum
a
down.
minute. It just takes a minute.
That's just the way it is.
Some things never change.
Mm-hmm. Thought it was things will never be the same.
No.
Wow.
Later in the song.
Oh, okay. Good.
Later.
But that's not like
Yeah.
the main hook.
Oh, I always think it is. Poll question. What part do you think is the main hook? Things will never be the same,
Well,
or some things never
Some
change?
things never change.
That's
Yeah.
just the way it is. I mean, that's literally the title.
Yeah, I
of the
know, but
song.
what's the second lyric that you think of first? The one that Nick just said, or the one that I
don't
just
know.
said?
The Grum Down is presented by the referees at John
There it
Higgins
is.
Weather Guard.
I thought you said you didn't do it.
No, I did. I did do it.
Oh,
I just
okay.
didn't finish it.
Oh, that's why there's that blank
There's a
spot on
John
giant
there.
had
spot.
a,
You could have
Just fill in
clicked
the blank.
delete.
John
I
just
could.
had trouble finishing. That's all.
Oh, John. A lot of men go through it.
It happens.
You
It
got
does.
surrection problems.
Aggie anger, Texas troll, Alberts anxiety.
Well, those are a lot of A's and a couple of T's.
Yeah.
I like the alliteration.
ATA. The Huskers are overhyped.
Says whom?
You'll find out.
Okay.
Well, not any of the top 25s.
Oh.
Mike Schaefer of Husker247.com.
Oh, I can't wait to talk to him.
What is wrong with NBA general managers?
They're managing an NBA team.
Nick, you would love their paychecks.
Probably.
Yeah.
The blue chip ratio. Who will win it all?
Oh, man. Look at all these football topics.
John, there's baseball on. How can you talk about football?
Literally, the first topic is baseball.
But the second topic is football.
Would Nebraska have won the first playoff?
There's another football.
First playoff.
First playoff back in, 1890?
You'll find out. The Run and Wrestling
So the Bug
Connection
Eaters?
is back.
Let's go. Man, I got multiple things to choose from today. I don't know which angle I'm going to take in the Run and Wrestling
I'm
Connection.
excited, Josh.
It's either the left foot or the right foot.
Well,
you have two choices.
Wow, unreal.
Why'd you make that face? I'm trying to be engaged with your topics, and you think I'm insincere?
Yeah, just a little bit, Nick.
Wow.
Just a little bit.
That's all right, Nick.
I make fun of both of you guys equally.
By the way, for my running podcast, I had the Creighton cross country and track coach on.
I've spoken with him before.
Yeah, and that episode will drop in a couple of weeks. But when he came in and recorded, he was like, I can't believe some of the things that John says about running. And I was like, I know, isn't he a pinhead? I don't think I said that, but I was like,
Why was I wrong about?
He was like, he doesn't know what he's talking
left
about. I was
followed
like,
by right.
I was like, great. No,
I know everything about running.
Sometimes it's
left
right
followed by right,
left.
then
Yeah.
followed by
No,
left,
he was
followed by right.
great. It was great takes
Then
from
followed
Coach
by
Gannon.
right, then
I look
followed
forward
by
to
left
I
again.
should have brought you up on the pod. I should have been, what do you think of John Bishop? You could have been like, pinhead.
Who you calling pinhead?
Yeah.
Spot the lie. Am I wrong?
I mean, there is more.
Have
to
you
it.
ever taken two lefts before a right?
No, that's called hopping. It's about running, John, not hopping.
Well, see, I told you. I know everything
couldn't
I need
chase
to
3
know.
hours by hopping. Be difficult.
Dumb debates today.
If this conversation isn't dumb enough for you.
Hell yeah.
Patrick writes, no Bolt to A&M talk. No, Patrick, why would we talk about
Are
something?
we going to veto this?
Why would we talk about something that is not going
That
to
is
happen?
not going to happen. Exactly.
yeah.
That is not.
People love
going to
fear-mongering.
happen.
No, I think Patrick loves having bad takes. And this is a bad take.
This also happened when Trev went to A&M. Everyone was scared he was going to poach Matt Rule.
Yeah, exactly. He's not going to take. Wait, people said that?
Yeah.
They just hired a new coach.
Yeah.
That's dumb.
The phenomena, and listen, I'm not saying I don't understand it, but it does. I don't know. Maybe this is just a me thing. Have you noticed anytime something like what has happened this week with Texas A&M, or anytime Trev has done something since he's left for Texas A&M, how schadenfreude-y the Nebraska media gets? Not the fans, the media.
I have noticed this.
Lame stream.
People have turned on this man so fast.
Again, I understand it from a fan's perspective because, it's
Yeah,
just
you feel like he screwed you
like
over.
when Greg Maddux left for the Braves. I was out on Greg Maddux.
Nice.
But
Classic John.
but that's a fan response.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Did you know
But
that
the media has been very, very schadenfreude-y with Trev.
Do you think, and
Do
you
they-
and I,
Do you think he
do
they feel betrayed too?
That's what I was going to ask you. Did they feel like they had the one pulled over them because they thought that he was, I don't know why some people thought he was going to stick around here and be a lifer. I never got that vibe from Trev.
I don't know if it was so much that as it was the abruptness and going to an entirely different school.
They think he
Out of the
he's just
blue.
like a slime ball.
Probably.
So why does that? But why does that have to bother? I think you're right. Now, part of it too is just that I think as a society we love Schadenfreude now. Like we just
Sure.
love this, and so what
Sure.
would be the next extension of that? It would just be the media, laughing and laughing and laughing about, I mean, I would admit this is funny, and I don't even really care that he left. It didn't bother me a whole lot.
Well, no, it didn't bother me a whole lot either. I mean, it is interesting, but it's also revealing that you leave a place allegedly because of politics to go to a place that is swirling with politics. I mean,
yes,
Texas,
100%.
Texas and Texas A&M is nothing but politics. But then my response back would be,
folks,
man, things must have really been screwed up around here.
Well, how about this text from Alex in Lincoln? Because half the media are paid by the people he disagreed with in terms of the collective dollars and maybe where they have grips on people locally.
Are you saying the peds?
And again, remember when we ate the jerky, we ate both jerkies.
We did.
Blind
It was
taste
a
test.
blind test.
I think that
The
Alex
Peds
in
won fair and
Lincoln
square.
might be onto something there. I think that might be, and that's why I love my position, because I don't have a relationship with any of those people.
Yeah.
No relationship.
But it's just, and I know we didn't really get into this a whole lot because everything had changed so fast. You know, I was off the.
I was going to say you were
Big
doing
East tournament,
basketball
and then the
stuff.
basketball, and then the NCAA tournament starts. We didn't really
And
get
then
a
Mr.
chance
Yogurt was
to
suddenly
dive
around.
back, to dive in, and and then Mr. Yogurt shows up.
Nice.
And then we're like, oh, okay, well, this is done and over with. But it has been rather fascinating. Every time something happens that could cast the Aggies into a questionable or bad light, that there is a healthy amount of media schadenfreude.
Mm-hmm.
Again, from the fan standpoint, understand it.
Yeah,
completely understand.
People very much enjoyed retweeting all of the reports about like Schlossnagle was recruiting players while he was there, and anytime they see anything negative from a Texas A&M fan about Trev must go, people are very much enjoying that around here. They're very much enjoying that around here. I think it says more about us as a society than I think it says. That said, again, Alex and Lincoln, I think he might be onto something.
402-951-1620. That is the. I got to keep remembering 42 degrees of source by your mom's house.
By your mom's house.
The JTech Construction Zone Twitter page.
Oh, yeah.
Is at USC 1620. That's where you can send your dumb debates. Please use the hashtag dumb debates. Got some more good ones today.
Yeah.
Should mention, too, that coming up on what is today? Wednesday. So this would be Friday.
One Beer Friday.
For those of you listening in Lincoln, JTech is doing a Herbie Husker picture day where you can get your picture taken with Herbie.
Awesome.
And this is the actual Herbie, real Herbie, not metrosexual Herbie.
Or the creepy one.
Who we got rid of.
Or the one that's just a stalk of corn from the 1800s.
Bring that one back.
So for those of you in Lincoln on Friday afternoon.
Awesome.
And the Equitable Bank inbox where you can get your picture taken with Old Man Doug.
Oh,
and he'll answer your call in the first ring.
You get a prize.
Old Man Doug, you should do that. You should just have people take pictures with you.
Selfie with
He
Doug.
would be more than happy to.
I saw him at
He's
the
all
Cultural
about the
Service.
customer service.
He is. He
If you
answers
want
on
a
the first
picture
ring.
with your banker,
why not?
He'll do it.
Chance writes, I think Trev is just a jabroni. He handled his departure poorly, and now it's funny to see him have hardships in a place that he thought was a better situation than his alma mater. Definitely true. And then Venmo Chris says, who cares about Trev? We have Mr. Yogurt now. Dannon. Mm-hmm.
Coming up next, Mike Schaefer.
Nice.
1620 The Zone.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
I'm Dave Austed. And I'm Ryan Austed. Every golfer will get value from being custom fit. The truth is, the higher handicappers will get more value from being custom fit than the low handicappers.
It's changed so much since my dad started the business in 1963. We now have hundreds of thousands of dollars in technology, and we know exactly what the spin rate is, what the launch angle is. We encourage you to bring your current clubs in now, and we can compare it. And guys walk out of the store knowing that the purchase they just made is going to give them 21 more yards off the tee box. Play better, have fun, and shop Austed's.
Funplex asked an AI assistant where you find ultimate summer fun. And, well...
Funplex. Nebraska's largest water park and rides, now with the brand new spinning, tilting Wipeout. Tasty treats, special events, private cabanas, and more. Probability of unforgettable fun, 100%. Funplex is the best choice for an all-in-one day of summer excitement.
So, see you at Funplex then?
I am a language model.
Yeah, fair enough. Get your human tickets at fun-plex.com. Let's go!
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
We're excited to announce the grand opening of Saul's Jewelry and Loan's new downtown location. It's a Saul shopping experience like you've never seen in this beautiful, historic location. And of course, we brought in tons of new inventory, amazing jewelry finds at our famous best-in-town prices. Motorcycles, tools, bikes, guitars. And as always, get a cash on the spot loan from $10,000 to $50,000. Everything you've come to expect from Saul's in our new location. 22nd and Harney, downtown Omaha, Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services, We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
At Host Coffee, every cup of coffee served comes with a promise. A promise of quality, innovation, and a dash of fun. Ensuring your workday is as delightful as your coffee break. Call Host Coffee today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Email Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox with whatever is on your mind, from your hot takes to what you think is one. The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
Ramona's Mexican Restaurant, previously located at 30th and Reddick and now at 30th and Willett in historic Florence, is still the way you remember it. Nachos, deep fried burritos, and those amazing cinnamon chips. Have a margarita or a cocktail. Open until 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturdays too. And try Ramona's out of this world 2.5-pound massive burger with cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, and pickles. Ramona's Mexican Restaurant. Stop in today. Follow them on Facebook for specials and news about their monthly musical bingo.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. It's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
I think this is my favorite open now.
Thank you.
The you or you makes me laugh every single time.
Epic rant.
Incredible rant.
An epic rant the day after, or 2 days or 3 days after, whatever it was, the NFC Championship game where most of America was mourning that the lowly Detroit Lions.
You gotta feel bad for the Lions. You gotta feel bad for the Lions.
Mike
you
Schaefer.
Just have to feel so terrible for the city of Detroit. They were
Mike
so
Schaefer.
close. They were America's favorite team. They had a lead. They had him on the ropes.
Done.
They couldn't
Mike
finish
Schaefer.
him off. You just have to feel bad.
Who is so used to being the one who gets that sympathy vote anytime the Vikings are in that situation. Unleashed the
Hey,
fury.
man, it was a really great game. I'm sorry your team lost, but it was a lot of fun to watch it. Love getting texts. Man, that was a really exciting Game 7. How about that Rajay Davis home run? That was pretty neat. Yeah, love it. Those replays are fun. Love that. Not like I freaking
I don't know
died.
if you know this, but the Tennessee head coach, Tony Vitello, big Cub fan, was at Game 7. I don't know if you heard that.
I heard multiple times. May or may not have requested to stop hearing about that.
You may or may not have. I don't know.
Oh, man.
Shave, we were just talking a moment ago. The stuff, speaking of the College World Series with Jim Schlossnagle and Texas A&M. If it was just a me thing, and Josh has noticed it too, so I guess it's not.
Yeah.
But the Trev Schadenfreude, anytime something bad happens with Texas A&M or Trev like he fired those folks, a few weeks ago. The amount of Trev Schadenfreude coming from the Nebraska media. Have you noticed this?
From the media?
Yes.
No, I guess
Okay.
I haven't. I certainly haven't engaged in it because I don't particularly care what happens at Texas A&M. Is there like a super notable thing that I'm missing here? I miss a lot these days. I don't always know what's
I
going
wouldn't say it's super notable.
I try to internet less now than ever.
Nice.
And that's fine. That's totally fine. But I have noted with the Schlossnagle stuff, it just seems like there's an element of snarkiness that's there. And like I said, I get it from a fan's perspective. But given, kind of the things that we know or we hear about, that happened late in Trev's tenure, I don't know. I just feel it's a little late to the party.
Yeah, I guess there's a part of me that still remains somewhat confused why people just can't get over this and move on. I mean, you have your new athletic director. Trev Alberts is gone. He left Nebraska in a far, far better place than he found it. Look at where you are, and what is it? The Directors Cup?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at that. Look at the Directors Cup and smile. The best performance in a while. Didn't mean for that to rhyme, but here we are.
Do it all the time.
Yeah, there you go. So it's a it's a situation where I guess I at some point, like, people are going to get over it, right? I know I'm saying that about a fan base that still references Bill Callahan, Frank Solich, Bo Pelini,
Steve Peterson,
Riley, Steve Peterson, Bill Byrne, maybe to a smaller degree.
Harvey Perlman.
Harvey Perlman. Harvey, secretly just destroyed the program behind everyone's back.
People still bring up Frank Solich's firing. So I would, to answer the question of will they get, no. The answer is definitely never.
This fan base needs wins. It needs to move on. We need some fresh air in here. It's too stale. Just let's get some fresh air. How about some fresh air in 2024?
I wonder what the wins. I mean, what would it take to totally clean the air and leave the last 20 years behind?
I mean, is it the ultimate?
That's my question.
Oh, man.
I
hope it's not the ultimate.
Does it take that much to finally get people to hashtag move on?
I think if they had, let's say that they had a 10-2 season and you're on the precipice of the college football playoff or something like that. I think at that point we could sort of march forward as Nebraska football is in a new era without having to revisit everything at this point. Now, there's a part of me that would be fascinated by what the conversation sounds like and looks like in December of 2024 if Nebraska's 10-2. But that's a different conversation altogether. But yeah, I think if they could get to, I certainly if they can get to the college football playoff, but if they can be in that conversation at some point in 2024, then hopefully we can kind of start to move on. Now they have to finish in the conversation. It can't be 2016 where you were the number 10 team in the country, and then by the end of it, nobody wanted to talk about the season ever again because Zach Darlington was throwing passes against Tennessee in the last bowl game that your program has played in. So I forgot about that. There's certainly different ways that could break, but I think if they could have that kind of season, just a, whole new era, we don't have to think about the past anymore. You can move forward. I think that could really help. Now, obviously, there's still going to be people who want to just talk about stuff that happened 20 years ago, but there's always going to be that. It's sports.
Shafe, the month of June pretty much over. It'll finish up on Sunday. Anything in particular from the recruiting perspective either surprise you this month? Like I've been asking myself, like, was it a successful month for Nebraska on the recruiting trail? I guess I just asked you two questions. What would your answers be?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely successful. They picked up some commitments. They got some notable ones. I mean, I think two of their highest commitments in their class, and Malcolm Simpson and Jamarian Parker, I believe, were both in June. I think they're going to end up with some more commitments here. I don't know if it'll fall directly in the boundary of the month of June, but it'll stem from visits, things of that nature. And so I'm curious sort of what it looks like when we get to that mid-July range, because I think there's a decision. The Hawaiian safety, I believe his name is Aiden Manitai, he's deciding on July 12th. I think Nebraska's in a decent spot there. I think you got some other guys. Chase Lofton told me he's looking at a decision, within a week to 10 to 14 days after his Nebraska official visit. That could be promising for Nebraska. I think you have some of these offensive linemen that might be ready to make some decisions. I think you're sort of in that point where you have a bunch of the recruits that have made their visits. They can't really glean new information, and you have spots that need to start filling up in the recruiting class. And so I think Nebraska should be able to start adding a few players here. Like I said, towards the end of the month, they're done with official visits. I mean, there's no official visits until July now, and there's just one weekend for that. And then there won't be any official visits until the UTEP game. And then who even knows how many they're actually going to bring in during the season. So recruiting is definitely at the point where this is when you want to start adding up some of the guys that you had in for your weekend and start adding a few more commits. And then you really kind of want to be able to get to the end game for your 2025 class and start things for 2026.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7 Sports. What did you make of Matt Rule talking about camps and offers and the diamonds in the rough and
Ohio State?
And yeah, just the fact that, when Ohio State does it, it's one thing when we do it, and he kind of took a little bit of umbrage with the whole, well, when Matt Rule does it, it must be a diamond in the rough or something.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that they are very particular in what they're looking for. They have a frame, they have a body style, they have testing numbers. I mean, they're banking on their development, they're banking on their nutrition, they're banking on their they're banking on their ability to build what they know an NFL player looks like, and they know what the end product of that is, and they have a gut feeling that they can look at someone, look at those testing numbers, look at the way that they move, and determine whether they're capable of playing college football or not. The difference when Nebraska does it, it's a guy like Braylon Prude who barely played for his high school team at times last year. Ohio State didn't take a guy like that in their class. Like, he might take umbrage in that comment, but the gap between Nebraska recruiting and Ohio State recruiting and what a guy looks like, as he's going to Ohio State and what the production and all of that is versus, some of the deeper cut names in Nebraska's 2024 class. Like, it's a different, I don't even know how to finish an analogy here. I'm sure I'll use something maritime. That's what I tend to do. But, it's just a different thing altogether. So I don't know that he needs to get caught up or think too much on that. But they have their strategy. They have their way that they're going to go build it. What they need to do is make sure that it's successful. Like, the front end of it doesn't really matter, right?
Yes.
Like, what the piece looks like at the start. It does, because they have to get it right. But it's ultimately what happens in the middle before you get to the end product. That's what the Matt Rule football experience is all about. It's taking the strength and conditioning with Corey Campbell. It's taking your nutrition people. It's taking the fact that you were a coach of the Carolina Panthers and you know what it's like to see NFL guys and that sort of thing, and developing in that middle space to where you put them on the field and they start playing like Nash Hutmacher did last year, and they start playing like Jamari Butler and Tommy Hill and guys who have put themselves in the conversation to be in the league in future seasons. So, I mean, ultimately, what matters for Nebraska football, because they want to be a developmental program, is that middle piece. Because if you nail that middle piece, finding the guys on the front, important. The end product, important. The thing in the middle makes all the difference. Because if you don't get that right, we're right back to square one where Nebraska football has been for the last 10 years.
Shafe, the news coming down about analysts being able to coach on the field now. How do you think that this affects this iteration of Husker football?
I think they could probably get a little bit creative. I think this was, if you go back, I think Matt Rule had some sort of comments that were kind of lined up towards they were waiting to see what would happen with analysts and how much they could coach as it related to things like, I think in my head, Dana Holgerson, those sorts of situations. And we've seen it in the past. Nebraska's wanted to have, and not this staff, but Nebraska's wanted to have a special teams coach, that wasn't necessarily one of their 10 coaches that goes on the road to recruit, but then they need to be able to have that person explain and provide on the field tactical level, stuff during games. And you weren't able to do that. They weren't able to be on headsets. Like there were certain restrictions that they had. So opening this all up, I think, is helpful. It helps places like Nebraska that are going to invest in having large staffs. It certainly helps places like Alabama and Georgia where this is already going on. I don't think the NCAA it's not even really the NCAA, it's the oversight committee and the coaches that are involved in this. They all know what's happening. I mean, staffs are incredibly bloated right now. I mean, you have coaches that are providing this sort of thing. It's just whether you're getting turned in or not. And so why would you why have a rule that's restrictive that isn't going to be enforced and everybody's skirting around it anyways? So just remove the rule.
Yeah.
And, we're already sort of at this point anyways. So I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal, but it's now just out in the open.
It's a great point.
They're currently at 11 commits, 44th in the 24/7 composite. Not so much the ranking, but in terms of the commits, where do you think Rule would like to be by the start of fall camp?
I think ideally you'd add 5 to 6 more, so you're in that 16, let's say 16 to 18 range.
Okay.
Because I had this conversation with Michael Bruntz this morning when he was catching me up on what I missed over the weekend, and we were talking about just Nebraska's numbers in general. Like they really can't take like this massive class because they have all of these guys that are freshmen and redshirt freshmen and redshirt sophomores, and you have all the developmental pieces where you're hoping that the 2-3 years in the program that they're ready to go by the time you have to turn to them. You got to at least allow for some of them for it to get long enough to see what they're able to be on that side. So you can't keep committing scholarships, in classes. But I think you also, I don't know. I just, every time Matt Rule gets asked about numbers, he sort of has an answer that implies that he doesn't really care what the number is and they're going to figure it out anyways. So every time I'm like, well, they're only going to take, 24, 25 commits. There they are signing 32. So I hesitate to put a limit on it, but I continue to think that it has to be a smaller class than each of the last two.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like that matters anymore. And like they always seem to find a way to figure it out. And obviously we keep talking about the scholarship limit in general for the sport and what that will look like. And so that will be a game changer. But until then, it's just kind of like, I don't know, what do you do? Because it's like, oh, they're not going to add anybody. And then they add 3 or 4 more guys at a random point in the calendar.
Yeah, he definitely had, and as you knew that he would, he definitely had opinions on what that limit would mean. And I think he's right, because if you put a limit on the roster, what you're effectively doing is removing things like James Williams, who it could be a really important piece for Nebraska in 2024. And some of these opportunities go by the wayside. And then on top of it, you're eliminating one of the hallmarks of Nebraska football and to some degree in the walk-on program. So I think it's important for Nebraska football, especially with the way that they have to play, with the way they have to win, with the way they have to find players in the margins. Having those roster limitations is far more impactful at a place like Nebraska than it would be at Ohio State or Alabama or Georgia or, pick a top tier program.
Shafe, I'm curious, having the College World Series just wrap up, And seeing the talent that has come through here and the guys who have already made debuts in the major leagues, even from last year's College World Series, and then compare it to where, let's say, Nebraska was 5 years ago before Will Bolt started. Does Nebraska feel closer to or further away a College World Series?
It's tough because obviously you have guys like Cade Povich and Spencer Schwellenbach pitching in the majors right now, and then Bryce Matthews and Max Anderson are on tears for their respective minor league clubs, and all of those guys are part of the same process from just the last few years. So if you believe in that process, if you believe in the identification, if you believe in sort of the development and the talent and all of that, it would seem that they're on the same path. So I don't think that they're further away. And it's just a handful of years ago, they took, I think, the number 2 seed. I think Arkansas was the number 2 seed that year.
They were the 1 seed.
They were the 1 seed. And they ended up losing to NC State, who didn't get to win the College World Series in strange fashion. But they took them to the brink. It was a bullpen. They led that game. My brother and I were discussing this, and I actually went and looked up that box score. I mean, Nebraska was leading that game, I think 2-0 at one point in time. And so I would be hard pressed to say that they're further away from that point. I mean, obviously they got waxed by Florida, a Florida team that's as good of a 3 seed as you're ever going to have to face in the College World Series. And certainly as talented as a 3 seed as you're ever going to face in the College World Series. So, I think they're relatively in the same spot. It's just a matter of, can you line things up, and then can you come through in key situations? Can you get the clutch hits? I think the most disappointing thing about Nebraska baseball to me right now is that you wasted a year where you had Gabe Swanson, Bryce Matthews, Max Anderson. I mean, you watch some of these lineups at the College World Series. Those guys could hit like some of the guys we saw in Omaha the last couple of weeks. Now, maybe not as deep 1 through 9 as some of the teams, but still, Nebraska's 2023 ending the way that it did is far more annoying to me than, where they might be right now coming off of losing 2 games in the regional to Florida. I just think that, that was more bad luck. I think they didn't capitalize when they've had some of their top talents. And hopefully when you can accumulate that level of talent again, you're able to break through.
It feels to me like, Nebraska certainly made strides forward, right? But the reason I asked the question is,
the other teams?
It feels like the top end of college baseball has taken further strides apart.
The consolidation of power, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's a reason why you had 4 teams from each of those conferences, and the baseball was really good. It was. The quality of those games, not, individual moments aside, the quality of those games, the quality of those players, Nebraska's not seeing that on a weekend series in West Lafayette.
No.
Nebraska's not seeing that when they go, they had a really nice Big Ten tournament. Those Big Ten teams aren't at the level as Virginia that went 0-2 and out of the CWS. But that's the thing. And it doesn't have to play out like that every year. And you can put yourself into that conversation. Nebraska's as good as the Kansas State team that played Virginia and just couldn't get past them in the Super Regional.
Correct.
So they're not that far from it. But the gap did feel – I understand what you're saying, John, because the gap did feel bigger when you look at those teams that were in Omaha a couple weeks ago or a week ago.
Would you like to write a poem or sing a song about Jose Ramirez right now?
No, I just want to appreciate him. Too often we want to know what the next big thing is, and sometimes it's just right in front of your face. You're watching a Hall of Fame caliber player, and you just need to appreciate it. And maybe someday when Jose Ramirez is talked about by the analysts throughout baseball and the Jim Bowden types that espouse their thoughts, we won't have to hear about how underrated he is. We might just actually be able to say he's one of the best players in baseball. I think we might be able to do that someday. But if not, I'll continue to enjoy the fact that there's very few people in the sport that are as good as every single thing that Jose Ramirez is good at.
Yes. That day may come when Jose Ramirez is wearing a Dodger uniform.
Still many, many years away.
I hope so.
He signed the most ridiculously team-friendly contract in baseball, which is good because Cleveland wasn't paying $1 more because their owners are bad. Very bad people they are.
I was waiting for a Dolan's reference. Hey, enjoy it. At least you're having a good season.
That's what they said about Francisco Lindor. They said enjoy him. We're not going to pay for him, so enjoy him.
That should be the Guardians' new slogan. Enjoy this. Because we won't guarantee it next year.
Don't give them ideas. Don't give them ideas.
I won't. Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. Just know this: your son is growing up in a world where he knows nothing but the Guardians being in first place. That's a good thing.
He's experiencing just sports joy that's out of this world right now. Nebraska basketball was good. Nebraska football, there's some hype attached to it. Nebraska baseball made the College World Series tournament. The Guardians
tournament that begats.
The tournament that begat.
I didn't know how to phrase that once I started it, so I was
it was funny. It was good.
The Guardians have the best record in baseball as of right now, based on winning percentage.
They have the best record. I didn't realize they were that good.
They are.
Damn.
No one has a higher win percentage in baseball. Right?
That's awesome.
Maybe the Phillies won today, and they might have moved up. But
the Phillies did win today. Let's get the update here.
Who do you want to see in the World Series, Shay? Cleveland versus whom?
Phillies by 1/1000th of a point, 663 to 662.
Sad.
Well, we'll see if Cleveland can snatch it back when they play Baltimore tonight. Give me whoever comes out of the NL Central.
Ooh, who's that going to be, John? The Brew Crew?
I can tell you who it's not going to be.
The Cubs?
Yes.
What about the Cards? Aren't they playing better lately?
Sadly, yes.
All right.
They'll be a wild card team.
Cardinals, Guardians.
Everybody's in a wild card team in the NL.
Really
That's what's
red.
fun.
I know.
Everybody's a wild card team.
The Marlins and the Rockies are out. They're the only ones that are out.
There's still a chance.
No, there's not.
Mathematically, have they not been eliminated yet, Nick?
They're in the National League. It does give them a slight hope.
Plus,
I'm fairly certain the Rockies were eliminated opening day when they were down 17-0 in the third inning.
I forgot about that.
We were in Vegas.
We were.
Vegas, Nick. Nah.
If the Rockies weren't in the NL West, they'd be doing a little better.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
If they were in the NL Central, for example.
Put them in the same division as the A's.
Oh, there you go.
That sounds fair.
That's a
It's like Group of 5 baseball
altogether.
Yeah,
entirely different league.
Same division.
Nice realignment, says Nick.
Shave, have a great weekend.
All right, you guys have a good one.
Bye, Shave.
Enjoy the commitments that maybe will come.
Oh, what a tease!
Ooh, a tease. Make sure you check it out. Husker247.com.
We have multiple responses that we can get to when we return about the Schadenfreude.
We'll do that, and we'll get into why the Schadenfreude began in the first place. Because because old Jimmy Schlossnagle was officially announced today. But some of the rumors coming out of
rumor has it
the last few weeks, there's a lot to get.
There is indeed.
On 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grim for Circus Sports Iowa. It's all about baseball. Make Circus Sports Iowa your home for MLB action anywhere in the state of Iowa. Live lines for every game that update every single break really make you feel like you're part of the action. Tight money line splits. Also, if you just want to sit back and enjoy the game at your own pace. They've also got props like run totals and even futures for the World Series. You can find something for yourself on Circus Sports Iowa, the sports book you use because you're ready to stop playing in the kiddie pool and you're ready to start getting serious. Also, if you want to look ahead to the NFL, they have lines for Week 1 available now and 2 NFL-related contests with a combined $16 million grand prize in Circa Million 6 and Circa Survivor. Check out Circus Sports Iowa today and don't look back. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
The Connor Happer Show.
Chris writes in on Twitter, there will be no missing Angel Hernandez. Absolutely none. He's terrible, and I'm truly happy to see him go. Do you at all feel bad for a human man, Angel Hernandez, who just so happens to be just awful at his job? Do you at all feel like, all right, he's retiring, we should just let it go, rather than pile on, happy to see you go, rotten hell, you know?
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
After a very stormy Tuesday night, today looking a lot better. A high temperature in the mid to low 80s, lots of sunshine, but a bit of a breeze. Tomorrow we have clouds increase throughout the day. Through the afternoon, we have shower chances, but a high temperature near 80 degrees. I'm meteorologist Luke Viggery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Funplex has asked me to give you a first-hand account of the all-new for 2024 Wipeout attraction.
Okay, hit it.
We're starting up. Spinning a little now. Whoa, a lot.
The centrifugal force is starting to stretch my face.
Holy this thing's fast.
Whoa, it's tilting. We have tilting. Woohoo! This is awesome. You got to try this. Get your tickets now at fun-plex.com.
The following is a test of the KOZN emergency system equipment. The data tones you just heard are used in the emergency alert system. This concludes testing of the KOZN emergency alert system equipment. This station serves the Nebraska operational area number 1.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber, from the company with the fastest download speeds 9 years in a row. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence in Las Vegas, Omaha, Phoenix. Fixed media download speeds Q2 2016 to Q1 2024.
Come see your Storm Chasers take on the Iowa Cubs at Werner Park on July 3rd. And stick around for one of the biggest fireworks shows in the Metro, presented by FNBO. Tickets at OmahaStormChasers.com.
Everyone get on your feet, stir up the storm, we're family.
Ramona's Mexican Restaurant, previously located at 30th and Reddick and now at 30th and Willett in historic Florence, is still the way you remember it. Nachos, deep fried burritos, and those amazing cinnamon chips. Have a margarita or a cocktail. Open until 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturdays too. And try Ramona's out of this world 2.5-pound massive burger with cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, and pickles. Ramona's Mexican Restaurant. Stop in today. Follow them on Facebook for specials and news about their monthly musical bingo.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct. The 1620 The Zone.
All right, John. So you asked a question earlier about Schadenfreude. And Shafe, because he is a new father and spends less time on the internet.
Good for him, by the way.
Shout out to
Congratulations. That is tremendous.
Now. Yeah, again, it's a smart idea to go home and log off the internet. That's what I do most nights. But some responses. John writes in to the Equitable Bank inbox. The media is upset with Trev because they are used to knowing all of the behind-the-scenes going-ons and not telling the public because the public can't handle it, and they didn't know anything about Trev leaving. So the media is mad because they didn't see it coming. Dave Fight, says, I'm a little behind on the stream, but I agree on the Trev Schadenfreude within the media. I feel that a lot of it is pandering for likes. So it's the, hey, I'll have fun on Twitter, and then the
content farming.
Bingo. There you go. Sam writes, I saw the Amy Just tweet about it that had some well flying off of it. And I believe that was one, because I went to her timeline. I was like, I wonder which one he was talking about. And there was one that she had yesterday that said, Trev Alberts, welcome to the SEC. That's your bit. People, that's stolen valor right there. And
yes, it is. But my stolen valor was funny.
I think that was nice. I think that is it. But yeah, so I definitely think that you are not alone in thinking this.
That's why I asked the question. I just wanted to know if it was just a me thing, if I'm just, how sometimes you get a thought in your head and you think like the shark attack syndrome. You hear about a shark attack and then all of a sudden you think shark attacks are happening all the time. And so I was double checking with you to see, hey, is this just a me thing? Anyway, now, and by the way, and again, I'm talking about on the media side. Yeah. I, again, understand if the fans feel that way. Because similar to losing a favorite player or a coach, you feel like you have been betrayed.
Yeah, and
so anyone out there among the friends of the Grum who are snickering and laughing at,
Feel
Trev
free.
I am not shaming you at all. I understand it. I was just making an observation based on the media side.
Yeah, because Shafe said something like, when are Husker fans going to get over it, or why haven't they gotten over it yet? And Chance wrote on the YouTube, he says, he left his alma mater for a different school, and it's a summer doldrums. What the hell else are we supposed to do? Also, Schloss leaving the Aggies for Texas is the biggest story in college sports right now, and Trev is a major player involved. I have no issue. If Husker fans want to make fun of Trev or be vindictive towards Trev, I do think that at a certain point it is healthy to move on from something. For example, the people that are still obsessed with Frank's firing or Bo's firing, you gotta move forward. It's been too long, and they have long ceased having an effect on things on a day-to-day basis.
Or like the people still obsessed with Tom Osborne.
Yeah, this is a new story still. It's within the last 3 months. And the commenter, that was Chance. Yeah, Chance, 100% correct. This is the biggest story in the last, and look, the story is not that old. It's 24, 48 hours. But there we go. Max Olson just reported that another player, starting shortstop, has entered the transfer portal. 10 Aggies now in the portal. Trev Alberts came in. This could lead, I guess, into the rumor discussion, but he slashed and dashed a lot of the employees. And I know one of the rumors that has been circulating is, Schlossnagle didn't like that. He didn't like some of those people. He was close to him. He was friends with them, whatever it was. He wanted to get out of Dodge. Is that true? I have no idea. But Trev is going to become quite the polarizing figure in all of this. He always finds himself in these situations, Right. Omaha, at Nebraska, and even on ESPN, and now here at Texas A&M.
Well, and listen, this was something that, judging by the looks of things, was going to happen whether Trev was there or if it was, Ross Bjork, the former athletic director.
Sure.
Because, and that's one of the things about the story. It does not bother me that Jim Schlossnagle is now the head coach at Texas. If he wants to work at a different place,
sure,
and with somebody he had a great relationship with and considers himself a friend, that's not my problem. My problem is how it is being handled and how it has been handled. And when you get moments like this is the first, outside of recording this so that Nick could put in the system, I had only read the quotes.
Is this from postgame?
From Schlossnagle. And the question is included.
Okay.
From the media member at texags.com, one of the Texas A&M, I believe it's their 24/7 site, asking the question of Schlossnagle after the game on Monday.
Richard Zane, right?
Yes.
He's from Texags.
Richard Zane.
Yeah.
The reporter. You hear the question and then the answer.
Back to the difficult outcome tonight, but with the rumors circulating today about a specific job open.
Okay, last question right here.
Coach, with respect to the difficult outcome tonight, but with the rumors circulating today about a specific job opening, what do you have to say about your future in Aggieland?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again. And that hasn't changed in my mind. That's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question. But I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. Let's write that.
And then he storms off.
And it's funny
that kind of stuff bothers the living crap out of me. Listen, I get if you have to be coy, I get if you have to deflect, but when you try to turn it around and blame the person asking the question, that is weak. That is weak beyond belief.
Yeah, and in hindsight, I think back to yesterday when we were initially talking about it, and then I asked you the question, what do you think he does? The beginning of his answer is such a telltale, it's a giveaway in hindsight that of course he was leaving, because he doesn't shoot it down immediately and say no.
Right.
He talks about he did this and he did this. He's poured his heart and soul into it. And now listening to it, there's always this giant but hanging at the end of it. And that's, but I am going to go to Texas.
Right.
And he apologized today and for whatever that means. That
doesn't mean squat.
No, because
that doesn't mean squat.
Yeah. Just answer. It's so easy to answer these things in a different way.
Sure. All you have to say, but when you get on your high horse,
yeah,
and then you start hearing about the other things, that may have been taking place. And again, the full story is not out there, but there's a lot of dots that need to be connected here. You've got now 10 A&M current players, and we're talking about some of most of them starters. Laviolette's in, Grahovac's in. You just mentioned Burton, the shortstop, in. A lot of frontline guys are now in the portal, and wouldn't you know who won the pony? They're probably going to end up in burnt orange.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact, and again, some of this is rumor. I don't know if it's true or not, but the idea that this had been in the works for several weeks.
I mean, John, the guy finished coaching his final game at A&M not even 48 hours ago.
Yeah.
When the news came down, it hadn't even been a day.
Anybody who thinks that the first overture was made after the national championship game, you're living in a new world. And one I'm not familiar with. This has been talked about. But there's speculation that people were reached out to on the current team to say, hey, to gauge their interest of, hey, if coach leaves, would you be interested in following along? And that kind of stuff. Now, whether or not that can be proven, I don't know. But there's a lot of ugliness going on here.
Yeah, and
a lot of ugliness going on here.
It's two schools that hate each other.
Oh,
like that's
absolutely.
That's a huge part of this story. But it's one thing, like Lincoln Riley, when he left, people were incensed because it hadn't even been a full day since Oklahoma season had ended in Bedlam. If they win that game, they're going to the Big 12 championship game. They're potentially playing for the playoff. He leaves, but he's going from OU to USC.
Mm-hmm.
Different conference entirely, different part of the country. This guy is going to their hated rival, who is also about to join their conference in days. They are joining the league on Monday. They will be an SEC school on Monday.
Well, the other part of it, too, is the timing of the official firing of David Pierce.
Yeah.
It happens Monday, the day of the championship game. And that right there, I mean, just reeks. And I heard this. I was listening to some Texas A&M stuff this morning, and this was one point that resonated with me. If Chris Del Conte, the AD at Texas, and Schlossnagle are good buddies, like they say they are, because they work with each other, et cetera, et cetera. Your friend is about to coach in the biggest game of his life. Why would you, as a friend, open the rumor mill wide open the day of his biggest game? Why would you do that?
You're making him look bad.
You're making him look bad. Or were both friends okay with it?
Well, obviously they were, because in a way, because I thought about the same thing.
Which then lends into conspiracy about what has been going on prior.
They were taught, because isn't the thought, and I'm guessing we're probably on the same wavelength. The thought is they were having conversations. Once Del Conte thought it was good to go, once he thought that Schlossnagle was in, then he pulled the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, was he going to get fired no matter what?
Yes,
is there a world where he's kept if Schlossnagle says no?
I mean, it's been one of the worst kept rumors out there.
So it's going to happen regardless.
That Pierce was
But
done.
isn't that odd? Because I thought the same thing of like, man, if I'm Schlossnagle, I'm saying you are making me look really bad by the timing of all of this, given that he then went there the next day.
So it's either that or the whole thing, they were complicit in it.
Yeah, sure.
Which then, of course, opens the door to all of the rumors about tampering and all of the other things
while he's still coaching
that are happening. But there's going to be a lot more that comes out about this.
Again,
and it's only going to get
barely
ugly.
a day old. Yeah.
It's only going to get uglier just because because it's Texas and Texas A&M.
Yes, these two programs. Wade writes on YouTube, he could have taken the higher road or done the usual, I'm just focused on my player/team, instead of choosing to be offended and condescending, and turned out to be so two-faced in his answer.
I am never going to
an idiot.
I'm never going to forgive that kind of behavior.
Especially if he knew that he was going. There's a much better way to answer that question, so you don't put yourself. Again, he must just not care. He just doesn't care about how he's viewed in this scenario.
Or maybe he's an actual idiot.
Maybe he's an actual idiot. I don't think he's that big of an idiot.
No, I don't think he's an idiot.
How many World Series does he coach at? 8 now?
Yeah, this was 7. I don't think it's an idiot. I think,
even monkeys can write Shakespeare.
There's a
Type.
There's a level of
family guy.
mercenary that exists here.
Yeah.
And again, this is just the beginning.
Amazing, Daniel. It is incredibly selfish of you guys to talk about this. Nice.
He's not going to live that one down. That is so weird.
Oh no, he's definitely not.
And shouldn't.
Honestly,
and shouldn't,
gross.
because I'm
It's
tired.
really
I'm tired
gross.
of seeing it, because he's not the first to run this play out of the playbook. He is not the first to blame. And the reason I put the question, I mean, the question is very.
Dude, that guy is dancing around it.
He is.
Because, and I don't remember who it was. Somebody yesterday brought up, like, he's a Texags guy. Texags is a very kind, not newspaper, kind outlet in terms of their coverage of Texas A&M.
Oh yeah,
Dare I say,
it's Homer
So
radio.
So then you hear that question, and it is very like, Coach, I gotta ask you about the rumors, even though, so I'm guessing that reporter thought that he wasn't going to take the job, but he kind of wanted to let me get it for you on the record, and you can squash this thing right now.
And we're going to have Ryan Browninger, who writes for Texags.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't the one that asked the question.
No.
But apparently there was a confrontation
between
afterwards where, and this is from the column, Schlossnagle briefly confronted Richard Zane, the Texags reporter who asked the question. Off camera, he emphatically told Zane to never speak to him again.
Well, he'll be at a different school now.
Well, that is true. But that is... I'm sorry. If anyone's going to run that play, I'm going to criticize you for running that play. And I'm not going to forgive you for running that play, because it shouldn't ever be done.
Yeah.
You're an adult. Act like it.
Maybe this is all just a weird psychological way of burning all of his bridges before he officially took the Texas job.
Not a bad idea, Nick.
Possibly. Still to come, we didn't get to this yesterday, but I did want to get to another thing that Lincoln Riley's trying to do. And the dope smoke. If only this were around when Randy Gregory was still playing.
Oh, that's a nice tease.
1620 The Zone.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
When it comes to protecting your home, Jay Stennett Contracting takes pride in ensuring every detail is handled. Roofing, siding, gutters. When it comes to the exterior of your home, Jay Stennett Contracting has you covered. Water, wind, and hail can wreak havoc on the exterior of your home. If your home is damaged, let Jay Stennett Contracting come out for a no-obligation inspection. If repairs are needed, they will help you through every step of the process. When you need an honest assessment, Jay Stennett Contracting has you covered. JSCRestoration.com.
How do you give hope to a child in the foster care system? It starts with your heart. That tug you feel in yours when you hear that children are waiting for a stable, loving voice to speak up for their best interests. And then it becomes your time. What started out as a feeling that maybe you could make a difference becomes the difference. Change a child's story. There is a child waiting for a volunteer like you.
Contact NebraskaCasa.org. Paid for by Nebraska Casa.
Hop into the driver's seat of a new Ford truck or SUV now at Baxter Ford. Choose from hundreds of new Ford F-150s, F-150 Lightnings, F-250s, and F-350s. Baxter Ford has over 250 new SUV models available, including Bronco, Bronco Sport, Escape, Edge, Explorer, Expedition, and more. Plus, all our vehicles come with fair, transparent pricing and no dealer fees. So you only pay for the vehicle, not the paperwork. Get started at BaxterFord.com.
Ramona's Mexican Restaurant, previously located at 30th and Reddick and now at 30th and Willett in historic Florence, is still the way you remember it. Nachos, deep fried burritos, and those amazing cinnamon chips. Have a margarita or a cocktail. Open until 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturdays too. And try Ramona's out of this world 2.5-pound massive burger with cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, and pickles. Ramona's Mexican Restaurant. Stop in today. Follow them on Facebook for specials and news about their monthly musical bingo.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, "How's your French going?" you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at babbel.com. Just go to babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats. Dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people. Small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Nebraska missed out on Kansas linebacker Dawson Merritt. He's going to Alabama.
He's going to carry on my wayward son.
Wow, Alabama, they don't even have Nick Saban anymore, John.
He's dust in the wind.
4-star linebacker.
I don't know anymore.
Officially visited Nebraska last
Sweet
April.
Home Alabama.
That's not a Kansas song.
And chose Alabama.
All right.
So that's something new on the recruiting trail. Well, maybe they have better weed down there.
Maybe they have better weed. John, we don't have weed. It's illegal in Nebraska.
Oh, is it?
Well, kind of.
Is Alabama legal? Alabama can't be a legal state, right?
It could be.
Is marijuana legal in Alabama?
But apparently the cannabis will no longer be tested for at NCAA championships.
It is illegal in Alabama.
Congrats on the weed, college kids.
Oh, no. College kids weed handshake meme. A tale as old as time. Tale as old as time.
But
I was just holding it for a friend, I swear.
I didn't inhale.
So now you can
I don't
test
partake.
positive?
I don't.
No, not you.
Oh, okay.
You're not an NCAA athlete.
That too, yeah.
The royal.
It's still illegal for you.
Yeah, I don't think they test at all. I think that's the thing, John.
They're not testing.
They're not testing anymore. How do you feel about this? Hater of weed. You okay with
Well,
this?
I don't like weeds, man. They get everywhere this time of year. I think
like
this is the most
Saturday.
depressing thing
Gets
about the end of the
everywhere.
College World Series.
What?
It's the
Having to
same
do
time
work
as the
at home?
lawn starts looking like crap
Because you
again.
haven't been able to take care of it.
You
for
get
2
that
weeks.
1 month.
3
You
weeks.
get that 1 month where it looks the best it's ever going to look, and then the College World Series happens. I come home. It's like, when did I just move into a nuclear hellscape?
It's almost
Chernobyl.
something that
So
makes
depressing.
you like want fall to arrive.
No, I don't want fall to arrive.
Oh, okay.
I've got plenty of time.
Okay.
I can. Nope. Josh here for wanting cold weather.
Oh, that's okay. I came up with a dumb debate question, and you just reminded me of it. Thank you very
All right,
much.
put
I
it
thought
on
of
there.
it when don't you hate it when you wake up and
Well,
you have
don't
an
use it
idea?
now.
No,
Don't
I'm
use
not
it
going
for
to.
now.
No, but you wake
Yes,
up.
I hate when I wake
You
up.
come up with an
Oh,
idea,
yeah,
but
yeah.
it's 3 a.m. and you got to go back to sleep. And then you're like, I'm going to remember this for sure. And then you forget.
I've gotten into
John,
the habit of writing myself notes.
I just didn't want to see. I don't have a notepad on my bedside table, but I have my phone. I just didn't want to take out my phone. But John just reminded me of it.
We've already told you the story of how the USC Trojans and their head coach, Lincoln Riley, are trying to get out of playing certain games. Well, apparently they've also canceled the Ole Miss series. I didn't realize the Ole Miss and USC were going to have a series.
Woke comes again.
Yeah, they were going to, John. They were going to.
But then it got canceled.
It got canceled.
Because of woke.
Or, Nick, is it because Lane... Do you want to go down his road or do you want to go down my road?
Let's go down your road.
Okay. All right. Because Lane Kiffin always wants to avoid the SEC. People forget, John, and we actually mentioned this.
Lane wants to avoid the SEC?
Excuse me,
Lincoln
Riley. My brain is still broken. Lincoln Riley famously left Oklahoma right before they were going to join the SEC. And now, remember, there was the story about how they tried to get out of the LSU game this year?
Yes.
And now this.
This is sad.
Is he ducking the SEC? Many are asking. Is Lincoln Riley really that scared? Asks Sutterled Better on Twitter.
Oh, it's like
Sean Phillips CSCS. LMFAO. Lincoln Riley is so soft, bro.
So it's just like yellow bed letter, but not quite.
Donald Bateman asked, Lincoln Riley does not want any smoke from the SEC. LOL.
Now, it's easy just to pick on this guy, but I do worry if this starts to become a trend.
John, it has become a trend. It is here.
This is how the SEC just turns into its own thing.
No, this is how John and I get yelled at by everybody because they all want easy schedules in college football.
Everyone should have an easy schedule.
Well, if you think about the coaches, though, they want to win. It doesn't have to be about you.
Yes, I know. I watch the games, though.
Actually, it does need to be about us because without us, there is no them.
People forget we pay their salaries.
Without us, there is no them.
Yeah, we just want to watch good games.
That's all we want.
And
I'm not asking every school to schedule 3 toughies in the non-conference. I would just like to see one.
So it seems like there's a disagreement that you and I have with the general audience on this. And so maybe we could have a compromise. People love compromises. It's
just play a half a game against a good team.
Famously, everyone loves a compromise.
We love compromise, Nick. The compromise that I will propose is this. The College Football Playoff Committee requires that everybody has one game versus a power conference school. What about that? What about if we required it? Because then it's not, this school, Ole Miss, they took away the hard game. They have an easy schedule. We need to follow along and also have an easy schedule. I understand why they do it. I get it. It makes sense from the perspective of wanting wins and losses. But if it's required, then everyone has to do it.
One seems like not enough.
But then Vanderbilt gets all the phone calls from Big Ten schools. Hey, we'll play you.
Well, what if it was this, and this would require, more compromising and more coming together, which college football does hate doing. If it was a draw out of the hat type situation, it was a, what was the thing in college basketball, the late night thing?
The Big East, the bracket bus.
Yeah, those types of situations where, so in the World Cup, John, they put like all these names into a hat, and they put that's how they set the pods up or the group stages. What if we did that? And you could do a rolling average of whatever you want it to be. We could figure it out. Topic alert for next Friday, perhaps. And you do that. So it's like Nebraska, for example, is not in the same pod as Alabama because Nebraska has not been on Alabama's level. But Alabama's in the same pod as Oregon, and they get drawn. Nebraska gets drawn with, an ACC equivalent of Nebraska, which actually would be like a bottom tier team.
If it's a pod, do you want them to play in double speed?
They could play at double speed, Nick. That sounds awesome. But like that would be the way that I do it. So the joke that you just made wouldn't come to pass. Not everybody can call Vanderbilt and ask them to play a football game. I would hope that our listeners would say, Josh, this is a fair compromise to what you want and to what I want. It takes off the table of the schools having to decide who they play.
It would be nice if a team got docked because they intentionally scheduled light in the postseason.
Yes.
Actually, yeah.
Or in the non-conference. It would be, they won't do that.
They should make it a point system where the really easy schools are worth half a point, but then the harder ones are worth 2.
Or you do the drawing out of the hat system. Brandon says, to be fair, when's the last time Nebraska scheduled an SEC team? Well, for now, they do have Tennessee on their schedule.
If you think that game's going
to
get first of all, that thing's been moved so many times. It's like an army brat.
It should have been played 8 years ago. That game was supposed to be, I think, 16 and 17, and it got moved.
I could have swore that game was on a schedule many, many years before that and never got played.
Yeah. I wonder if I can
it feels like it goes all the way back to Bill Byrne.
Do you think it's that old?
That there was supposed to be a series against Tennessee and it never happened.
That's wild.
That's how long it maybe it's just me misremembering, but man, it feels that way.
Corey writes on the YouTube, Josh just loves to come up with the most complicated ideas to fix things. I feel like Wade says this is a fair compromise. I feel like this is a very fair compromise because, again, I understand why The schools and the coaches don't want to do it.
If you put it in their hands, they're going to take the path of least resistance.
And that's fine.
Period.
But if you are a fan and you also are like, yeah, I like this because if other schools aren't going to schedule hard, then we shouldn't either. Okay, I understand that line of thinking, even if I disagree because I just want to be entertained. But if you take it out of their hands and you force it on them, look, they're setting all sorts of new rules anyway. They're cutting down roster sizes. Analysts, you can
now
have
everyone can coach. They can bring in Joe Bob from the street and they can coach.
Force them to schedule an equivalent team in one of the other conferences. Kyle writes, Wisconsin fan Kyle, Fickle isn't taking easier schedules. He was on Rub, saying the new playoff means he can schedule harder. 12 seed will come down to a week. Where is it at? A week schedule with 10 wins and a team with a tough schedule with 9 wins, and people will lose their mind when the team with less wins gets in.
Theoretically.
But see, that's the thing. I mean, and because these conversations have been happening since the 4-team playoff, where, well, we're going to do it this way because we think this is going to be advantageous for us, or we're going to do it this way for the same reason. The problem is until it actually gets, practically accomplished through trial and error, we're not going to know. We don't know how this committee is going to handle the selection process for a 12-team playoff because it's never happened before. And until there's actually proof of concept that, hey, you have to schedule harder to get in or get a fair shake, or, hey, you can get away with not doing it because you play in Conference X, we won't know until we see a practical application.
Yeah. Colin writes in, John saying it's been moved so many times, completely incorrect. He's talking about the Tennessee game. It's been moved once. It got moved when Tennessee decided to play Virginia Tech at the NASCAR track. Nebraska then scheduled Oregon in 16 and 17.
Yes, but I'm going back several years, like to a series I could have swore was signed like 20 years ago.
Yeah, and Adam says he thinks you're talking about a series with Georgia. They have never had Georgia.
I don't remember Georgia. For some reason, it feels like Tennessee has been in the works for a couple of decades. So this is going back several athletic directors.
Well, Corey says John is right. It's really hard to find articles about the original, so like I can't find those. We'd have to ask somebody who, would have access to
Going back to the committee thing real quick, theoretically, shouldn't one of their main criteria be strength of schedule?
It is one of their main criteria.
Right.
But Nick, it's not just based off non-conference. It's also based off of your conference strength of schedule. But that's like, and you know this, especially John, from college basketball, how your league is viewed is set in the non-conference. So like if Big Ten basketball, for example, has an incredible November and December, everyone's like, whoa, what a great conference. So then it raises the bar or raises the floor for the whole league.
Right.
And so your wins you kind of gamify things. But if you have a really bad non-conference, it doesn't. Football's much more difficult though, because some conferences play 3 and some play 4. And if you go undefeated in your non-con, but you never play anybody tough, like, are you really learning anything there?
Mm-hmm.
Star Wars Fiend says, wasn't Tennessee during the Bill Callahan time? I feel like there was talks, but could be very wrong. When I remember that game being scheduled was about 10 years before it happened. I feel like I lived my old address, 2868 Ida Street.
Wow.
And I moved out of there.
You just doxed somebody.
Yeah, well, that's where I lived, Nick, when I was a young millennial.
When you were a spry boy.
We lived there in the late 90s and into the mid-aughts.
Sorry, person Josh just doxed.
I didn't dox them. It's just an address. Wow, how about this? Michael Severe. I save all my scripts from the shows. The first mention I can find of a Tennessee game being scheduled was around 2008.
Michael, geez.
That's the early Bo Pelini era.
Okay.
Wow.
Congrats on still having that.
I mean, that's early. To me, it actually feels like it was earlier still, like it happened in the wake of Nebraska finally playing Tennessee in a bowl game. For some reason. Now,
real quick, the Georgia thing is also true. I
don't remember Georgia.
Jed writes, Nebraska was going to schedule a home and home with Georgia, but they wanted back-to-back years and couldn't line up dates. And yeah, Adam followed up and he said it was the Georgia game that they could never get scheduled. But that's a different thing than what we're talking about. That's a different thing.
I'm talking about this was actually on the schedule. It was planned to do it. The contract was signed.
Yeah.
And then for whatever reason, either got moved or canceled.
It was when it got moved the first time, it was the emailer earlier was correct. It was because of NASCAR.
Yes.
Tennessee played Virginia Tech at a NASCAR stadium.
They wanted to play at Bristol Motor Speedway.
Which is such a bummer because of all the games that have been on the schedule over the last however many years, there were 2 that I always wanted to go to. Oregon, which I did. That was a fun trip, except for the game, obviously. And I've always wanted to go to Knoxville. I want to see a game at Rocky Top. I love that fight song. Seems like a great time. I think Nebraska and SEC fans, there's a lot of handshake memes.
They played that song a lot on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
They did.
It's a great song.
JD writes, guys, we can't even get the SEC to play 9 conference games. They have to play the FCS team in November. That is the last conference that lectures anyone on tough schedules. That is look, we're not saying that their fans are lecturing anyone. They're making fun of Lincoln Riley. That said, I still believe that the SEC is going to go to 9, and I think they're going to do it very, very soon. And I hope that that's the case too, because then that talking point can go away, which would be enjoyable. There you go. That's Lincoln Riley for you.
That's Lincoln Riley. See what he did?
See, I did that.
He did that.
I did that.
He did that.
1620 zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center. Currently no wrecks to worry about. We do have reports, though. 680 is currently closed between Mormon Bridge and I-29 for both directions because of the flooding. I-29 is also closed because of flooding over in Iowa between 480 and 880. And then here in Omaha, delays on eastbound I-80 from Q Street to about 72nd. A slight delay on southbound 680 just before I-80. Delays on eastbound Dodge around 90th and on westbound Dodge from 108th to 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lanahaw Nurseries.
Lanahaw Nurseries is celebrating 50 years of being your homegrown headquarters. Thank you, Omaha. In honor of our anniversary, enjoy 25% off bald and burlap trees with free planting. Some exclusions apply. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-893-2288, 800-893-2288, 800-893-2288.
Email any of our shows anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. For me, John at 1620thezone.com. The Equitable Bank inbox from 1620 The Zone.
I'm Ryan Osted. Golf is great because it can be whatever you want it to be. If you want to go out and have a competitive 18 holes, you can make it that. If you want to go out and have a scramble and just have the time of your life, if you want to have a charity golf tournament to raise money for some great cause, you can make it that. It is flexible to be whatever you need it to be at that particular moment in your life. And I've needed golf to be different things at different points in my life. And I'm certainly thankful that I was able to learn the game as a kid and continue to play it now as an adult.
Play better, have fun, and shop Osteds.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
You can always email the Grum, and you can always join our 1620 The email by going to 1620thezone.com. But if you want to email us directly, it's the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Got an email from Steve.
Thank you,
Simple?
Steve.
Says, I'm having a hard time understanding all the hype on Nebraska football this fall. I think they're getting way too much love. His emphasis, not mine. I get the local hype. It is usually perceived as being a bit biased year in and year out. But I'm really surprised by the national media anticipation of Nebraska's success this year. 8 to 9 wins, 7 at most. That's what he says. Nebraska's defense will be solid, but Raiola, true freshman quarterback, will have tremendous growing pains in the Big Ten. The speed of the game, sophisticated defenses, and outstanding coaching in the Big Ten is going to be overwhelming for him. Turnovers will continue. Special teams will be inept again. Thus, field position will cost them games. They lose to Colorado again. Man, I don't know how you can see 7 wins. You keep talking like this.
Yeah, seriously.
Team that upgraded, talking about Colorado, team that upgraded tremendously on the O-line and D-line. Are we sure this isn't from Coach Prime?
Wow.
They are still better than Nebraska at the skilled positions. Nebraska will not be able to make up the 21-point deficit from a year ago. Rutgers, Ohio State, USC, Wisconsin will be losses. Iowa will be a toss-up.
Go Hawks.
I hope I'm wrong, but I think 25 will be likely a more successful year with Raiola having a year of experience under his belt. He has tremendous upside and will leave Nebraska as a winner GBR. That's from Steve.
Why is Iowa the toss-up?
You don't have to be offended by everything, Nick.
Not everything. I just feel like Iowa, out of all those that
Nebraska
are
beat them
Iowa's
2 years
not
ago.
the toss-up.
Last year went down to the wire.
last
Every
year
year goes
literally
down
was
to
a
the
toss-up.
wire.
Yeah,
Every year is a toss-up.
Yeah.
Literally every year.
It
Nick.
is.
Punts.
That's yes.
Iowa punts.
Yes,
Yes, they do.
So that's why it's
Punts,
a toss-up.
punts.
Yeah.
That is true. First off, this is merely semantics, but Nebraska, you can make up 21 plus points in a year. You can make up 21 plus points in the same season. People forget in 2010, Nebraska went to Washington and destroyed Washington.
Yeah, 3
then
months
got
later.
rematched with them in the bowl game and lost.
Yeah.
So it can be done. Also, Arizona State from 1997, or excuse me, 1995 to 1996. Also, huge. So
They
Those
scored
years don't
77
exist.
points, Nick, and they allowed 28, and the next year they lost 19 to nothing.
19-0.
That's what
With
Lance.
those Scott 3 safeties Frost as quarterback.
Yeah, Lance Brown shouldn't have done that backflip.
But he was a hero, John. Scott Frost was a hero.
Not in that game. He was a 0. That's the number of points Nebraska scored.
Some could say that was foreshadowing.
Yeah, well, it certainly was. Katie writes, Steve legitimately sounds like an idiot. Colorado majorly upgraded. What drugs are they selling in Boulder now?
Well, let's put aside some of
Weed.
his reasoning for it and
okay.
just address. And remember, I apparently successfully predicted now that
Shout out, John.
that there's going to be folks in the national media who are going to have Nebraska as a dark horse playoff contender. That's not what Steve is saying here. But, I mean, yeah, Nebraska is going to be a sexy pick. It's a very, dare I say, manageable schedule.
No, winnable games all over the schedule.
And, you know, Raiola's going to get a lot of love, and people really like the cut of Matt Rule's jib.
Oh,
This is
That's
not
a
surprising.
sailing reference.
This doesn't mean it's going to happen, but I am not surprised that this is the conversation. And quite frankly, I'd rather have this than the opposite.
Sure. When will they fire the coach stuff? Like that
Yeah.
was very fun.
Absolutely.
I think that to parse through the email, I'm surprised by the national media anticipation. So I'm not for a few different reasons. First of all, I would start with this. And I think that this is the biggest key to this whole discussion. Matt Rule went from year 1 to year 2 at previous stops, and he had massive improvements. At what school he had 2 wins his first year, and he, I think, had 5 his next year or 6 his next year. The other school he had 1, and then he took him to a bowl game.
And for the record, I'm not a huge fan of that narrative.
No. I know
because
you're
not
not.
every situation is the same.
But
that goes
that's
to how a lot of people nationally do things.
Well, and the other thing too
And
is
a
that
lot of other
Nebraska didn't have 1 win last year. Like if Nebraska went 1-11, and then people were still like, yeah, but Matt Rule year 2, like I'd be like, all right, let's pump the brakes a bit. But they won 5 games, and now people believe that they are going to, win more than that. Like 8 is only 3 more than 5. I know that this program has sucked for a long time. We're not talking about, this huge, massive upgrade, though. It's just like Don't lose the games in stupid fashion a few times, and you might be able to do it. I mean, it is on the table.
They were that close to 8 wins last year.
100%. And so,
they were very close to 8 wins last year.
So I think it starts and ends
There's
with
that
Matt
word
Rule.
again.
But if you want to go beyond that, yeah, I think the long runway at the start of the year, I think people get very excited about that, because if they get by Colorado and they have 2 wins, like, people around here are going to freak. And I think it'll be like, oh my gosh, they're going to beat UNI. So then they're going to be 3-0. And then they have some winnable games to start the Big Ten Conference schedule.
Go Panthers.
And look, like, this is something that we will continue to discuss in the next 2.5 months. They have a 5-star quarterback. Like, I know that, like, people around here are so nervous to, like, want to buy into this guy being like the bee's knees. But 5-star quarterbacks go to other schools and they believe that guy's about to be a difference maker. And that's how the national media is thinking about this too. They have a guy, and it's not just any 5-star. He has a very particular last name. We know that name.
Yes, and it's Raiola.
It's Raiola. It's not, this isn't Manning. This isn't, Arch going somewhere, but this is a pretty sizable name. And so I think that it's all of that. And then if you go on the field and like things that they can actually define that we know about, like defense was really good last year. And the defensive coordinator is back.
I mean, there were pieces in place last year. Again, with a team that did not have a proven quarterback, they were really, really close. I know people.
Oh no!
Now
Play the drop, Nick.
That word is.
Oh yeah,
that word
it's like
has
a
new
cuss
meaning
word
around
now.
here. It almost is.
It's like the C word. It's the C word. Close.
But they have made certain upgrades.
Yeah.
Now again, most of us have not taken a really deep dive into what the other teams, because every other team gets a chance to improve or get worse.
We're getting
too.
close to 25 teams and 25 Grums. We'll
We're
start
long
doing that
way
soon.
off from that. Very
We're
long
like a
way
month
off from
away
that.
from
We're
25 teams.
many,
and 20...
many
Oh
days.
man, look at Nick's eyes. He just realized he has to book 25 guests.
Just got the 1,000-yard stare.
In 5 weeks. Nick, we believe in you.
I almost got all of them last year.
Now, here's a funny text. Not so much like because it's ha-ha, but because I will give him an answer. But Chris in Montana says the win total is definitely interesting. But when will he get his first win over a ranked opponent as a Power 5 or whatever you call it now, coach? And so, yeah, we call it the Power 4 now. But so fbschedules.com, if you go to their website, I don't know exactly who they use, but they put a number next to teams. Like they use some sort of I don't know, maybe it's like Phil Steele or something, but they have numbers next to them.
I don't know who they
So, like,
use.
for example, on Nebraska's schedule, they're at Ohio State. There's a 2 next to them. Now, again, I don't know exactly what they're using. They are the only team that FB Schedules right now has as a ranked team that they play. And things will obviously change, right? If USC is good, they'll pop into the top 25. Certainly, Iowa could be a top 25 team, and maybe Wisconsin in a year or two has a breakthrough. But that is another part of this discussion, is the schedule is not like the 2025 schedule. In terms of helmet games, it features Michigan, it features Penn State, it features USC, it features Cincinnati. Even if you want to go with a lesser helmet game, like this schedule doesn't have that. It has Ohio State. Of the big 4, it has one of them, and that's only Ohio State. Michigan's gone, Ohio State or Penn State's gone, and Oregon's off the schedule.
Yeah,
it's like it's a nice runway for year 2. Very nice runway. I don't think that they're super duper hyped though. I think that people are more like intrigued. I don't feel like putting a team at like 25 is like a wild thing to say. If that's 8-4, I think they could go 8-4.
Could.
I think they could. I don't know if I'll predict it, but I think they could. Hot Danger says, let's call it something other than Power 4. How about Rushmore conferences?
That's a fun one.
Why don't we just go? Well, I'm going to use Grand Brands. They love their brands.
We do love
I'm
our
going to
brands.
call them the
Folks,
Grand Brands.
We love our Grand Brands, don't we, folks?
The Grand Brands.
Why don't we just call them the Big 4 since everything else is
No.
gonna be sponsored soon?
Oh, yeah, that's another topic you haven't had a chance to opine about.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
topic
what?
alert.
Sponsored conferences?
The All-State 12 or the Big All-State.
I
still
want
think
them
All-State
to do
12
the
is
All-State 12 because then I can continue to make fun of people who are supposed to be of higher education that can't freaking count.
Nice. Amazing Dana says,
I don't care. If they want to call it the All-State Conference, they can. But if they continue to put the number on it, like if the Big Ten sold their corporate sponsorship
All-State 10
and called it the All-State 10,
State Farm
I would
10.
mock these morons who I already mock because I can't stand the Big Ten incessantly.
Nice. Hot Danger
You're
says
not the
Burger
Big Ten.
Kingdom.
You haven't been the Big Ten in 35 years.
Wow, has it been that long?
Yeah.
Oh, what year? What was Penn State's first year?
93. So almost, it's been 31 years.
31 years.
Mason Daniels says a former power.
That's 3-1. That's one more than 31, less than 32.
They should maybe call it the Big 31. Mason Daniels says a former power lands a 5-star. That would cause interest anywhere. Yeah, and I think that's a big part of it. I think that's a huge part of it. Jeff says the prostate conference. Wow.
Or is it pro-state?
Nice. Wow.
The all-state conference.
I'm very pro-state. I believe in states' rights.
Wow, John, don't say that. You know who else said that?
Oh,
the losers.
They did.
The Confederate States.
Of
Remember,
America.
they lost.
Well,
They tried to usurp America, you stand behind them, John.
You realize we still have. I mean, we don't have gambling here. They have gambling over there.
I know, but
They
when you
still
say
have
states' rights, there's a connotation.
Well, that's been there's no connotation.
You know what I've never understood about the Confederate
It's
States?
called the United States of America.
Yeah, they didn't want that, though. What's that, Nick?
They decided to put their capital in Virginia, a stone's throw from the normal state capital. Go deeper in your territory. What are you doing? That's goofy.
Okay, yeah, like they go down to Mississippi or
Yeah.
Alabama or something. Okay, I don't hate that take.
Put it in Georgia.
That's not
It's harder
something
to
I've
get to
ever thought of.
Georgia.
I'll be honest. When I think about the Confederate States, I've never thought, oh, I'm in their capital, though.
Well, it should have been Atlanta.
By the way,
that was the only mistake they made, according to Patriot Supply Nick.
Patriot Supply Nick's a libertarian, John.
Also, we need to give one more shout out to Michael Severe. So we were talking about the Tennessee series.
Yeah.
And Michael said he could find it on his prep sheets going back to 2008. He has since found the Huskers.com announcement of the series.
Whoa.
Nice.
And we are now at the 18-year plus 4-day anniversary of this. It was actually my brother's 11th birthday. Happy birthday to Luke back in 2006.
Luke.
I was 9.
When Nick was 9, the Huskers announced football series with Tennessee. The series will begin in Lincoln at Memorial Stadium on September 10th, 2016. Nebraska will make the return trip to Knoxville and Tennessee's Neyland Stadium on September 9th, 2017. Indeed, those were the days of the Oregon series that they played. Going down a little bit longer, the announcement of a home-and-home series with the Vols comes on the heels of Nebraska's Monday announcement of a contract to play UCLA in 2012 and 2013.
That actually happened.
In May, Nebraska announced it'll take on Virginia Tech in 2008 and 2009.
And that actually happened.
In addition to Tennessee, Peterson also announced Thursday that the Huskers have inked a contract for a single game against Florida Atlantic in 2009. That game was played. I think that was it in terms, and then it's like,
okay, so I wasn't losing my mind.
They announced it. It's just they announced it so long ago, and then it got adjusted a few years later. That's serious.
Hit the eject button,
and they will hit it again. This
Ejecto
game is
Cedo.
not going to get played.
Well, I don't know if you've heard, but the folks in Tennessee think that what happened on Monday night is just the beginning for Tennessee athletics. That they're
Is
just
that true?
They're going to rule the world.
Everybody.
They're going to win everything. Maybe we need to avoid them.
Oh.
Mustache Adam says, can every sponsored ad read on 7.5 be read by my Patriot Supply, Nick Grim? Oh, no, but Nick is ditching us that day.
Yeah, I won't be here.
Unreal.
I'm going to be in Ames.
Unreal. Wow. You take off work to go to Ames, Iowa?
Hell yeah.
Is there another Frolf event there?
No. My bros are there.
Many people are pointing out, Nick, that this was the 1800s, so the distance that you had to travel, it was by horse, not
Right.
You couldn't hop into your Volkswagen.
Which I still think strengthens my argument
Your
that it should have been in
Nissan.
Atlanta even more. It would have taken them even longer to get there from.
Amazing Dennis says
There.
likely had to do with supply lines and reasons that they chose DC for the U.S. Capitol.
I guess they had trains in the South.
Time for time travel and Nick to go back into the 1800s and ask the Confederacy why they did what they did.
I guess they were more into agriculture and slavery, not so big on trains.
Bingo. It's actually on the 402. They canceled it so Tennessee could play someone at the giant race car track or whatever. They might have played Virginia Tech.
Bristol
they did
is
indeed.
not a giant race
They played
track.
They played. Well, it is for a football stadium.
For a football stadium, yes. For a NASCAR,
That was a
track,
really
it's
cool visual. That was a really cool visual.
They should have had.
You
the
know
race
what?
at the
I
same
don't
time.
even remember it.
I got really drunk that night, and I had Jimmy John's. Why I remember these things, I don't know.
You might have a problem.
What? Because I have an incredible memory, but I can't remember what I did
because
yesterday.
you remember a random Tennessee
My
game.
best friend and his wife came over.
You know,
We had rum.
You remind me a lot of Jimmy Chavez. This morning,
Okay.
he mentioned
Rude.
he was telling me about 70s NBA teams this morning.
I mean, I have a couple NBA takes from the 70s.
Because he was talking about our parody conversation yesterday.
Parody.
He was talking about the last time there was this stretch.
Yeah, yeah.
And he named off every team.
Well, maybe he was listening to the show yesterday when I named off those teams.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Or maybe he just had Wikipedia up in front of him.
Maybe he just had
Jimmy is really good with years.
Oh, yeah. I hosted a show with him during the College World Series, and I said something, and he made some offhand reference to something random.
Oh, you guys hosted a show together.
We did indeed do a show.
How much of it was wasted on that crap team in Dallas?
Not very much, actually. That was the day of the U.S. Open. We were reacting more to the U.S. Open. My friend David, who was at my house when we had the rum, he texted rum. There we go. We had rum.
Rum.
This is rum.
Josh says, playing the text sound when reading the text so you can't hear the text is definitely a choice. Wow, that was a lot of words. That text was in this tweet like 3 or 4 times.
Well, first of all, the text noise is a second long.
Not that
loud.
Which some would say is a very good amount of time.
Interesting.
It's not like playing the very noisy bed.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess get a better sound bar.
Get a better sound bar.
Wow.
Nice. Shots at Mark Onweiler. Hanging out in his office right now without a sound bar.
Yeah. All right, still to come. Dumb debates. And next, we haven't done it in several weeks, the Run and Wrestling Connection.
Oh, I have 2 topics for this one.
The Run and Wrestling Connection. Yeah, wrestling's getting weird again.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Running is still awesome.
No, it's
I can't
not.
stop thinking about the Iron Claw. Wrestling might be ruined for me.
Wow. It happened 40 years ago.
It's still a bummer.
Until you find out what happened to Chris Jericho.
He's still alive.
Yeah.
You're talking about no. Jericho's the one that's still alive.
Jericho's the one who's in the band Fozzy.
No, Chris Jericho is alive. Who am I thinking of?
You're thinking of Benoit. Chris Benoit.
That's right. That guy. The joke is now not as good.
That
guy.
That was
bad.
I don't want to see that movie.
No.
I don't want to see that movie.
No.
1620 the zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
I received a text that I had to look into during the break. Did you hear about the pandas coming back to America? China made America give all the zoo pandas back. Now China's giving some back, and we're just accepting them. Like China doesn't have cameras that are bugged. Pandas are bugged. Do you think the pandas that China is giving us back are bugged? Do you think they're listening to us with the pandas?
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Beautiful this evening. Sunny skies, light winds, temperatures in the 80s. Clear to partly cloudy tonight, lows in the mid 60s. Cloudy for Thursday, a 40% chance of showers and thunder showers. Highs near 80. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, quick reminder that 680 is closed for east and westbound commuters between I-29 and the Mormon Bridge because of flooding. I-29 south and northbound is also closed over in Iowa between 880 and 480 because of flooding. Over here in Omaha, if you're east on I-80, you're going to see delays between Q Street and 84th. If you're west on I-80, those delays go from 24th all the way to 72nd. We got slow movement on westbound Dodge between 108th and 132nd, and on eastbound L Street around 90th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
We're excited to announce the grand opening of Saul's Jewelry and Loan's new downtown location. It's a Saul's shopping experience like you've never seen. Amazing jewelry finds at our famous best in town prices. Tools, bikes, guitars, 22nd and Hardy, downtown Omaha, Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
How does Host Coffee provide the best coffee for your workplace? By finding the richest and most robust coffee beans from all around the world and bringing them to our Nebraska roastery, where your coffee is roasted fresh and delivered straight to you.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
It's easy to see the common signs of transmission trouble.
If your engine revs before it falls into gear. If it seems to switch gears for no reason. So watch for the signs. Certified transmission, the job done right at the right price.
Shop Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer group. Visit us in Blair, Crete, Fremont, or Wahoo, or shop at SidDillonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
Ramona's Mexican Restaurant, previously located at 30th and Reddick and now at 30th and Willett in historic Florence, is still the way you remember it. Nachos, deep fried burritos, and those amazing cinnamon chips. Have a margarita or a cocktail. Open until 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturdays too. And try Ramona's out of this world 2.5-pound massive burger with cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, and pickles. Ramona's Mexican Restaurant. Stop in today. Follow them on Facebook for specials and news about their monthly musical bingo.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Stop being a dumbass. This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
What's up with all these listeners, John, asking us to do a wrestling segment?
You want to talk to me about running?
Maybe I do, John.
You know what? This is what we'll do. We'll do a minute of running and a minute of wrestling. The Run and Wrestling Connection.
I've already run like so many K today.
This is wrestling. This.
For no particular reason, I decided to go for a little run.
Get off the wrestling mat. Boo!
Run.
Yes, it's the only segment in sports radio today that combines two things, wrestling and running.
And maybe disc golf.
Nope. I think it's the only radio segment in the history of sports radio that combines these two topics.
Yes.
No one has ever done this before. Mike Francesa never did
There's
this.
nothing this insane anywhere else in the
groundbreaking.
world.
Mhm.
The wrestling's starting to get weird again.
Oh. Is Goldberg back?
It's
No.
called Dust back.
But did you watch the Death of WCW show?
Oh, no,
told
I
you
never
about?
got around to it. I was
Well,
busy
it's on-
watching the College World
It's
Series.
on the Vice.
Yeah.
You might enjoy it.
I thought it was on Hulu.
No, well, yeah, but
Oh, the
Vice
channel
is
was
on.
Yeah,
Vice is
yeah.
the deal. Last summer, Bray Wyatt, the wrestler, passed away.
Oh, R.I.P.
And he played a character that was very over the top, kind of eerie, spooky, supernaturally. Well, after many weeks of teasing, his brother, his actual biological brother,
Mm-hmm.
who wrestled by the name of Bo Dallas, has brought back the supernatural, his group of Wyatt family folks. And they took out a bunch of people with the smoke and the fireflies and the lanterns.
Which people did they take out? Like fans?
Like people in the backstage area.
Those people in the backstage didn't want the smoke, you say?
They didn't want the smoke.
Or the Fireflies.
He
He had a really cool intro.
I hated that
I mean,
song.
it was a very cool interest, but
Firefly,
it's just like, man, you were doing so many good things. I mean, CM Punk and Drew McIntyre are having a heck of a feud right now.
I like Drew McIntyre.
CM Punk's cool.
Yeah, but Drew McIntyre is a sword.
Asian Joe says
Not anymore. He doesn't use the
He
sword.
doesn't use a sword?
Yeah, he doesn't.
That's the good thing.
You can't use a sword in wrestling.
Yeah,
Who cares? It's
yeah, what is this?
cool.
It's season 4 of The Boys?
Oh,
Yeah,
I don't get that reference.
I wish they wouldn't do the supernatural stuff. You know,
I don't. Yeah, like wrestling is fake enough already.
Yeah.
Supernatural
Yeah.
ghosts are gonna.
I
Oh,
don't-
pile driver from the ghosts.
Yeah, I don't need that.
Nobody needs
That
that.
would be a
don't
funny
need
bit
that.
if they had a wrestler that was a ghost, but it like wasn't a person. It was just a guy beating himself up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, they had people taken out backstage. One guy looked like he got shot, even though he didn't get
This
shot.
is jumping the shark.
Yeah.
Wrestling has done a
Don't
lot
need-
of goofy
Don't
things.
need to jump the shark.
No. Or
Yeah.
the ghost shark,
Let's
as it were.
jump back. Let's jump back to the other side of the shark.
Yeah.
Keep
for
it on
sure.
the good side of
There
the
you
shark.
go.
But that's
wrestling for
that's
this
the
week.
latest on the
The
wrestling.
good side of the shark.
Asian Joe says Wyatt 6 talk. I did not have this on my program bingo card.
Well, if you pay attention, you know that this is the Run and Wrestling
a
Connection.
Wednesday tradition since March.
That's right.
Jordan asks, and this will lead into my topic. Did you hear that Raw on Netflix will be uncensored?
It will.
I think we opined that it probably would be uncensored, right? Because
Yeah,
that would
I
make
mean, I
sense.
don't
It
think
is
they'll-
Netflix.
I don't think they'll go over the top, and Sable will actually show off the puppies, but
nice.
not that she's around anymore.
It's going to be more blood, is what it's going to be. They've started to
And the F
slowly
word,
integrate
probably,
it.
right?
Yeah.
They'll say the F
Well,
word. They call
maybe.
Tom Brady's wife like all sorts of names. You can say whatever you want on Netflix. I think it's going to
They
be
say
I mean,
the F word
they'll
up
still
in
want to
live
be
events
careful because
that
remember,
aren't
this is a
aired.
publicly traded company, so they're not going to want one of their flagship shows to go so far over the deep end that they can't market to
kids.
children.
I don't think people care about swearing anymore.
Cuss words are in, John. People love cuss words.
I don't think people get all
Let's all say the F word at the same time, guys. Just kidding.
Francis.
Nice. All right. So this week's Run, part of the Run and Wrestling Connection. So Netflix is a streaming service that we all love and adore.
Love it.
Yep.
Can't get enough of it.
Well, next week, there's a holiday. John, I have something for you to watch on Independence Day when you are at home, preparing to also be at home on July the 5th. And that is a new show called Sprint. It's like Nick's goofy F1 show.
Oh, is this about sprint car racing?
No, John, it's
about the wireless company.
Wow. John
the wireless company.
John talks
used
about
to be
his
the sprint series.
John talks wrestling, and I sit here and I'm quiet and I'm respectful. And then I want
You
to talk
said
about
the show was called
Sprint, John. It's about
Am I going to get a Donnie shots up? Oh.
Look at that guy. Look at that guy.
Cool.
The Olympic 100-meter gold medal. This show will probably be awesome. I can't wait to watch it. Didn't you watch the sprinting over the last few days in Eugene? I was at that track a couple months ago.
No.
It was awesome.
Unless there's dirt on it and people in the stands are drinking Busch Light and they're going really fast. I mean, really fast.
It's the West Coast.
Not
They probably
like
have some
20
IPAs.
miles an hour fast. We're talking
Wow.
like 150.
What's your question, Nick? Hopefully I can answer it.
I'm surprised this Run-In and Wrestling Connection segment wasn't about them potentially moving the trials from Eugene.
Oh, I didn't have anything about that today.
You're going to take it to an island where no one else can go so we don't have to watch it
They're
anymore?
talking about moving it to the Coliseum because Eugene's so far out of the way. The athletes don't like how out of the way it is.
They don't like to go all the way to
Coliseum?
The LA Coliseum.
They don't like going to Eugene.
They took the track. So they're going to build
Yep.
a track.
That's one of the barriers. They're like, it's going to cost so much money.
It'd be stupid.
You're
Keep
telling
it in
me-
Eugene. The
you're-
place is packed. It's awesome.
Are you telling me there's no other place in America that has a running track that can accommodate
No, it's just
fans?
So Eugene is the home of Nike.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
why they do it.
Yeah.
I'm saying if they
Called
were
Track Town.
if they were wanting to move it out of there, that there's no other place in North America that has.
Well, they probably would want to do LA because of the history of that stadium. But as you pointed out, there's no track. They would have to build a track. That's stupid.
And
No,
the
keep it in
only
Eugene.
thing that they
And watch
do,
the show Sprint.
And the only thing they do in the Coliseum when they build a track, it's for NASCAR, not for
Stupid.
boring ass running.
I have takes on this now. I think I like long distance running more than sprinting.
Of course, long distance running is the bee's knees, Nick. It's the bees.
No, it's the crippling of the knees.
No,
Here's
my knees
another-
are great, John.
Here's another thing
Are
John
they?
missed.
Hey.
Another thing John missed. John, I run now.
Oh yeah, he runs. He bought running shoes.
Yeah.
Cool.
He used my podcast promo code.
You're welcome.
Shout out Nick. Yeah, look at that. Look at Nick going for a run. He's on Strava.
I am.
Cool.
He went for a half-mile run.
Good for you.
I'm so proud of
I
our
hope you
young
enjoy
boy.
it.
I'm working up.
Yeah, hey, that's great, Nick. Just got to start with the first step.
And then the next step.
And then the next step.
And
And
then the
then,
next
John,
step.
and then
And
you know
then
what you
left,
do? You go on
right,
podcasts and you talk about the
left,
emotional
right,
side and what it
left,
can do for you
right.
emotionally.
Oh, maybe I can be a guest.
Right.
Well,
yeah, what it
maybe.
does for you emotionally, it makes you miserable. Oh my God, why am I running?
John, miserable?
Instead of doing something constructive with my life, like mowing lawns.
Don't you remember, John, when I was not running and how miserable I was all the time, and now I run and I'm a happier
Well,
person?
some of that was also circumstantial.
You
to
got
other
rid of
things,
that
wasn't it?
115-pound tumor.
Such a big tumor.
President Trump weighs much more than 115 pounds, and he's about to return, John.
No, remember the doctor report? It said he's very normal,
very healthy.
Very healthy.
Travis says, don't they need to build a track in the Coliseum for
Yes.
the 28 Olympics anyway? So that's why they want to do that. They want to kill two birds with one stone. You could do all the stuff there.
But they would-
Keep it in Eugene. This would be like
so-
taking the College World Series away from Omaha. That place loves the event. It's awesome.
Great. So we're going to kill a bunch of birds for it. Oh.
You love killing birds. That's why we call you Dick Cheney.
It's like what our friend Ryan McGee said the other day. He comes to Omaha because this city is the College World Series. Eugene is the trials.
There you go. Eugene is the trials.
All right, there you go. The Run and Wrestling Connection. It's
What
back,
an
folks.
awesome segment. I have something that I decided not to do today that we can do next week in this segment on July the 3rd. Another day famously, John, where a lot of people will be at work.
Yes.
Is that another home day from home?
I'll be here on the 3rd. Come in.
Maybe. We'll see, Nick. You're not going to be here on Friday.
Yeah,
or
you're not
Monday.
going to be here on January
maybe
6th
we
in
punish
July.
Nick on Wednesday. And
Punish
You're gonna
Nick.
punish Nick.
Yep.
Punish Nick.
Punish Nick.
Well, we know now who's going to win the national championship.
Is it Nebraska?
Yep. We are about to spoil the college football season. Thus, we will have no reason to count down to it.
Oh, would you stop it, you monster?
Well, that's what we're gonna tell you who's gonna win the title, or at least give you a 1 out of 16 chance.
Okay.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
Hi, I'm Nick Bromell, owner of Royalty Roofing. The recent storms wreaked havoc on our community. Our team at Royalty Roofing is here to help. We're local, skilled, licensed, and bonded. We work for you to ensure you get the funds you deserve and make sure that the work is done to your satisfaction. Don't take risks with your biggest investment, your home. We are Better Business Bureau Integrity Award winners and Best of Omaha winners. Cover your roof with Royalty. Visit us today at royaltyroofing.org.
You know that dollar bill you've got stuffed in your wallet, purse, or pocket? Give it a little respect, because it could win you millions. Lotto America from the Nebraska Lottery is here, and it only costs $1 to play. It has a $2 million starting jackpot with drawings every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. What's more, you can add the All-Star bonus for an additional $1 to multiply any prize won. So unwrinkle that dollar bill in your glove box and play today. Lotto America top prize odds 1 in 26 million.
Fellow Nebraskans, we need your help getting signatures to finally legalize medical marijuana. We only have 3 weeks left. Get to our state's best liquor stores, wine, beer, and spirits to name and sign. Support us at nmm2024.org to make donations. Let's go.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hop into the driver's seat of a new Ford truck or SUV now at Baxter Ford. Choose from hundreds of new Ford F-150s, F-150 Lightnings, F-250s, and F-350s. Baxter Ford has over 250 new SUV models available, including Bronco, Bronco Sport, Escape, Edge, Explorer, Expedition, and more. Plus, all our vehicles come with fair, transparent pricing and no dealer fees. So you only pay for the vehicle, not the paperwork. Get started at BaxterFord.com.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Another quick note here on the Texas A&M Jim Schlossnagle to Texas story. So 10 players, many of them frontline stars for the Aggies, have entered their name into the transfer portal.
Mm-hmm.
One of them, Jace Laviolette, who stole the home run on day 2 from Florida.
And he was the guy who was dealing with the injury most of the
series. And he was dealing with the hamstring. He tweeted out, this was yesterday afternoon before the news broke.
Okay.
Thank you, at 12th Man, from the bottom of my heart for everything y'all did for us throughout the year. If you're in the portal, you're missing out. And he used the wrong form of your, but hey. If you don't want to be a part of the best university in the nation, this is where people come to be great. Let's go get it done next year.
So real quick, this is at what time yesterday?
1:26 p.m.
So really before a lot of the stuff ramped up, and certainly before his coach officially had left.
Yes.
Yeah.
And less than 24 hours later in the portal.
He learned a lot from his coach.
I guess.
Mm.
I guess so.
And now he's in the portal.
Wow.
That's what you get for using the wrong form of your.
I guess.
People have a hard time with that lately.
They do.
They
have a hard
do.
time with that, with there.
Mm-hmm.
It's not great.
It's.
It's not that hard. It
No.
really isn't.
No.
So Bud Elliott, who writes for CBS Sports, does what he's called the blue chip ratio. Very simple formula. You look at your recruiting classes and the rosters and count up the number of 4- and 5-star players, aka your blue chippers.
Mm-hmm. And then you divide that by the total number of players.
And every national champion since 2011, since he started doing this, has had more than 50% blue chippers. In fact, Michigan, I believe last year was the low ball. They were at like 54% blue chippers. But every team that has won a national championship had more than 50% of their roster as 4- and 5-star players.
He's been doing this. In the story, he goes all the way back to 2011, and that was Alabama winning it all, and they had 71%. You mentioned Michigan, they had 54. The lowest of any of the teams since 2011 is Clemson in 2016. 52% of their roster was 4 and 5. And how about this? But 2 years later, when they won it again, it was at 68%. So, like, even that was an outlier. Florida State was at 53% in 2013, and then, like you mentioned, Michigan. But those are outliers.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them are in the 70s, and some are even in the 80s.
Well, Bud has gone through all the rosters. Now that more on the transfer portal in a minute.
Okay.
Because he is still just looking at the recruits you have brought in yourself.
Which is pretty interesting because of how much the sport has changed. But like you said, we'll get to it. He explains it, I think, fairly well for why he hasn't included it yet.
Here are I misidentified the graphic. It's 16, not 12.
Okay.
16 schools who have 50% or greater blue chippers on their roster. In other words, more than half of their roster is 4- and 5-star players. We'll start at the bottom.
Okay.
Auburn.
No.
53%. Michigan.
Highly unlikely.
56%. USC.
Do they have a defense now?
59%. Penn State.
All right. That's the first one that I could see. I have to squint really, really hard.
And Miami.
I have to squint even harder.
61%. Florida, 63%.
No, their coach is going to get fired.
Clemson, 64%. Notre Dame.
Not with that coach.
Superior coaching, 67%.
Oh, interesting. But not a superior recruiter.
Well,
who's above him, John? Say the team that's above them.
Still living off of
interesting.
Still living off of old boys players. No. LSU at 70.
Gobble.
Texas 72.
Okay.
Oklahoma 73.
No.
Oregon 76.
Now we're cooking.
Texas A&M 79% blue chippers. Old Mikey Elko walked into a hell of a situation.
Thanks, Trev.
Thanks, Trev.
Well, that would be thanks, Jimbo.
Jimbo.
Georgia 80, Alabama 88, and coming in at number 1 with the most blue chippers on their roster, the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Wow, if they don't win the national championship this year, what a failure of a coaching job.
90%.
That's insane.
Blue chippers.
That is an
So
insane
those
number.
are the schools. One of those 16 will win the national championship.
He wrote as well, I expect Florida State at 49% to join the list next year. No other team is even 2 foreseeable recruiting classes away from crashing the party. The thing that bums me out before we move on to the portal of it all, I really wish that he would just give us all 134 teams, or even just the power programs. I would love to know where Nebraska is, and where other schools in the Big Ten are, where other schools in the ACC are, just to know, like, what are we talking about here in terms of how far away are you?
But part of the reason why he has not started to factor in the portal is apparently it hasn't had, well, first of all, we've only had really 3 years of the portal, so we don't have a lot
in terms of like being this crazy.
We don't have a lot of data.
Because the portal, I mean, you were able to transfer, forever. But in terms of the changes that have come to it, it's really a half decade old. But the immediate eligibility and that being like a rule that you get immediate eligibility not to apply for waivers, that's when you're saying it's only a handful of years old. It hasn't been around that long.
And so that's a big reason why it just hasn't kicked it in. Now, I mean, like anything else, I'm sure there'll be adjustments down the road. But, I mean, first of all, if you're, especially these programs at the top rungs, they're not utilizing the portal. They're utilizing the portal in very specific ways. They're going out and getting a quarterback, or they're going out and filling a needed spot.
Yeah, I'm trying to find.
And they're not doing complete overturns of their roster.
So here's what he wrote. Through 4 years of heavy transfer portal activity, national titles are not being won primarily through the portal. Michigan did have several in 2023, but most of the team was developed out of high school.
Yes.
Georgia did not take a single scholarship transfer in 2022 and had little reliance on it in 2021. The best teams recruit high school very well and then look to fill holes or upgrade in spots via the portal.
Now, again, Georgia's got a couple of those in there. So when you only have 3 or 4 years of data,
correct,
we're going to have to wait this one out a little bit. At some point, I'm
it
sure
will have
there
an
will
impact.
be a change.
Somebody will win a championship because they, the portal maybe filled a couple of gaps, 2-3 gaps or whatever. And then on top of all of their other really good recruiting.
But many of those same schools may also fit into the natural blue chip selection because, let's face it, these are the biggest of the big names in college football right now.
Yeah, I love what he wrote towards the end of the story when one of the subheadlines was, who could bust the blue chip ratio? And he said, I don't actually think that the blue chip ratio will hold forever. Standards are made to be broken. At some point, a team with maybe a high 40s number, a transcendent quarterback, and great injury luck could bust this. It's probably bound to happen. The closest was the Clemson team Alabama beat when Nick Saban successfully called for an onside kick to turn the tide of the CFP National Championship in 2015. And he mentions a few teams this year. Florida State, they could fit it. Tennessee, 46%, given that they have a 5-star who will start at quarterback for them this year. And he adds, it's worth noting that while access to the playoff has never been greater than it is under the new 12-team format, the format also requires teams to win 3 or even 4 difficult games to secure the national title. That could make it more difficult for long shots to shock the country. I think it's going to happen. Rules are made to be broken. And I think that he is spot on. It takes the transcendent quarterback. I mean, hell, we brought up the Clemson team from the Deshaun Watson Clemson team. That guy was a transcendent college quarterback. They were not a recruiter on the level of Bama, but they had an incredible quarterback and they won the national championship. Even the LSU team that won the Natty under Ed Orgeron, they were one of the lower ranked teams on the list of the champions since 2011. They had 64%, which is still a high number, but that was lower than a lot of the teams in that era. But who did they have? They had Joe Burrow. So it's possible. But look, that list of teams that we have on the video screen, yeah, the champion's definitely going to come from that list. I'd be surprised if it didn't. Florida State, Tennessee are maybe 2 of the best examples. I know a lot of people also like Ole Miss this year. They are a portal reliant team. That'd be pretty interesting if they were able to kind of do 2 things at once, where they break through and win as a non-50% blue chip team, and they heavily relied on the portal to try to win a natty.
You might be saying, what do you mean, Josh, talking about the video screen? You can see the video screen.
What?
By going to zonetv.live.
That's all you got to do.
That is the URL to take you directly to our streaming video of all of our live shows. zonetv.live.
Incredible website.
Incredibly easy to go to. Just think zonetv.live.
Yeah. Zonetv.live.
Zonetv.live.
Zone
NBA draft tonight.
ZoneTV.live.
Tonight's the first round. Tomorrow we get live second round during the Grum.
Yes, so we can all go home and watch the debate. One guy's old, the other guy's older.
Speaking of debates,
the Dixie Drool Cup debate. It should be corporate sponsored by Dixie Drool Cups.
What's Dixie Drool Cup?
Well, it's just the Dixie Cup that they will both have to catch their drool in.
Oh, that'll be perfect. The Drool Boys.
The Drool Boys.
They should give them a podcast.
Oh, my God.
You would need subtitles for that podcast.
Yeah, John hates subtitles.
No, I'm not doing this.
Guess we're canceling it.
Patrick writes, the NBA GMs and presidents are bonkers. There's no reason why the National Player of the Year, for not only this past year, but for the past 2 years in college basketball, would not be picked in the top 1 to 3 picks in this year's draft. Of course, he's talking about Zach Edey. The NBA, he writes, really has a problem with allowing the three-point shot affecting their judgment of drafting players within the last 5 to 7 years within the top half in the first round of the NBA draft and the first round overall. And then he mentions Donovan Clingan. Why wouldn't he?
Klingon?
Clingan. What went wrong? When will the GMs and presidents change their train of thought?
Who is this emailer again?
This was Patrick.
Patrick, no offense, but the team that just won the title relied on the three-point shot more than any team in the history of the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
They are not changing this anytime soon.
I mean, this is like, hey, Major League Baseball, why are you continuing to draft guys with high velocity? Velocity, because that's what's winning baseball games.
Yeah. Like if you said this and we just saw a team that won in a very old school type of way, like I would understand that, but they didn't. The Celtics won in an incredible way.
Yeah, the sport has changed.
Like I've heard some people say, John, that next year they are going to, or teams will now shoot more threes than twos. You know, like that is going to be where the basketball is moving.
And listen, I'm not here to say whether it's right or wrong, or whether I like it
in 1980?
or dislike it. But that's how the game is played right now.
Yeah, exactly. You know, when will these NFL GMs get off their asses and draft some running backs in the first round? That's not the game.
They're not going to do that.
It's not the game anymore. It's a bummer. You know, if you like the big man game, that's it. I mean, he's going to go in the first round. Your guy, Bill Simmons, today, he was talking, what if he got picked by Oklahoma City so he could play with tall Chet, and Zach Edey? Pointing out he's a good free throw shooter, too. Big man who can shoot free throws. That's important at the end of a game.
Mm-hmm. And also keep in mind, it's too about what you need.
Yeah. Also, the guy who got picked last year, number 1 overall, is like 7'5" or something. So it's not that they just completely dislike the big man. He just has a very old school game, you know? And like, he'll play minutes. He'll get minutes. He's not going to, toil away on the bench forever.
Right. But you want 5 shooters on the floor. You want 5 people that can. It's one of the reasons why Ryan Kalkbrenner came back again.
Yeah.
Continue to work on that 3-point shot.
Cancel the honeymoon.
Sam adds, hope the Big Ten stays like that emailer so they keep getting killed in the tournament each year. Hey, Purdue made it all the way to the end.
Well,
but then what happened, John? Welcome to the Big East,
Welcome
Purdue.
to the Big East, Purdue.
Classic John.
By the way, welcome to the Big East, New York Knicks.
Bing
Oh, nice reference.
Can you believe? Another reason why I hope they pick Shireman, just so they can just make their whole roster out of the Big East.
John, can you believe you tweeted that 3 months ago, and 3 months from now it's September? Just saying.
Why?
Time flies.
Why do you want to ruin my fun?
I love the summer.
Why do you
I've been
want
reading
to ruin the good vibes?
I'm reading another Franzen novel. Man, this guy can write. Jonathan Franzen, John. Have you ever heard about him?
Oh, but have you read the duck joke yet?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Exactly. You haven't read the duck joke
My wife
yet.
read it last night, and she goes, it's not that funny. I'll check it out during the commercial.
Well, I mean, her sense of humor has been warped now that she has to look at you every day.
No, her sense of humor has
She's
never
all
been better.
Laughed out.
Because I tell so many fun jokes.
She's been
because she has to
desensitized
look
to
at
laughter.
you.
I'm going to read it. During the break, I'll read it. Before we get to God, that's such a long tweet.
Not that bad.
It's just, if this was a column, I would read it. But in tweet form, it's just too
You've
long.
read chapters of books that
Yes,
were
but
longer.
Nick, this is Twitter. This isn't a book. I will spit on my muff.
The dumb debate segment is next on
Nice.
1620 The Zone.
Nick Grim for Circus Sports Iowa. There are many ways to play on the Circus Sports Iowa app. Of course, there's baseball with the tight money line splits and in-game betting, but Circus Sports Iowa also offers a variety of other sports for you to partake in some nice wagering anywhere in the state of Iowa. You into Formula One or NASCAR? You can play along with this weekend's races or just put in a future for the championship winners. If you like the PGA, then there are many options for you, from odds to win to makes and misses on the cut. Fights, tennis, soccer. They even have week 1, for the NFL and some CFB games available right now on the Circa Sports Iowa app. Also, speaking of that, check out Circa Million 6 and Circa Survivor and prepare for the NFL season. Those two have a combined prize pool of $16 million. You can see the details at circasports.com, not to mention their customer support, full of real-life people, no AI, no chat bot. You're going to get an actual living, breathing human being on the other end to help you with whatever problems you might come across. Check out Circus Sports Iowa today, anywhere in the state of Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center. Heads up, we're seeing delays on eastbound I-80 going from Q Street to about 72nd. Delays on westbound I-80 go from 24th all the way to Q Street. Delays on southbound 680 from Pacific to I-80. Slow going on 204th for both directions between Q Street and West Center. And delays on westbound Dodge from 108th to 132nd. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Modern Real Estate.
Introducing Modern Real Estate, the game changer in Nebraska's property market. With a competitive 2% commission rate, we're making buying, selling, and investing more affordable and transparent than ever. Visit modernrealestateco.com and experience the future of real estate today.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
It's going to be another sizzling hot summer. Stay cool with 35% off new Champion windows. Don't burn your money on high energy bills. Get new energy efficient windows from Champion. 35% off. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. The more you buy, the more you save. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way. And it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Plus, we're giving away the chance to win a $50,000 home makeover. Enter online today. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding. Now 35% off. Don't wait. This sale won't last long. 35% off windows, sunrooms, and siding. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice to have a plug throw. It would be nice to have a plug throw. It would be nice to have a plug throw. It would be nice to have a plug throw. It would be nice to have a plug throw. It would be nice to have a plug throw. It would be nice to have a plug throw from your mom.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mainly to base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around,
even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Good to be back for Dumb Debates, the segment that you get to take over. Remember, next week, you get to take over the whole show.
Yes!
It's Jan 6 in July.
Mm-hmm.
Topic alert. The whole show.
Yep.
Because we're going to be here for you.
Yeah.
But this is going to be the ultimate in summer radio, where we're going to tackle just all your best summer topics.
Yep.
So send them to us when they come to your head into the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. Josh is keeping a list. He's checking it twice. And that's also the same place you can send your dumb debates.
Mhm.
Anytime you think of a dumb debate, write it down, remember it, text it to us into the 42 Degrees to Source hotline, 402-951-1620. Tweet at us into the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Use the hashtag dumb debates. Email it to us, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Equitable Bank inbox, and we will get to them. Like this one. This one's like 2 months old.
Well, maybe we've done it then.
Yeah.
Well, did we do Alex's debate? Because this is very dated, but it's still kind of appropriate.
Okay.
Would you rather be the person responsible for the controlled burns in Kansas that ruin our air quality every year, or be a benevolent God that creates universal suffering for all?
The first. The latter sounds horrible. The first sounds slightly annoying.
But universal suffering also includes bad guys like Nazis.
Wow.
You don't want Nazis to suffer?
Oh, so we should all suffer so that the bad guys can suffer? Is
We
that
all
what you're
suffer
saying?
because a lady ate a fruit.
That's Genesis. He's talking about Eve. Look at Nick blaming the woman first. I figured he'd go with Adam.
The Bible blamed the woman.
So
And you quoted it.
Nick just retweeted it.
He
Quoted,
did.
retweeted. Retweets are endorsements, Nick.
Also, really quick, John saying January 6th reminded me of this clip that I got from the College World Series.
It was like a festival of beach balls called strike. 1 and 2. You could have floated all the way across the Missouri River if you had just grabbed all of those.
You mean it's like the January 6th of beach balls?
Awesome.
I
That's
must
funny.
say, you know what?
What?
Kudos. Yeah, I was a
To
little
Nick Grimm or to
disappointed.
January 6th
I
supporters?
wanted to see the bubble machines from Texas A&M, but apparently they didn't allow those in the stadium.
Boo.
But if the trade-off was they were also cracking down on the beach ball terrorists,
take it.
I'll take
They
it.
weren't, though, because there was, I swear, you know how those commercial breaks are like a minute and a half?
Yeah.
John left the studio for exactly a minute and a half. It
Yeah.
was just me and Farron in the booth. And in that amount of time, 8 beach balls, I counted them, landed on the field in the same place. Just
Wow.
one after another.
And you were
Beach ball,
gone?
beach
You
ball,
missed
beach ball,
this?
beach ball.
Interesting.
Yes, but we had far fewer interruptions, and it wasn't because the people actually could control their beach balls. There were fewer of them this year. So bravo, Charles Schwab Field and NCAA, as we try to rid the world of beach ball terrorism.
I partook in some beach balling on Monday. It was fun.
And were you at a place that was not a baseball field that you were interrupting someone else's game? No.
I was at the game.
Aaron in Papillion asks, which Nepo baby will have a better pro career, Bronny or either of Dion's sons?
Bronny.
Wow.
Because I think Dion has too much ill will for his nepotism. I think his nepotism cancels out because of how he is.
How does that answer the question? So you think that
I think Bronny will have a better career because I think that, not that he's necessarily better, but because his dad is more likable.
But no, Nick, we're talking about better career.
But that's part of being a Nepo baby. You're kind of riding your parents' coattails.
No, but we're saying who will be better at their craft? Bronny at basketball or Shador at playing quarterback in the NFL?
I guess I didn't take it as specifically the craft. Just
no, they're saying who will be better, who will have a better pro career.
Who will get farther.
No,
is what I took.
Well,
it as.
both of them are going to make it to the pros.
Right.
Yeah. Shador will be a first rounder.
I think Shador.
Yeah, I do too.
Easily.
But you're going to go with Bronny.
I'll go with Bronny.
That'd be quite the upset. Let's see. So
I mean, it's possible if Shador gets drafted and then gets hurt right away and flames out.
Quarterbacks are a crapshoot anyway.
They can be, but I just
Bronny's getting
can't
picked so someone can get his dad.
Yeah,
he is not. He averaged 4 points a game in college. Unless I'm missing something, and I'm missing a lot. No way.
This is as hard to understand as Clifford Caleb Kingsbury getting a shot in the NFL.
Hey, he went to the playoffs.
He did.
He did, John. He went to the playoffs once.
Yeah, and who waxed that ass? My team did. Got rid of him.
Sam says, future dumb debate question. Does Doug count as a Nepo baby?
Oh, interesting.
Sure. Why not?
Jimmy Allen, host of After Hours with Jimmy Allen.
Which conspiracy theory we got?
Good question, Nick. It sadly is not a conspiracy theory. Now, it is Wing Wednesday on After Hours. He writes buffalo sauce or the field on your wings. So buffalo sauce or all of the other sauces.
Like at the same time?
No, just that.
I'm a dry rub guy.
So you're taking the field then.
I don't like saucy wings.
See, this is an easy one for me.
I love saucy wings.
I'm just a buffalo wings guy. I don't like the other sauces. I want the regular buffalo sauce.
I love me a lemon pepper dry rub.
Lemon pepper
Now,
wit.
I am going to go the field only because I do love a good hot barbecue. I love the mango habanero.
One of my favorites.
Not a big garlic parmesan fan or anything like that. I do like the Korean barbecue on the wing. So for the variety standpoint, here's my problem with a lot of places.
My problem with you people.
Whoa.
They're still delicious.
You wings.
But I wish more people did the actual traditional buffalo wing sauce.
What do you mean?
Well, I think some people just it's just like the Frank's Red Hot or whatever, which is fine again. But the original buffalo wing sauce, it's got the butter in it and it coats a little.
I wonder
more.
where do you go? Because I feel like when I go to wing sauces, either maybe the way I have it at these restaurants, it's not the original way.
It might not be, but I
feel like it is. Like I like the buffalo sauce flavor. That butter and the
I do
hot
too.
sauce.
But it's
like
more
Oscars,
than
that Oscars kind of flavor to it.
The hoop and the harm.
Yeah. Oh man, I love wings.
My one
I
exception,
do love
Happy
the buffalo
birthday to
sauce.
me.
My one exception to saucy wings is mango habanero, but
Yeah?
I don't necessarily like it.
I love mango habanero.
I love the taste. I don't like being sticky.
Don't like being sticky.
I don't like being sticky.
I mean, when you're
Just lick
eating
your
wings,
fingies,
Well,
Nick.
I have
when
wet
you're-
wipes. No, but like then your saliva sticky. You got residue. You can feel it. You can feel when you lick your
Well, then
fingies. You got the
okay,
Wash your
residue.
hands. You're eating food.
Yeah, once you're done eating, you go to the bathroom and wash your hands.
Yeah, I wash
That's
my
what
hands
do.
anyway, but like I don't want to like do that awkward like not trying to get sauce on things. I feel sticky.
I mean,
One hand, like
Usually-
me, so you can text still.
usually you're.
Text and wing.
I mean, it's not like you're having something that requires a fork.
Right. I understand that it's
You're eating
possible.
your fries
but
or
I'm
your
This
also
explains
tacos or
Nick's pizza take that he has about a particular pizza place in town, and he always says it's too greasy.
It is too greasy.
It's too greasy.
You're supposed to wipe your
greasy.
hands. I mean, sometimes good food is greasy.
Yeah.
Like good fried chicken is
Right,
greasy.
but it doesn't have to be that greasy. Because I've
Well,
had good pizza and good wings that aren't that saucy and that greasy.
If you're going to have good ribs, you're going to get a little, you're going to get a little moisture on the
I like a
fingers.
dry rub rib.
You still got to. I mean, but the rib inherently, or the wing or whatever, because it's been cooked for a long time, or the way it's cooked, it's still going to be greasy. So
I have a
you're still
hot
gonna
take
have
for you.
that.
Maybe it's a hot take for the wings. I like them regular fried and sauced, and I like them charred. I don't like when they fry them, they char them, and then they sauce them again. I feel like that's pointless. I don't want that. If I want them charred, I want them to have a very particular, mouthfeel. And if I want them regular fried with the sauce where it's a little more drippy, I'm cool with that. I don't want to do both at the same time. Thankfully, most places
Who
charge
does
more.
that?
Well, there are restaurants that do that. They charge more. It's I don't remember the exact way they describe it, but there are people that do that.
So they fry it.
I don't know the process before the char part, but they char it so it has the black, and then they dunk it back in sauce so it's extra saucy. I just don't want that.
No, I don't mind.
I feel like
that.
it's less crispy tasting.
I don't mind.
Wade writes, a guy that showers once a week is concerned with greasy and sticky stuff.
Yep.
Interesting.
Well, I don't eat
Nick's
greasy and sticky stuff,
particular
so I'm not
about his
greasy and
hands
sticky.
being clean, just not the rest of
Yeah,
himself.
his body can take or leave it, but not his hands.
I mean, I might not shower every single day, but I shower more. I'm more clean than whoever left this residue that's still on this mouse.
Get a new mouse, I guess. Double dipped, as Jacob Bigelow says. Double dipped wings is kind of what they call those, apparently.
Okay. Sky writes, if all three of you ran for state legislature. If you ran for state legislature.
Sorry.
What would your campaign slogan be, and which of the three of you would win the most votes?
For state legislature?
Well, John is the most right-leaning, so John would win.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter what the slogans are. We're living in a
Right-leaning
red-
meaning correct, of
No,
course.
wrong.
I'm correct.
What would be my slogan?
I'll let kids eat.
Running for you.
Nice.
You'll let kids eat?
Yeah, that was a thing with Pillin. Stick to sports. He
So-
shot down a bill that would allow kids, like elementary kids,
So
to
kids
get
aren't
free
allowed
food.
to eat?
They got rid of the free meal plan, right?
Yeah, it was a free meal plan for
I had a
children.
free meal plan when I was a young kid. That's
And
pretty ruthless of him to do
Pillin
so.
is like, nah. I'd rather have approved subsidies for hog farmers.
What did you think of mine? I'll run for you.
I do like that one.
Running for you.
Okay, my actual one will be tickling chains and hearts.
Yeah, he's finishing last. What's your slogan, John?
My slogan, I'm not the other person.
Oh, that's a pretty solid slogan.
The breasts! Depending on, like, if I'm
breasts!
running against a woman, I'm not the other, I'm not her or I'm not him, depending on who I'm running against.
Sure. Charles, Nick, I'm busy. I'm busy for you.
See, I wish this was for mayor, because if I was running for mayor, my slogan would just be, I'll live here.
Joe in Vegas writes, if Nick is only still showering every other day, what does this say about his girlfriend? Happy for Nick, but now even more confused. She must like that Nick Musk. Ugh, don't want to think about someone like that.
I did finally meet the new Mrs. Nick.
Oh, I didn't meet her.
It's because you dipped out. She was there.
I didn't dip out. I was there.
Would it surprise you?
Monday.
She walks around with a clothespin on her nose. Well, yeah, it's an odd look.
I've
And I
seen
asked her
pictures.
about it. I said, well, it's because Nick only showers once a week.
She was there Monday, and you just dipped out right away. She met Mark.
I had to go home to watch the men's college world series.
You were there. Just go upstairs to watch the College World Series
And Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final. I had to do both sports at the same time.
There's also a TV.
Well,
in the
there
radio
wasn't a
booth.
second game that day. That's why he wasn't going to the game.
Yeah, I had to get home to watch the sports, Nick, and take a shower. Oh, that was good. Okay, you said something earlier, and it got my brain working, and it
Yep.
reminded me
Yep.
of waking up at 3 a.m.
Yep.
Okay, I often say, fall is the best. And why do I think that? Mainly because of football, of course. But we always say we love fall weather. Bro, I love hoodie and shorts. I'm
Mhm.
quoting myself.
Mhm.
If the football calendar was 6 months earlier, and so it's funny, it would be kind of the opposite in the country, where like cold weather teams have a theoretical advantage playoff time. A team like Miami, we'd be coming upon playoff time in the NFL, for example. It would almost be playoff time. They would have an example because they play in the heat. Would we still consider fall the best season? Would we still say, because fall is a reminder of the cold death of winter that
Right.
is rapidly approaching.
So, as somebody who recently got into sports, yes, I still love fall.
You still have fall? Because basically I was trying to interrogate my own opinions on liking fall because it's football season. But look, there's a certain time in fall where the trees have no leaves on them anymore.
Yes.
It's very depressing.
Late fall is depressing.
It sucks. The sun is setting at 4:30. It's god awful.
Really is only like 2 really strong weeks of fall, and that's before the leaves have actually fallen.
When the leaves are yet not brown.
Right, when they're
Yeah.
reds
Yeah,
and
that's
yellows.
true.
Yeah, so I was thinking about that. So do
Cyclones.
I just love fall because football?
It sounds like it.
Yeah.
I do like early fall.
Because I would say I would prefer spring. I like the renewal of life. I like the trees blooming. The other thing is I'm not raking leaves in the spring. I'm
I don't
raking
rake leaves either.
leaves in the fall. That's kind of annoying, especially when, I have 2 stupid trees that don't shed until
hot trees
until like February.
2 hot coffees.
So it feels like I picked up a dead leaf in my house the other day.
What? Where did that come from?
Well, it must have come
Wrigley?
from Wrigley.
Wrigley, get down.
Wrigley's got she's got this spot because it gets a little hotter. So when she's outside, she goes underneath one of the bushes that has some shade. And I'm guessing that's where she picked up the leaf. Also, that's where the bunnies have built their nest.
Did I tell you about Banks? How he
Wrigley,
ate
get
a
down!
a bunny?
Really?
Like within the last month and a half, I heard a whimpering. It was a very sad
Oh.
noise. He chomped, and then the bunny was dead. It was a tiny baby.
I'm still wondering what would happen if Wrigley ever caught a rabbit. What she would do. I don't think she would do that.
We found
She's a very gentle dog.
We found a baby rabbit's foot in Paige's house once. And we think that it was her poodle, but either her poodle brought it in or killed the rabbit outside and only took the rabbit's foot.
Sounds like a season or an episode of The Boys. It's bringing in body parts. Some comments on this discussion. Sad Husker fan writes, the weather in the fall is best until the end of, but doesn't follow up with how they feel.
Probably
Did
October.
they get hurt before they could finish?
I think
Probably
so.
October.
Sam writes, the NFL adding weeks and getting closer and closer to March Madness is helping with winter sadness.
No, it's not.
I agree with that. I think it does. It's nice. Asian Joe, I figured John hated the fall when all the leaves are brown and the skies are gray.
No, I like
All
the
the
cooler.
leaves-
I like the cooler weather.
But then it crosses over from, this is fun and comfortable to, oh no.
And then it gets miserable and it never comes
That
back.
first night when you go outside and it's 15 degrees and you're like, oh man, we are only at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Like Jack said it on Monday when we were doing the show outside in the 100-degree weather. He was like, I would still take this any day over the worst of the winter days. And I couldn't agree with him more. Monday was pretty miserable and sticky. But you know what? There were still people doing things outside. When it's -5, you know what I don't see? People doing things outside.
The people from Texas loved that weather.
Yeah, we
too.
wouldn't go do a radio show outside when it's -5 degrees.
Why don't we?
Well,
Weren't
we do that.
Supposed to do that with the Reverse College World Series.
Yeah,
show?
I believe so.
We did do that show in December outside, and it was really cold that day, though.
Sky wants to know that centaurs have 6 limbs. Are they insects?
What is a centaur again?
It's the human body or human torso horse body.
Oh, is that what a centaur
Yeah, but
is?
it's got they got
that's
the
the
human-
four
so they
hooves.
have yeah.
Yeah, sure, I'll call it
No,
that.
they're not insects.
Oh,
Along those lines, Charlie, do dogs and cats have 4 legs or 2 legs and 2 arms?
So like
4 legs.
insects also have an
Okay.
exoskeleton, and centaurs do not. They're mammals,
Mm.
so they're not.
Though
an
cats
insect.
do use their front paws, and occasionally dogs do too, almost like their hands.
Also, have you noticed
Look at these
lately that
hands.
sometimes animals, and when I say lately, I mean, I guess I don't know what I mean by lately. Have you ever noticed how weird it is when dogs and cats try to sit like people? Does it freak you out a little bit?
No. Banks was chilling like that the other day.
They don't just like lay down how
he
they should. They're just up.
He kind of was like putting his paws on my chest, and I just decided to put his whole arms like on my shoulders, and
Yeah.
so he was sitting there. And I think he was like, "What the hell am I doing right now?
What is
This is a very weird sensation of how I'm sitting." I don't think he liked it very much, so he stopped.
I don't like when dogs and cats and animals sit like
Back
people.
on the weather topic, Dave
Ah.
asked, show topic,
Hello,
which
Dave.
is worse,
Topic alert.
spring wind or winter Arctic blasts?
Well, the latter, just because it's going to be colder.
Yes.
Right? Like spring wind sucks. But if you're saying, Josh, what would you rather have, a wind when it's 40 degrees or wind when it's 0 degrees? The former, of course.
Right. And
Yeah.
like the spring wind sucks, but we're all kind of desensitized to it. You know, we have
That's
the joke. It
true.
wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the wind.
Yeah, we said that a lot. Yeah, whereas
do
now
say
it's
that a
windy.
lot.
Except for Monday. When it was windy on Monday, it felt like a furnace. But most
Yeah.
of the time in the summer, you're like, oh, this feels nice.
Yeah, I'm cool with the spring
Feels
wind.
good on my body. My youngest brother, Luke, he sent me a tweet from someone named Dave.
Hello, Dave.
What are some things that have definitely been in the Stanley Cup at some point? There were a lot of things in here. Some of them I don't want to read on the air. I'll read some of them though. Booze, Red Bull, pee, Coke the drink, Coke the powder, poop, vomit, Four Loko, blood.
The Atlantic Ocean?
What of those weird things? You think anyone's ever pooped in Lord Stanley's cup? That seems like something that they would not do. They would not desecrate the cup with poop.
I would hope not.
I would also hope not.
I definitely think.
But given the debauchery that professional athletes can sometimes do,
yeah,
it would not shock me.
If
I will say no, but I would not be shocked if there's a story out there about how some guy took a dump in the Stanley Cup.
think some other fluids too.
I'm for sure thinking other fluids.
Well,
Yes.
there's definitely one fluid in particular that I'm thinking.
Me too.
One in particular that I'm thinking of.
Sky wants to know what would be faster, Josh running a half marathon, Nick eating 69 hot dogs, or John thinking of something nice to say about Shohei.
Wow.
I
I've
can
never-
say something nice about Shohei.
What's your-
He's still a good player for half the player he used to be.
You're such a jerk.
What's your mile time again?
My mile time?
Yeah.
I'm aiming for I'm going to try to run a sub 5 mile next month. That wouldn't be my marathon.
I think the better
marathon.
question is, so can Josh finish a half marathon before Nick can finish 69 hot dogs?
So I think my half marathon time would be, if I went all out, I think I could run it in under an hour and 18 minutes.
You could absolutely do that before I finish 69 hot dogs.
What if we starved you for a while?
Because that would have to be one hot dog a minute. Nick barely did one hot dog in a minute. No, he didn't even do it in 1 minute.
It was a minute and a half.
So yeah, I think this would be a fun bit. We could raise money for something.
Wait, a half marathon? You're doing a half marathon in what? You said 2 hours?
No, hour and 18 minutes.
Hour. Okay.
Yeah. So Nick would have to essentially eat one almost every minute. And when we did it at Oscars, it took him like a minute and a half, right? I think I could beat Nick.
I think you could too.
Can John find something nice to say about Shohei in an hour and 18 minutes?
I just did.
Without dripping sarcasm attached to it, though, John.
Well, but you're always going to say that because you're a member of the Shohei cult. You're always going to accuse me of having dripping sarcasm behind my comments.
Interesting.
So you'll never believe me.
Well, just say it without dripping sarcasm.
I don't. I literally just said it. I said, hey, he's having a heck of a season for a guy who's half the player he used to be.
Jay Skirtot texted in, Nick's girlfriend.
Spot the lie.
Nick's girlfriend's dog brought in a rabbit foot to tell her good luck with this guy. That's awesome.
It's not so lucky for the rabbit.
The dog recognized what was going on.
Her dog loves me.
Interesting, Nick. The L word already. Wow.
Her dog.
Let's see. Oh, wow. This is an interesting tweet from Riley. How does Nick continue to be present in America's most tragic events? And wouldn't you know it, there he is at the Hindenburg. And wow, there he is at JFK's assassination.
The Hindenburg is my birthday.
With his giant hand. Look at this hand.
I was trying to tell the second gunman to stop.
Oh,
no,
don't. Nice, Nick.
Mr.
Nice.
President.
Okay, only the second gunman. You didn't tell the first.
Mustache Adam writes, having road tripped up to the Dakotas last week, we saw 49 of the 50 states' license plates. Which state has the best and which one has the worst?
License plates?
Yeah.
Colorado.
Colorado's is great, Nick.
Or Hawaii's is really good, too.
I don't know what theirs looks like. I like Oregon's. I think Oregon's is really cool because it's a good. Oh, the Hawaii one is fun.
So
yeah.
Are we just doing the base one, or are we also going to do?
See,
variants?
here's the problem, though. Everyone now has so many different license plates. It's hard to know which ones.
I don't.
So Oregon, it's very light colors. There's like a giant tree. There's some more trees in the background, and then mountains. I think that is it. It says what the state is. It's not fancy. I think it gets the job.
The one
done.
I keep seeing, but again, I don't know if it's the
look up Alaska's
original one, but the New Mexico one. It's a black background and it's got hot chilies in it. It's got green and red chilies.
No, this is the New Mexico one.
The New Mexico one is cool because it's got the circle, right?
That is a good one too. It's very clean.
And now is that
so?
Are
you talking about that one, John? Oh, okay, not that one.
So
that one?
Yeah, it's got chilies
a cool
in
one.
it.
Yeah, this is their regular.
That's the thing. It's hard now to because everyone's now got.
They do.
It's like
Alaska's is good.
It's like we've all turned into Oregon football uniforms.
Nice. Our license plate's the Oregon football uniform.
800 million, different varieties.
Like,
it's hard to
I
tell
like
which
the City
ones.
Connect license plates more than the normal license plates. This is a contender for worst.
Yeah.
The California license plate confuses me because it has the DOT website on the bottom. But if you already have the license plate, why do you need the information for that website?
Oh my gosh.
Who are you advertising to? Because everybody's there.
That's a great point.
You don't need to do that.
I do like it with the curse of California. It's very clean.
I ran into someone the other day who was from out of state, and most states don't require the front license plate.
Yes, but we do.
Their front license plate was a California license plate from the 1980s that read "out of time."
That's sick.
Is awesome.
That's
I love that.
That's the plate that was on the DeLorean in
Well
Back to the Future.
played.
I'm sitting there at the light and they're at the other light and I'm looking
Yeah.
across and it's like, how did he get that plate? And then I realized it's got to be someone from out of state.
Katie says that we have the worst license plate.
I don't hate Iowa's is the worst. I don't hate the Nebraska plate. I think the Nebraska plate is cool.
Ours are fine. They are not the worst of my lifetime, which is the compliment. The worst were the ones that were that orangish red.
Oh, you hated those.
Because I just didn't think they looked good on cars. They didn't like these. I think blend in enough. The one with them reaching into his mail sack also.
That's the sewer, Josh. That's the statue on top of the Capitol.
Looks like a guy reaching into his sack.
Well, he is. He's reaching
sack.
into the sack because he's sowing seeds.
He's sowing seeds, all right, John, into the Stanley Cup.
Have there been any seeds in the Stanley Cup?
Ziggy asks, what is the highest acceptable amount of items to bring into the self-checkout? Does this limit depend on other factors such as particular store, amount of traditional registers open, how busy the store is?
It's whatever the sign. If the sign says you can take 20 items, if you're taking more than that, then you're illegal.
If they didn't have a sign, I would say the most that I would feel comfortable with going up to that would be like a dozen. I think a dozen items is a normal amount of items.
I'd see a basket. Like not a cart, but if I had a basket.
But what if you filled it up with like, Nick, what if you were buying a lot of green beans for some reason? And so you had like
a lot of green beans.
20 cans of green beans and eggs.
Well, they scan really quick. So
do they though?
Yeah,
but sometimes you have issues with scanning things.
I will say this.
Say it doesn't.
Another good thing about technology, the self-scanning things, they work quite well.
I loved it when the grocery stores around here, when they start adding more of those, I'm a fan. What, Nick?
Just takes away jobs.
I know, but Nick, sometimes they don't. They have all these empty registers. They have people over there who say, you can use this now.
Mm-hmm.
So I like those people.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. And that's Dumb Debates.
Dumb Debates.
Wow, what a segment.
It is a segment indeed.
Can't wait to do it next week from our homes, John. While Nick is here. Interesting. Getting punished.
Mm-hmm.
You are now punished.
Punished.
I punished thee.
Shame.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're going to make Nick strip and walk naked around the office.
You're going to ring a bell
while we're not here to have to see it.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's a punishment for everybody else.
Thankfully, no one else will be here either.
Oh, good point.
The office is closing early that day.
I could just be naked then. No one will know.
Oh, man. Think about that chair over there. Jimmy Chavez has got something coming for him on that Friday. What's going on with this chair?
1620 the zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
Grant Bricks a smile.
Yeah, what do you think's going on?
It's very big.
That looks like a guy who's just happy he ate 21 tacos.
He really does look pleased with himself.
The sunglasses, the giant sombrero, the whole thing. That guy walked over there from his house. I'd like to all-you-can-eat tacos, please. And then he just said, keep them coming.
We're back, baby. The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Beautiful this evening. Sunny skies, light winds, temperatures in the 80s. Clear to partly cloudy tonight, lows in the mid-60s. Cloudy for Thursday, a 40% chance of showers and thunder showers. Highs near 80. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, got some delays this evening. If you're east on I-80, slow going starts at Q Street all the way to 72nd. If you're west on I-80, we've got delays from 42nd all the way to Q Street. We've got delays on Industrial Road for both directions at 144th. Slow going on 204th for both directions between Q Street and West Center. Delays on southbound 680 between Pacific and I-80, on northbound 680 between Dodge and Maple, and delays on Dodge for both directions between 680 and 90th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic was brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
Lotto America from the Nebraska Lottery is here. It only costs $1 to play, features a starting jackpot of $2 million, and has drawings every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. Play today. Lotto America top prize odds, 1 in 26 million.
Don't answer that. It's another roof gypsy ringing the doorbell. They are attempting to capitalize on the misfortune that Mother Nature has thrown your way. Make the right call to a trusted company that has faithfully served the Omaha area for over 35 years. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
For roofing, siding, and gutter repair, make the right call to John Higgins Weather Guard.
John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the Rooferees. Make the right call.
How do you celebrate the expansion of Lindley Clothing with the addition of Well Suited? Well, you have a BOGO 50% off sale. Right now, Lindley Clothing, buy one, get one 50% off sale on suits and sports coats. Buy one suit or sports coat at regular price and get a suit or sport coat of equal or lesser value at 50% off. Now, the sale is going on now, but it ends with a bang on July 3rd. If you haven't been to Lindley Clothing, get there now and check out Well Suited as well. More sizes, more styles, more selection. In the Linden Market at 132nd and West Dodge, you'll enjoy easy access to Lindley Clothing.
I'm Dave Austed.
And I'm Ryan Austed. Every golfer will get value from being custom fit. The truth is, the higher handicappers will get more value from being custom fit than the low handicappers.
It's changed so much since my dad started the business in 1963. We now have hundreds of thousands of dollars in technology, and we know exactly what the spin rate is, what the launch angle is. We encourage you to bring your current clubs in now, and we can compare it. And guys walk out of the store knowing that the purchase they just made is going to give them 21 more yards off the tee box. Play better, have fun, and shop Austed's.
Fellow Nebraskans, we need your help getting signatures to finally legalize medical marijuana. We only have 3 weeks left. Get to our state's best liquor stores, wine, beer, and spirits today and sign. Support us at nmm2024.org to make donations. Let's go.
Ramona's Mexican Restaurant, previously located at 30th and Reddick and now at 30th and Willett in historic Florence, is still the way you remember it. Nachos, deep fried burritos, and those amazing cinnamon chips. Have a margarita or a cocktail. Open until 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturdays too. And try Ramona's Out of This World 2.5-pound massive burger with cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, and pickles. Ramona's Mexican Restaurant. Stop in today. Follow them on Facebook for specials and news about their monthly musical bingo.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber from the company with the fastest download speeds 9 years in a row. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence in Las Vegas, Omaha, Phoenix. Fixed median download speeds Q2 2016 to Q1 2024.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Feel like I'm on some kind of crazy trip or something. The 1620, The Zone.
This was a rather unique find. It's another reason I do like the For You tab. I know some people aren't happy with the For You tab. I like the For You tab on Twitter. I find more interesting stuff there than I do on the Following tab.
Interesting. Wow. Tough look for the people you follow.
I guess.
You follow me. And me.
Well, but your tweets also show up on the For You tab.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, because they're for John.
Nice.
They're for me.
All right, so what did you find this time?
Well, this was the original. Well, I don't know if it was the original idea, but it was
I
certainly
saw this.
An original idea from nearly 60 years ago for a college football playoff. It was published in Sports Illustrated by the late Dan Jenkins, who was
R.I.P.
one of the greatest sports writers of the 20th century. And he had an idea for a 16-team playoff. And his playoff would have been conference champions plus
the best
plus
independents.
basically best independents.
Yeah.
And split into two regions, East and West. And
so there are no wild cards.
There are no wild cards.
No second place teams.
No second
it was
place
all
teams.
And of course, as you're going to run through some of these leagues, you're going to remember, it was a much different time in the history of the sport, but also a reminder, wow, there were a lot of conferences / independents.
In the East, you would have had the Ivy League champ, the top Eastern independent, who 9 times out of 10 was Penn State. Big Ten, Midwest Independent or Mid-America.
AKA the MAC.
In this case, Notre Dame.
Yep.
Southeastern Conference, Deep South Independent. Georgia Tech was an independent at that time. ACC and Southern League.
Which do you remember the Southern League? Was
I
that
do
around
not.
when you were a fan?
I do not remember. In the West, you had the Big Eight, the Missouri Valley.
Wow.
The WAC, Western Athletic Conference, the Big Sky or Northeast Independent.
Bring back the
or
WAC.
Northwest, I should say, Northwest Independent.
Yeah.
Southwest Conference, Southwest Independent, Pac-8.
Different time.
And Far West Independent.
So that is a total of 16 teams.
A 16 team with the brackets to be divided East and West.
Yep.
And I just thought it was kind of unique because in 1965, Nebraska was getting, for those people who are nervous about Nebraska getting any kind of national pub this offseason, In 1965, Nebraska was a lot of people's pick to win the national championship.
Oh, they were? Like going into that year?
Yes, which is why
he has them winning it all.
In Dan Jenkins' model, just to show how it would work, he actually has Nebraska winning the national title by beating Tulsa in the first round.
Nice.
Wyoming in the second round, Texas in the semis, and Alabama in the national championship.
And they did play Bama in the national championship that year.
They did.
Right?
Alabama ended up winning.
they started the year ranked number 1. By the time they got to the title game, they were ranked number 3. And because they didn't beat anybody ranked all year long. And then Alabama beat them, and they hopped from 4 to 1, and they won the national championship. That is super cool. Also, in terms of doing it just straight up like this with all conference champs, you obviously can't do it anymore. / independence, because we just don't have it like that anymore.
I mean, it's really an interesting time capsule of how the world of college football worked back then.
Correct.
And back then, the conferences didn't have the power that they have today, or especially 2 conferences.
Yeah.
I mean, certainly they had their brands and all, but, this was back in a time when the NCAA controlled everything.
Also, and I'm someone who definitely does not mind that college football is going to creep into late January. I love the way that the calendar works for this. December 11th, first round, December 18th, second round, Christmas Day, third round, January 1st, natty. So you end on, I've always thought it'd be really cool if the national championship, if we could figure out a way to get it on the first, just because that has long been associated as a college football holiday.
Well, we got rid of the stupid conference championship.
Yeah, you have to do that. You have to get rid of a couple of things because obviously at this time too, here, I'll reopen Nebraska's 1965 schedule. The last game versus Oklahoma, I guess it was November 25th, but there were not conference championship games. So they would have had an off week and then playoff
And honestly,
time.
Most teams didn't play that week. Usually a lot of teams' seasons ended the week before. But there were a handful of games
Around
like the Iron Bowl, like Nebraska, Oklahoma, like USC, UCLA that would move to that weekend. It was almost like it used to be that, if you played Hawaii, like Nebraska played Hawaii in 1982, they played the first weekend in December.
Yeah, you got it on the back end of the schedule.
Right.
Like, for example, that year, and as recently as 2006, I believe this was still the case, Michigan and Ohio State played the week before Thanksgiving. When I was growing up, that was not a Thanksgiving weekend game.
No.
It was a week before. Like the famous 2006 Ohio State team, they beat Michigan, but they had such a long layoff, and then Florida obviously destroyed them. Yeah, I thought that was I don't remember who found that earlier on Twitter, but that was a really interesting find.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Jenkins, I read a book by him a few years ago. It was mainly just like a collection of his articles, and in there was the game of the century, and what an interesting time in the history of the sport.
Very
a renegade sport in a whole lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
Very regional, with quite the cast of characters that you just don't really have anymore.
Coming up, takes on the NBA draft. A very key person won't be around for the Olympics. And more in content.
Okay.
On 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. Everlevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage, and it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today.
At Athletico Physical Therapy, our favorite patients are the impatient ones. The ones who don't want to wait 3 months to see a specialist or wait until that little pain becomes a big one. The ones who know that Athletico's therapist can help them take the recovery into their own hands. Our favorite patients are the ones who just can't and won't wait because they don't have to. So get a little impatient and start with physical therapy at Athletico. With no prescription needed in most states to get started, you'll be right back at it in no time. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-893-2288. 800-893-2288. 800-893-2288.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate, or going to the grocery store for milk instead of buying your own cow. You know there's an easier and better way. Save up to 25% when you bundle home and auto with Allstate.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
If baseball and ice cream go together like fireworks in the 4th of July, I mean, on any given night during the summer, you're bound to run into a team of little leaguers getting ice cream after their game, win or lose. So before you head home after the game, head over to Ted and Wally's Ultra Premium Ice Cream and pick up your flavor. They serve more than 3,000 of them. Keep track of the daily specials on social media. Celebrating more than 35 years. Ted and Wally's Ultra Premium Ice Cream. Benson, Old Market, and at tedandwallys.com.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley@1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Okay. Nick.
John. Shohei Ohtani.
Oh, do we have to talk about this loser again?
Oh, what did he do now, Nick?
He said that the decreased workload of having to pitch every 5 or 6 days has helped with his growth as a hitter, as he is off to the best offensive start in his career. Could this affect how he decides to pitch moving forward?
I do wonder if he continues to have a really great offensive season. I mean, I realize the Dodgers wanted to sign him for both of his talents, and I'm sure he wants to still do that. But I do wonder if he will approach pitching differently. A, because it'll be the second time he has had to miss a significant time due to pitching elbow injury. And, he's still having a great season.
It would allow him to just focus on being a batter.
Right.
Would it surprise you if he just decided to say, I'm done pitching? Could you see that?
At some point he will. But he will not play his entire career as a two-way player.
But probably not this soon, right? He'll give it one more go.
But I wouldn't be surprised if he became more of a spot starter.
Like if he pitched for like 2 or 3 more years.
Has he won the Cy Young yet?
No.
Well,
he honestly hasn't been healthy enough to finish a season.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if like you said, he's not going to pitch his entire career. If he comes back, gives it a go, does another few seasons, but by 2028 is no longer pitching, at least on a regular basis.
Vladimir Guerrero, don't call me senior, junior, famously once said he'd never sign with the Yankees. Now, as rumors of a trade out of last place Toronto swirl, Vlad Jr. is walking back the idea of never playing for the Yankees. Do we have a Vlad Jr. Jim Schlossnagle handshake meme?
That is a disrespectful question. Don't ask him that question. That's awesome. At least he's already walking it back. At least he's already preparing
Walking is good for the heart.
It is good for the heart. Running is also good for the heart, for those of you who are wondering.
But terrible for everything else.
No, it's great for everything. It's lovely. So yeah. All right. What a great handshake meme. I was gonna make the Schlossnagle joke, and then Nick made it for me.
Heyo.
Yeah. It's amazing once you've tasted defeat, when you see an opportunity to win,
that's really
that
cool
you
home run.
might compromise your previously high so-called moral ground.
Sure.
I mean, the idea that Vlad Guerrero, who might be seeing the end of the line in Toronto and going, even if I stay here, I'm never going to win. But then the Yankees being as good as they are,
That would be nasty if they got him.
it would be.
The Nasty Boys.
It'd be like another murderer's row.
Whoa, Nick, that's the 1927 Yankees.
It is.
You know about the 1927 Yankees?
I do.
Luke Gehrig?
Yes.
You know Luke Gehrig's disease?
What? Wow, it's weird that he had the disease that ended up being named after
Was
him.
it Mel Ott on that team? Is that a player?
Mel Ott was a player. Mel Ott did not play for the Yankees.
Bing bong! The Knicks have made a trade and now have Michael Bridges on their team. He was previously on the Nets, but he was also previously on the Villanova Wildcats. John, what do you remember about him in college?
Well, just like his former Villanova teammates, a really good. It has been interesting to watch these Villanova players and how their games have all translated to the NBA. And now
Brunson
they're all
being the best.
And now they're all freaking together.
This is the fourth now on that team. I think that there is something to this. I mean, like, it's so difficult, right, to have that many players play in the pros to begin with. Not to mention to then all end up on the same team. But I think there is that natural chemistry that they developed.
It's the natural chemistry, but it's also the regiment. It's also just, I mean, it's a great advertisement for Villanova basketball. It really is. Because these guys are prepared.
Prepared.
In terms of their maturity level, their basketball intelligence, their skill level, all of it.
Yeah.
It's a great advertisement for Jay Wright, honestly.
He should come back and coach.
Someone made a joke last night that they should have him back for one game as the head coach.
That would be awesome. Do it in the preseason, Jay.
Joke!
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
What's that from? Why was he so mad?
Bruce Pearl, he got
referee probably.
Yeah, there was a bad call at the end of the game.
That was funny.
Oh, crap, guys. The NBA draft is tonight. Got any final takes?
Would it surprise you if Bronny went tonight?
Yes.
Yeah.
And there's a part of me that thinks he might go tonight. Also, will Baylor Shireman end up on your/Bill Simmons Celtics, and you guys can hug together?
No, there will be no hugging.
Bill, get over here.
I wonder, do we have, I have not checked the latest odds.
Oh, on FanDuel,
but I
1620.
I thought I saw somewhere where Baylor Shireman was minus 200 to be in the first round.
Yeah, it sounds like he's going to get drafted tonight. That's pretty cool.
Let's see.
John,
I don't see any NBA draft odds.
Yeah, I thought they had those.
on the
Maybe they
FanDuel
pulled them because we're getting so close to it. Because is that going to be in? Is that
a 6:30 or a 7 o'clock or an 8?
I was going to ask if
start?
it's 6. NBA draft. What time is it tonight?
I thought they always started that thing a little later.
Yeah, you might be right.
Where is the draft this year?
Barclays.
That would be Brooklyn.
Yeah. It'll be on at 7 o'clock tonight.
Nice.
Is that TNT? Does TNT do that?
ESPN.
But it's not like the NFL where there's multiple networks that do it.
Don't believe so. I think it's just ESPN or ABC or maybe both. But yeah,
I could have swore both.
doesn't
And I
involve.
thought I could have swore both Turner and
don't think
ESPN
so.
did it for. Okay.
You gonna watch?
I mean, I'll be keeping it. If I'm not, I'll be keeping an eye out
see if
on
Baylor?
social media to see where Baylor goes.
Yeah, I won't.
It's better than watching the damn Cubs game tonight. I can tell you that much because they're just going to piss me off.
You could watch them running.
Yeah, John. You want to come tickle chains with me?
Hey,
You know what? I'm going to walk my dog for the first time. A, it's been too damn hot, and B, I haven't been home.
been
This is the
toasty.
first time I get a
Toasty
chance
woasty.
for Wrigley and I to go out and for her to go poop in other
Yeah.
people's lawns.
You need some
And me
quality
to have to pick
John
'em up.
Wrigley time.
Banks had a huge dump today. I was like, shout out to that poop.
Congrats on the dump,
Yeah.
Banks.
Good solid poop.
The dog, right? Your dog?
Yeah, my dog. Yes, not the wide receiver.
Dunking on celebrities and puking on Cooper Cup's lawn.
Wow.
Inside Puka Nakua's offseason. John, this story went up earlier today on ESPN.com. You want to come to the defense of an assuredly immature player on your Rams?
This would be another
Disgusting.
classic example of people who have bad reading comprehension.
Puking and
Puke,
crashing
the reason
cars.
why
Or
he
is it saying
puked,
puking?
the reason why he puked on Cooper Cup's lawn was because of the early morning workouts as he continues to develop and is under the wing of the GOAT Cooper Cup.
GOAT.
Super Bowl MVP
I
and
thought he was a
still
Ram.
your Super Bowl MVP, by the way. And he's learning how, okay, I had a great first year campaign, now to take it to the next level. And that's why he puked on Cooper's
You know, they actually
lawn.
say you shouldn't want to throw up after a workout. That means that you are overexerting yourself and you don't know your limits. Not
Remember
great.
when Scott Frost said everyone was puking after every practice?
I do remember that, Nick. Wow.
It only happened once, so it's not like it's an epidemic of vomit.
Well, he only said it once.
Yeah.
Also, he was dunking on celebrities because he was in a dunk contest over the winter.
I thought
'Cause
he
he's
was
a great,
logging on to the
gifted
internet.
athlete.
I thought he was going on TikTok with videos.
No.
Okay, that's good. You know,
My-
Gen Z
My
loves
guy
TikTok.
Pook does not deal
doesn't-
with the tick
but he
or the
does
top.
puke.
He doesn't. He's not. Puka.
He's too busy getting
Puka
ready.
Nakua.
He's too busy getting ready for a
Busy.
great season that will end in another Super Bowl.
What's he getting traded to? The Chiefs.
Oh, it sounds a lot like a prediction.
Oh, get the eggs.
We're always on the lookout for the summariest of summer topics we can find, and I think we found one Monday from Bill Barnwell. What if the NFL expanded to 100 teams? Barnwell picked the ideal cities. Why? Who knows? By the way, Omaha did make the list. Are you excited for the 100-team NFL?
Well, that'd be great because they would extend the season to the whole year, John.
Can you send me
That's
the
we'd
story?
always.
And-
it's literally linked there. That's what the blue letters with the underline means.
I pasted it.
And
to
then all the
another-
great players would be dead
I'll
because
get
they
it.
can't play
You saw
100
the
games.
email, Nick. The
I do.
email is still in your inbox.
That's why I said I'll get it.
Omaha. That's the first thing I checked. I just wanted to make sure that Omaha had a team, and sure enough, we
Well, I
do.
would hope so. I mean,
Omaha
Omaha is a top
testicles.
100 market.
It was football edition. That's awesome. Go Omaha. Do you want to be the voice of the Omaha football
I
team?
don't think I have to worry about that
Why?
because the NFL is not going to be
Oh, 'cause
expanding
I'm
to
coming for-
100
I'll-
teams.
I've only called like 2 football games ever. I could do it.
Oh, it would work because you could call it the Omaha football team. The abbreviation would be OFT, which sounds similar to Offutt, which I understand is in Bellevue. But
Yeah, I mean Dallas plays in Arlington, so it doesn't really matter.
yeah, there you go. For the first time since 2008, Alex Morgan will not be on the U.S. women's soccer team roster for a major tournament. Though it's only the Summer Olympics of yard games, so is it really that big of a deal?
Great question, Nick. Great
Wow,
question.
can you believe this?
How did they leave her off the team?
I don't know. She's probably old.
Wow. You should never talk
Wow.
about a woman's age.
Yeah.
She's an athlete. You're allowed to talk about
We
her age.
apologize, Alex, for the insincerity of my uncouth friend over
She's
here.
34.
Wow. Oh, 34.
Wow, you think 34 is
That's
old
ancient.
for a woman?
No, for athletes, that's very old. She'll be 35 in a few days.
Tom Brady played till he was 45.
People
He
forget.
played football.
I don't know. I have no takes. Is she bad now? Does she suck? Does she stink? Is she horrible? Is she too old? Do you have takes on this, John?
The only take I have is how offended I am that you called her old.
Wow, I did
Sad.
not expect you to come to the defense of a woman's soccer player.
I come to
for
the defense of
America.
women. I appreciate
John loved
it.
Megan Rapinoe, everything she stood for.
Women. I didn't say everything, but
okay.
I wouldn't have let you come here and slander her by saying, "Man, she's like 87."
Well, look, if you're in your late 30s as a soccer player, you're getting up there in age. You got to run around a lot.
So you're saying she's basically Sister Jean?
Oh, so you're saying people in their mid-30s shouldn't be just running around a lot?
No.
Very interesting for a guy who hosts a podcast about running,
I do.
who's in his mid-30s.
But I'm not.
Unbelievable.
I'm not a pro though,
I'm going to
John.
tell
I'm
all
just,
of your guests
I'm an-
about this.
I'm an
Hey, don't talk to that
amateur.
Peterson guy. He didn't think people above 35 should be doing any more running.
I'm an amateur.
The latest Nielsen estimates for households with ESPN are out, fellas. Just 67.7 million homes. That's down nearly 3 million homes from December and 7 million from 18 months ago. How soon before cable as we know it is dead, but replaced with cable as we now know it, which is streaming?
And we're still going to bundle things.
And it's going to cost so much more money.
That's the other thing that is how much will Nielsen and the ratings be changed when more things move to streaming?
Well, they're involved, right? Like if you watch something on YouTube TV and say, I watched it on YouTube, like it still counts. It just doesn't.
Yeah.
It's just that you watch on cable or streaming.
But now with streaming, the people who literally host the stream can literally tell you exactly how many people
They
are
don't
watching.
need to do it the old way anymore.
Yeah, they don't have to do estimates. It's now, hey, we had 1,298,612 hits.
There you go. By the way, my friend Aaron, who is of soccer, texts in, Alex Morgan shouldn't have made the last World Cup. #washed. There you go.
Unbelievable how you supposedly woke soccer people just slandering women.
No.
Unbelievable.
I thought we were treating everyone equally now, John. So treating them equal means that you have to call them out for being old AF.
Wow. Libertarian John.
No, I saw them. There was some WNBA player who was getting cooked for her logo on her shoes or something. And it's like, this is what we do. We made fun of Steph Curry for his god-awful Under Armour shoes.
Unbelievable.
I don't want LeBron on the Olympics team. He's old too. Get him off the team. More young stars.
So I suppose you walk up to a door and you're going to open the door and there's a woman walking behind you. You'd be like, hell, I ain't holding this door for this woman. I'm shutting this door in her face.
I would never say
open
that.
your own damn door, woman.
I love opening doors for women.
But that's not treating them equal.
Women. I open the door, John. I open the door for you every day. I come in before you and I kick it open even longer for John. I do it for you too sometimes, Nick.
You do.
Oh, maybe I'm just a nice human being, John. You ever think about that?
Not very nice to Alex Morgan.
Well, she shouldn't have aged. To be on the team. This isn't about reality, guys. This is soccer.
So soccer's
not reality.
It's a pretend sport. They kick a ball around
Very
and then it
tough
goes
look for
into
a guy who
net
calls college soccer on the occasion.
one time a game, and then
Hey,
everyone's
you
like,
guys aren't real. I'm not really watching you.
every
You're not
sport is
real.
fake, John. Everything is fake. Everything is fake. Money is fake. Rules are fake. Borders are fake.
Everything's a construct.
Everything is a construct.
You are a weird duck.
Am I? Oh, I read that duck joke, by the way.
But why would they need a drywaller?
Yeah, I never had seen that word before. What was the word about the drywalling? I never seen that word. It was fine.
Contractor?
Is that what it was? I thought it was something else. It was a contractor.
We'll be back. Wrap up the show.
What's for dinner?
What's for dinner?
I know my answer.
A ham sandwich and a beer.
No, I think I'm going to have a beer, though, tonight, Nick.
Nice.
Yeah.
While you celebrate the untimely demise of poor Alex Morgan.
No, I won't think about her at all tonight.
1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
It's going to be another sizzling hot summer. Stay cool with 35% off new Champion windows. Don't burn your money on high energy bills. Get new energy efficient windows from Champion. 35% off. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. The more you buy, the more you save. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Plus, we're giving away the chance to win a $50,000 home makeover. Enter online today. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding. Now 35% off. Don't wait. This sale won't last long. 35% off windows, sunrooms, and siding. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Light up the night sky at Werner Park on Monday, July 3rd, and celebrate Independence Day with the Omaha Storm Chasers. Cheer on the Chasers against the Iowa Cubs, and then stick around for a night to remember with the largest fireworks show in the area, presented by FNBO. Celebrate the 4th one day early with your Chasers family. Get your tickets today at omahastormchasers.com.
Omaha Storm Chasers family. Everyone get on your feet, stir up the storm with family.
Crackling Kirk's huge grand opening sale is June 25th through the 27th. Let's check in with Craig from Crackling Kirk's to see what's going on.
All right, yeah, we have tons of deals going on for our huge grand opening sale. Rainbow snow cone, $9.99. Huge, beautiful fountain. We have 3-inch, 9-on-a-board racks as low as $79.99. You're not going to find that deal anywhere else. Big win. Our premium 7-inch artillery shell kit, $109.99. How about this deal? 4 assorted 500-gram cakes, $88.88. And we got some beautiful new fountains in this year, just $5.99 each. Check us out for all these great deals.
Now, those are incredible deals. Go check them out. June 25th through July 4th from 10 to 10 in Waterloo at 301 South Front Street, in Springfield at 102 Main Street, and getkirks.com for all the specials and location info. Cracklin' Kirk's, giving you more bang for your buck for more than 30 years. Getkirks.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-893-2288, 800-893-2288, 800-893-2288.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Put us in your pants.
Put us in your pants. On 1620, The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I don't know.
Oh,
I'm not sure.
John, Jimmy's right outside. Careful.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that happens, but
breakfast for dinner tonight. I think I'm going to do an old school breakfast sandwich. A little egg, a little cheese, a little bacon.
Ooh.
We have some of like the potato patties. I'm going to do that. Maybe a little strawberry action as well.
Some strubs.
Yeah, I think I'm very excited. I'm very excited for dinner.
Well, I'm in the John boat. I have no idea.
Wow, great segment, guys.
Last night we had some stuffed chicken grillers from Hy-Vee. Those were good.
the folks at the McDonald's are getting rid of the AI drive-thru.
Allen Iverson is gone.
Allen Iverson is no longer working at the McDonald's drive-thru.
Understandable.
It's crazy because they have now, early on, the accuracy wasn't always the best.
No.
You'd end up getting into arguments with the damn thing because you'd order like a McDouble, and next thing you know, there's like 3/4 pounders showing up on the menu. It's like, no, that's not what I want.
Or like, I ordered a McChicken, and they're like, we don't have that at this location.
Have you done it? So I haven't gone to McDonald's a whole lot lately. I don't remember the last time I went. So
I mean, this is like a year ago.
Yeah, I haven't had this issue. Have you had this issue? Have you gotten in the arguments with it where you
Well,
got
it's
a
been a
tub
while.
of butter?
It's been a
That
while.
was the best part of that story where it's like people just get butter for some reason. Why would I order butter?
Why would you order butter?
So the AI is gone. It's canceled.
Because it's bad.
I saw
guess
Shafe
so.
was excited about McDonald's yesterday because they have bagels now in the morning.
Oh.
I never had a McDonald's breakfast bagel sandwich, but it sounds awesome.
When they first came out, I tried them, and they were okay.
Just okay?
Yeah.
I love breakfast bagels.
It's not as good
I
as the
do too.
McGriddle. The McGriddle is the far superior McDonald's.
Isn't there syrup in there?
Yes, Josh.
I don't want the sweet and the savory. No, I'm not afraid. I just don't want it.
I hate how much I love McGriddles because they're delicious.
They are delicious.
I like the biscuits.
I haven't had. Why have a biscuit when you can have a McGriddle?
Because there's not syrup in it.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
For the